Folks, welcome to week number 6 of the NACE Starleague Call of Duty action. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is the dashing Cruz himself, and we are here to bring you the action and the entertainment for the day. Jesse, how are you doing?
I'm fantastic. We've got some fantastic matches going on tonight here in the NACE Starleague, and I don't think we could get anything better than our first match here tonight.
No, I couldn't agree more. So let's take a look at the schedule. Let's see what we have, because at first in our match number 1, we're going to kick it off in the East with Shenandoah University up against Stockton University, where the big question is, can Stockton keep top 4 and stay in range of the play-ins that are coming into the future? Because that's going to be an interesting one where we're going to kick that off. But in match number 2 to 4, this is where things get dicey across the board, because you're looking at University of Alabama Huntsville versus St. Mary's in our match number 2 for a chance at redemption. We're looking at St. Mary's to try to bring themselves back into their own standings. Match number 3, we see Trine University up against Ferris State University. They're both conjoined 3-2 in the standings. Who is gonna rise to the action and take the lead? Coastal Bend College versus Texas A&M San Antonio. That's gonna be our match number 4. Both teams looking for a spark. Not the hottest start to NACE Starleague, but I mean, they can always turn it around right here, Jesse. So why don't we draw things back? Look back at our match number 1, the kickoff in the East. Shenandoah University 2-3, Stockton Blue 3-2. Complete opposites when you're looking at the score, but across the board, I think this is where Stockton can really make a stand and show that they have what it takes to stay neck and neck with Old Dominion and have a chance for the play-ins.
Yeah, and that's really what today's all about, right? When you're looking at the overall standings for the for this Eastern Division, Old Dominion University currently sitting at 4-1. They're just ahead of the Stockton University team at 3-2 right now. And I mean, I don't think that we can count Shenandoah out of this match, and by any means either at 2-3. They have been a very good team so far. Just kind of some unfortunate losses. They've played week 2, week 3, week 4 against the top 3 teams here in the division. Stockton Esports, very similar. They've played week 1, week 2, week 3, all against the top teams as well. The only difference really between these two teams is Stockton Esports was able to take that win over Akron in a 3-0 fashion, and they're coming off that hot win followed by 3 other 3-0s in a row coming into this week, so they are looking very, very primed to come in and try to get some wins here.
We were both talking about this match, Jesse, and how Stockton University almost seems like this is a must-win to stay neck and neck against Old Dominion University, because when you look at today, I mean, Akron, they play the number 5 team in the standings, and LVC, they have a bye, so the number 1 and the number 2, they're in a great position to stay at 1-2. But Old Dominion, Stockton, this is their chance to kind of just keep the battle going. I mean, you look at Old Dominion, they still have to play Akron and LVC in the coming future, in the next couple of weeks. But when you look at Stockton, they've already played a team like Akron, beating the number 2 team 3-0, let me tell you. They're on a hot streak, 3 wins in a row. This is just a great storyline to kind of look at Stockton University and make that comeback.
Yeah, and that's really what the big matchups are going to be for in the future, right? Is that Old Dominion matchup going up against Akron. And if Old Dominion can win that match, it gives them a great chance to, kind of solidify themselves as that top 3 team. But if they don't win that match, that's when Stockton University really gets a chance to be like, hey, you know what? We might have lost to these guys, but they still have to play not only them, but I believe they have to play LVC as well, correct? So
they do.
So if they play LVC and they play Akron and they lose to both those teams, that's Stockton University's chance to still get right back into those play-ins, find that 3rd seed. And you know what, with how close they've played a lot of those matches, like all 3 matches that they've played against the top teams so far, it's been 3-1 losses. They're not by far or by any means blowout losses where they're getting smoked out of the water. This team, they have what it takes. Yeah. They just need to hope that some other teams lose now for them to really have a chance to make it into the play-ins.
Of course, Stockton looking to slip in through the DMs and shoot their shot for top 3. That's going to be a big one. But when we're talking about Shenandoah on the opposite side, sitting 2-3, Jesse, it's a completely different story. They had a tough start to the season. A tough matchup when they're playing the top teams right away. And now 2-3. They're just stopped the losing streak that they've been on for the past 3 weeks. Week number 5, they beat, I can't remember who it is, but they finished that losing this streak. They win 3-1. Now in round number 6, they can really kind of trouble Stockton University, because if Shenandoah win this one, they just completely, I guess, knocking Stockton University down, unless Old Dominion lose today as well. So it would be a troubling thing for Stockton if they get upset tonight.
Well, I mean, and here's the thing with Shenandoah as well. So, just because they're playing Stockton today, this kind of, as much as this is a must win for Stockton, if Shenandoah wants any chance of making the plans, this is a must win for them as well. They kind of need to win from this point out. So, it's just as important of a match for them to win this and hope that Old Dominion loses as well. Because if they win and Old Dominion loses those two matches, they'll be at the same amount of losses with playing the same teams as Old Dominion. So they have a chance to make it in. It would just come down to ties and trying to figure out how the tiebreakers would all end up working out. So this team, not by any means out of it yet, they still have a chance to be able to make those plans.
Still a chance, and that chance is going to begin with the game modes and the map. So let's take a look. Let's introduce those game modes, Jesse. Hardpoint's going to be our map number 1, where teams must rush to secure the hardpoint, rotating every 60 seconds. You secure time by being the only team inside the hardpoint. First to 250 in that raid will be the victor of map 1. Search and destroy in map number 2. An elimination-based game mode where the goal is for the attacking team to either eliminate the defenders or detonate one of 2 bomb sites. First to 6 round wins are going to be the victor of your second map. Control in map number 3 is much like Hardpoint and Search and Destroy, although there is a small little twist. You aim to capture or defend 2 zones without running out of your lives. You're going to start with 30 lives, trying to not reach 0. First to 3 rounds in Control are going to be the victors of that map number 3. But let's talk about these maps, because we have Raid, Standoff, Raid, Garrison, and Express, Jesse.
I mean, are we playing Black Ops 2 or are we playing...
Seems like it.
Are we playing Call of Duty Cold War? Because we have a very heavy Black Ops 2 map set coming in. I mean, Standoff and Express are 2 search and destroy maps. And then we got Raid and Garrison, 2 very fast-paced search and destroy, 2 very fast-paced submachine gun maps for our hard points. And then again, Raid going to be another very fast-paced map for that map number 3. And I mean, when you're really looking over this whole map set and you're looking over between these 2 teams and what we kind of need to see from both these teams to kind of come out and be those physical teams and come out on top of this matchup, you're really looking at the search and destroys for the likes of Stockton University. It's been their strongest game mode at 4-1. They have kind of been wishy-washy with their respawns, with just above 500% in terms of where they're winning and losing those matches. And I mean, when you're really looking at this team, if they can come out and they can win that Raid hardpoint, they can win that Garrison hardpoint, or they can take that Raid Control, I really don't see a way that they lose this, with looking at Shenandoah and how weak their search and destroy has been at 1-5 going into this week.
When we're looking at Shenandoah as well, between these 2 teams, I mean, they have Steve-O, their sub player, leading the charge for them. The captain, I'm guessing the IGL as well. He's a good player, and he's always topped off as probably the best on Shenandoah. They bring in Toxic Rewind now on their roster, filling in for Dodge, to the moon. And now you're kind of implementing a new submachine gun player. It's going to be a big tell for him when you're looking at your Garrisons and your Raids, those quick-paced maps for him to kind of get up to pace with Steve-O and keep Stockton Blue off, I guess, their comfort zone. Because when you look at Stockton Blue, we haven't seen them on stream just yet. We're getting a kind of whole new look at this team that are aiming for that top 3 spot. And if they can read into this Shenandoah strategy, this new submachine gun player bringing onto their roster, I mean, Shenandoah, they have everything to lose, or they have nothing to lose right now, I guess you could say, being 2-3 right now. This is either the continuation of their chance, or they are done and dusted at the end of this one. This is Shenandoah backed into a corner, ready to fight. So I'm excited to see what this new player in the roster can really kind of stir up.
Yeah, and I mean, that's where it gets so tough, right, with Shenandoah, is once you bring in those new players and you're already into week 5, week 6 of the season, he's going to need to make a big impact and make it quickly. And I mean, I don't know if he'll be able to do it against this team in Stockton University. I think the big thing right now for Shenandoah, you're going to need to make sure you're dominating your respawns, because Search and Destroy has not been that strong game mode for you. Steve-O, we saw him lead the way, like you said, the last time we watched this Shenandoah team played, and it's going to be very heavily reliant on him in terms of the hardpoint and respawn maps that we have. It's all super close range. He is that submachine gun player. He needs to lead by example here today.
Lead by example for sure. And I'm not saying that Toxic Rewind is brand new. It's just the last time we saw him, we saw Shenandoah, he was not there. Let's head to the Hollywood Hills for this map number 1, Jesse. Shenandoah already into the 5 points off the bat. They get wiped. Stockton flip those spawns. Now they're going to be in control of the ring. Shenandoah, they're going to have to break through the middle of the map and look to flip these spawns fast.
They're actually putting a ton of pressure on mid-map already, just trying to flip these spawns out. And you can see player 2 and 4, they're already trying to make that way through the kitchen just to try to flip these out. It's a beautiful break right off the rip. And while they're making that play on the left-hand side of the map, Toxic Rewind inside the hill will secure some more time for them as well. So, I mean, they flip the spawns, they get a little bit of time. I mean, I don't think you could really ask for a better start here from Shenandoah.
No, you can't. You really want that P2 hill. The P1, I mean, it's okay. It's important, but it's not the end-all for this map number 1. So you see Stockton really putting some emphasis on breaking these spawns in the back, struggling to get through these assault rifle players, but it is going to be Zeloxides to break in against that kitchen hill for the moment. Shenandoah, they have those P2 spawns. They have it under control, and Verdi with the submachine gun switching up their roles. He is raining terror inside this courtyard.
They need to keep their eyes on player 7. He can make a little bit of a sneaky play around through the jungle as well. So he's going to be a big force to be reckoned with, and Rewind will find him in the back. But from the front, Frank and a few other players on Stockton, they find the kills, and they're able to break it in from the front and try to contest this hill, and you're still going to have Shenandoah spawning up in the back.
Keeping this relatively even. Big break from Stockton. The only thing is now with 26 seconds of scrap time in this hill number 2, you're going to see them rush to break over and try to overwhelm Shenandoah before they can set up here in this garage hill. So you can see Stockton pushing through Arc, go 1 for 1. Evo still alive down there and cooking. Exile, he cuts in through Pool. They didn't catch him exactly that, but Verdi, he is going to chime in. He's going to take down Texile, and the collapse is going to be in for this garage hill. Once they clean up Evo in the back line, it is going to be Shenandoah looking to clean up and set up here in this hill number 3, but a few other players to deal with. Zeloxides is going to get back into this, contest the hill for the time being. Stockton holding onto this hill by straws, but finally he's going to get cleaned up.
And the great thing there for Stockton is they get those last 26 seconds, but it's a completely uncontested 26 seconds. They don't even really have to think about it. They're already over here contesting in towards this hard point as well. And with how far back these Shenandoah players are, if Stockton's able to find a couple kills here, it's going to completely force the spawn out.
Velocity goes 1 for 1, still keeping the blue in the feed. Back and forth, both teams go here in Garage. Texile and Evo, the last two standing. Contention for the last 22 seconds. You have the spawns here for Stockton, so these last couple kills for Verdi, they're going to be huge. He clears off that last player, Evo. He's going to be on a 5-kill spree. Now look at the mini-map, because player number 2, Stevo, he's going to be all the way over inside basketball court. This is going to be a crucial player. Gets the beat out almost. But no, he's still going to be alive and kicking for the time being, but finally cleaned up by Stockton. You're going to be the first ones to basketball courts, Jesse.
Always sucks when you're sitting in a corner and you don't come away with a gunfight win without a lot of damage, because you got to think if he doesn't get so hit to one shot there, he's able to at least take another fight, maybe win another fight, hold off this push from the likes of Stockton. But now it's basically gonna have to be a perfect hit from the likes of Shenandoah from this top jungle side of the map to break back in.
42 seconds, a mere even game. Frank on 5. He's been pretty quiet, but still making a lot of noise. Toxic's going to shut down that kill spree. So you see Shenandoah grouping up for a hit through the spiral staircase. It's got to be now or never, really, with 20 seconds remaining. Zeloxides can't play spoiler to the backline, but on this hill, it is going to be a bloodbath between both sides. Verdi gets cleaned up by Frank, and that should be it for that basketball hill. Now, if you're Shenandoah, you need to look at this courtyard.
The hits just aren't working out for Shenandoah there. They just never really found a way to get a solid setup and a good break in towards the back of that hill. And this could be the perfect rotation from the likes of Stockton right now, as well, as they find 3 kills on rotation towards the new hill. And it completely opens it up. A perfect rotation from hills 4 to 5 for Stockton here, looking to grow this lead even bigger.
And Shenandoah, they want to maintain pillars right now for their push. Locksteed's going to fall, so that's a good opening now. Verdi can strike. He's going for 3 for his team. Texile, last one alive for Stockton. Big dance inside this mid-hill around the rocks. And he's got cruise missile and artillery strike now, Jesse. 127 to 7-2. Turning off big when you need him. And this is going to be crucial for the rest of it. Still another hit from Shenandoah. They finally clean up Texile. Into the hill they go. The clear comes through. Verdi finds 2. The last remaining 23 seconds are looking to get soaked up by Shenandoah unless the last remaining players of Stockton can get in and spoil the fun.
And now a very short foot race towards hill number 1. Texile, he's going to be the first player to try to get in towards that hill. But, I mean, through this first set of rotations, I mean, to come away with a 50-point lead for Stockton, you really got to be looking at this whole set of rotations and just think that all comes down to basketball. Really, outside of basketball, this game has been very back and forth so far. Nobody's really gotten a great amount of hold onto any one of these hills, but Stockton with a fantastic chance to start off the second set of rotations with a good hold here on P1.
This could get dangerous if Steve-O doesn't provide a good enough pinch. Textile still alone. Excellent trigger discipline, but Steve-O still able to turn and burn. Big break from Shenandoah at the start. That could have been dicey if they let that time go, but now I'm gonna close this out. Shriek gets called. The cruise missile right away. Gonna be raining fire down onto Shenandoah. There's one streak out. Able to break back in. Steve-O was on a 5 kill spree, but he did get cleaned up. So Stockton maintaining their lead, keeping the pressure on. I think that's a really good streak usage.
Yeah, it was. It's a great streak usage. You get one with it, you push everybody else off the hill from Shenandoah. And the big thing with that streak usage too is you know that Shenandoah are going to be set up and ready to go to get a good amount of time here on P2. So not allowing them to basically get any time on P1 here, it's huge. You can basically continue to cushion this lead, build it up little bit by little bit. And I mean, Stockton was still able to break this hill from the front the last time through. Who says they can't do it again?
Who says they cannot? Well, Stockton, they're going to be the ones to try and say so. They're grouping up for a hit through the front of Kitchen. They have a pinch around Pool. Steve-O is going to stop that, though. Now they can take their sights to the front line. Frank, Evo, Zaloxides trying to bench in. Here comes Evo to swing through the bait and switch into this one, but a firing barrage from Shenandoah, keeping them outside of this, and exactly that. Frank in the backline can't get in. Spoil this, few spawn outs. Key's gonna go down. Next one's up. It's gonna be a big break from Stockton here. 3 down in the feed. That is a perfect break from Shenandoah for, again, the last remaining time inside this kitchen.
And Stockton, this time through, the only mistake that they made in that last set of rotations is they didn't get the rotation down to P3 after breaking so late into the hill. This time through, though, with their positioning on the map, even after they break and contest that hill for so long, they still have the dominant position heading in towards the next hill.
Yes, they do. The cleanup already going to be there. Toxic, keeping Shenandoah alive and kicking. Goes 1 for 1. Player number 8, Frank, again in behind these lines. Can be troublesome for this attack from Shenandoah. They have to keep their eyes in the back line. Bizloxi's the overextension. Again, the trade comes through, favoring Stockton. Now that Frank can come out to play. 206 to 135. Textile dancing around this van. Still has the streak in his back pocket, but for Garage, he's not going to need it. Finds 2, doubles down. Can he find 3 around the corner? Diamante in hand looks for the beatdown, but he's got a teammate to help him out. 26 seconds left on this hill. If you're Shenandoah, this is do or die.
Normally talk about how dominant submachine guns can really be on raid, but Frank so far 22 and 19. I know it's not the prettiest scoreline in the world, but I mean he has made so many plays in this game that have just been so dominant to help his team find these round wins. Now we head back towards basketball. The last time we were at basketball, we saw Stockton get a full 60 here. This time through, it's going to be a lot harder. Shenandoah set up with a full 4-man at this hill.
You still have that artillery strike as well. You have that in the back of your mind. You're thinking about it. Oh, the spawn! Whoa, the spawn comes through. A gift from the gods of your Stockton. They're going to be able to get right back up in this hill, and wheelbarrow goes Zaloxides. We're going to cut off these rotations. Steve-O's going to go down. That's 3 in the kill feed. Now 10 seconds left for Stockton to put this through. You can still rain down this artillery strike. Key, last-ditch effort, slides on in right into these ARs. They're going to be watching this front line like hawks. The crossfire set up the shutdown of Shenandoah. Stockton take raid.
Oh man, that spawn in the back at the end, it's so unfortunate for Shenandoah, but so well played by Stockton. Every player after dying, they hold their cameras, they hold their kill cams to not respawn. They wait for that last gunfight to come in, and once he wins that gunfight in the back, I can't remember exactly what player it was, but once he won that gunfight in the back, what it does is it allows them to all, hey, let's hit square, let's hit that respawn. They spawn right back up in the open spawn pocket in the back. Perfectly played by the like of Stockton, and they're able to take away that map 1 victory because of it.
How does that even happen? I swear, the players of Shenandoah, they were there. Maybe just a little bit of a step through the pool, a little bit 1 step too far. Well, the overextension
Stockton
comes a little bit too early.
They had it blocked, though, once they found a couple of kills in the back, so none of the Shenandoah players were able to spawn there. And because Stockton gets that final kill, and they were holding cams, they respawn back up, and that's how they're able to get the spawn. It's crazy. Just perfect timing.
Truly unfortunate if you're Shenandoah in that situation. But Stockton, they did have a great lead coming through. I mean, you talked about it. After the first set of hard points were through, we didn't really see a whole lot of control. Stockton kind of picked it up through basketball courts to courtyard in that hill 4 and 5. They really gained quite the lead going into that. And after that, I think that's when we saw Shenandoah really fall behind, mostly on the rotations, because you were highlighting Frank as an AR player and how the submachine guns, they can be such a pivotal role on a map like Raid. Steve-O being that for Shenandoah. I think when Frank comes into the picture with that assault rifle and slows the pace down, I think that's where you see Stockton University have free reign over everything.
Frank pretty much was running a submachine gun role and play in terms of playing that ratty role on the map, playing the route man, if you will, kind of making those late flanks, kind of just being that annoying player to go up against. You're not expecting him to be there, but he's going to shoot you in the back anyways. And it's usually a submachine gun role. We see a BZ and Simp, they do it all the time in terms of CDL players. But Frank, he was doing it. He was getting it done with the Krig in this map. So, I mean, well done to him. You can't really complain, but you're not wrong at all. This match, all in all together, throughout that map number 1, a lot closer than that final score line says. Throughout the first, 4 hills, it was super tight until they got to hill 4, at which point Stockton took that, it was a 45-point lead heading in towards the 5th hill. And once they got towards that hill 5, that perfect rotation from 4 to 5, along with getting the full 60 at 4, it kind of just solidified a big lead, and Shenandoah was really just never able to get back from it.
And that's why it's so hard to break into these hills in the later ends of the game, when those assault rifle players are rotating early, they get set up on those power positions and they can just shut things down. I mean, you talk about, let's just keep the topic on phase. You talk about Abizi and Simp. Well, let's hop into the flex roll and kind of highlight Celium there. That's where Frank was kind of hopping in with that Krig and just raining down terror on Shenandoah. But into the search and destroy, this is a good highlight because I think you were talking about Stockton University. In their kind of map win losses, a lot of their success comes through search and destroy. So when you already take off a hard point in your favor, Stockton is one step closer now to reaching their end goal.
Feels like job's done, right? It really does. And just in terms of how bad Shenandoah's search and destroy has really looked all year this year, let's not forget 1 in 5 so far for Shenandoah and search and destroy. Definitely not the stat line you want. We say it all the time. I'll say it again. Search and destroy wins championships for you. It's always that game 2. It's always going to be your game 5. Yes, hardpoint is important. Yes, respawns are important. But if you can't take a search and destroy, you are not going to win series, especially if it goes the distance. And Shenandoah, it's been their dark horse so far this year. It's been what's kind of been eating at them. They need to find a way to get a victory in one of these modes. And especially now, looking in towards the rest of the series, they're going to need to win a search and destroy if they want to take this series now.
We're going to need to see some magic from that round 5 that we saw last week out of Shenandoah. I think it's going to come out to how are they going to mold as a core 4 coming into this. We've seen a lot of disruption between them, from just their submachine guns to the ARs, the subs in general. Steve-O, I know he's been very pivotal, but a lot of time he gets a little bit ahead of the curve to his team. So I would like to see them really take advantage to a slow map like Standoff, slow things down. We're going farming anyways. It's a lot easier said than done here on Standoff. You might just want to take it one step at a time. So Shenandoah and Stockton, names aren't going to be swapped as we have a little bit of an issue up top. But nonetheless, we see Zeloxities from Stockton on the attack with bomb in hands.
And as we know, first bloods on this map, they can be so pivotal, so important. And Shenandoah already able to find one throughout this first round. That's huge, just to be able to, open up a little bit of the map, try to get this bomb pushed up and get it down somewhere. And Zeloxities, he's really just trying to find any little bit of information over towards B right now, because it looks like that's where he's favoring, trying to put this bomb down at.
Look, now that they have Steve-O off the board, the submachine gun, they can really take advantage of this B site, because Key, Verdi, very backed up. Nobody inside Deli. Bomb's going to go down from Zeloxities. You see Evo gets inside this deli. It's going to be harder to get back onto the site now. You can't even push in through this zone. So I like this play. Birdie, he's going to overextend all the way through the back. Brown, try to take over from player number 1. This is going to be the start. Key goes down though. So 2v4. Shenandoah in a great spot. Verdi now all alone. Can he at least find a few kills right around the corner? That's one down. Frank's going to spawn him. He's stuck here with 74 HP. This is going to be a hard gunfight to take, and pushing right into that assault rifle. He wasn't missing on raid. No reason for him to miss here on standoff.
Yeah, I think that we kind of had our names backwards in our head too, because I believe that was Stockton that took that first round, if I'm correct, because Steve-O's on Shenandoah. So we might have had it a little bit confused there, but it was Stockton that comes out. They take map number 1. Yes, we said the names were backwards earlier on. We kind of just forgot in our own heads here. Nonetheless, we'll try to do our best to keep you guys up to date with everything that's going on throughout this match with those names backwards at the moment. But here we go, though. We have Shenandoah now on the offense. They're going to be trying to push this bomb up towards the left hand, towards the right hand side of the mini map. But I mean, Evo's here with a very good chance to be able to shut down this bomb carrier.
Oh, Steve-O with the right read. Now Shenandoah, they have a lead of their own. Zeloxities, though, takes over, drops the bomb. Gonna be hunted down by Verdi. 3v1. Bomb's going to be recovered by Verdi. Taxile's going to wrap around to this tank, so he's going to be able to catch all 3 of these players. The only thing is, it's 3 players against 1. When you peek on out, that is going to be quite the barrage to handle. So Shenandoah, bounce this one back, tie us up 1 apiece here in standoff. A great handle there. I mean, if Evo finds the bomb drop there, Jesse, that probably would have been round over. But the fact that Stevo finds that win inside gas station means the world.
And so far, defense standing strong. Both teams who have found first bloods as well have gone on to win these rounds. And we say it all the time on stand up, but first bloods, they're so important here. You need to make sure you're trying to find them every single round to give your team the man advantage. That way, you basically have an extra lane covered when you're looking at this overall map. Once again, Stockton back on this offense. I mean, it's a very slow offense again. It looks like they're just trying to play for a pick right now before they decide what they want to do.
Have to be careful though. Zaloxity's taking a lot of heat inside that alley. Rightfully, he's gonna back up. I wouldn't mind to see Stockton actually rotate off of this, head back behind Brown, and take another swing. But it does seem like they are set on the A side. They're putting a lot of utility out on this traction point, but you do see that the bomb is rotating around Brown.
Yeah, this bomb. He's trying to push it through the gas station, so they might try to make this way up towards back alley, but Stevo has made the perfect read on this.
Oh, has he?
Oh, maybe not.
They're still focusing on Taxile. Stevo drops to Frank. Now look at Zeloxy to make the full wrap around. Catches Key with his pants down. 4v2. Toxic's up next to the chopping block. But actually, he's going to run away from that fight. So 1 for 1, they go. 3v1 again. Verdi this time. Wow.
Oh,
snaps onto Frank. We get a 1v2 instantaneously. 1v1. Sub versus sub. Bomb's going to get planted. Evo for the escape. Verdi on the chase right behind him. And he's closing this gap fast. I don't know if Evo even knows he's right here. Here you go. The kill. Raised to you on a silver platter. Verdi with the 3v1 here in round 3.
You don't see 1v3s very often, especially in Cold War and on this map. But Verdi, he'll do it there. I mean, he gets blessed by being able to find that one player that was just about one shot, forced it into a 1 versus 2, and it just made his life so much easier. I'm sure we're about to get to see all of it again right here. He picks up the AR, and he just hits one bullet. That one bullet probably gives him the best chance of winning this round. I'm not too sure. Texile, he just wasn't really expecting the re-challenge right away either. And he just ends up getting shot in the back. Unfortunate positioning for the players there on Stockton when they end up losing that round out. Because, yes, just a reminder, if you guys are just tuning in right now, it is Stockton who is on your left-hand side of the screen. Shenandoah on the right. Names are just a little bit backwards right now.
When your teammate says he's one-shot absolute, and he is, that is exactly what happened to Frank. Verdi keeping this going. 4 kills in a row, looking to play for streaks. As he's crossed with Stevo. They know Zeloxity's inside the square. He's dancing with the devil. Evo on this tractor is going to rip Verdi off. First blood over to Stockton. That's a big hitter off the table as well. What do you do if you're Stevo in this position? You're beside the hay bale, and they should know you're here. You are really out in the open, but that is a good way to answer back, Toxic.
Toxic is, like, after finding that one kill, he really hasn't moved either. He's just trying to play up that spot. But Stevo, he just doesn't get the kill onto the one. It leaves him so susceptible to the second player. But luckily, Key was right there to find the second kill as well. But Toxic, he'll fall at range in the outside of or in the middle of the map. And now it's just going to leave Key all by himself here. And, I mean, you got to think that his position is fairly known. If it wasn't before, it is now. And yeah, he's just going to end up falling. And it's going to be Stockton answering back with a defensive win of their own.
I don't like the way they played that. I mean, as soon as Verdi went down and Stevo had an opportunity to escape, I think he should have taken it. You still try to force the gunfight into that square onto the tractor. 2 very tough gunfights to take. And you see the way they play it. There's the bait and switch out. Stevo had no chance at all.
Yeah, if Stevo even just lays down there and they push as hard as they did, Key should still be able to find that kill, and it puts them in the man advantage at that point. But not going to be the case. They end up falling early on here, and a very fast hit going down towards the back alley here from the likes of Stockton.
Take notes, friends. This is it. Oh, but they're going to stop. They're going to wrap on back, and Taxile has made his way inside of this top hotel. The rest of his team back alley undetected in back alley as well. So Key's going to get quite the wake-up call. Frank watching it. First blood back to Stockton. And they have taken over Grandma's. So right now, Stockton in full force of this round, looking to take back their lead in this even 2-on-2. They have so many avenues covered right now, Jesse.
Texile and Steve are literally standing one on top of the other right now, and watching the exact same angle on two different teams. They have no idea the other players here right now.
Verdi, wait.
Verdi's there as well, yeah. But
okay.
Nobody knows that Texile is right here. He might be able to spot out Steve-O.
Unlucky.
Will he get away, though? Verdi
like
checks the corner.
Verdi's gonna get here, shuts down the bomb. Texile goes down from Toxic. Suddenly, things flip 2-on-2. Frank and Evo now for Stockton. Toxic on that turret is gonna go down to those hot shots from Evo in behind. Now it's up to Verdi inside this hotel. They should have an idea he's gonna be here. Verdi crosses no man's land, and who else to watch that for Stockton than the submachine gun himself? They clean things up. Things got a little bit dicey, Jesse, but they take their lead on back, and these were some brilliant shots out of Evo.
If Verdi's 1 second sooner on that cross, though, he might have been able to find the timing and the kill onto the player on the bomb site. They would have had no time to put that bomb down. But nonetheless, Stockton, they will come away with the round win. But these are a lot closer rounds than I was expecting. Looking at like just the overall records of how Shenandoah has played some of their search and destroys, you got to think this is probably their map pick, and they must be a lot more comfortable on this search and destroy map with only being down 3-2 right now to the likes of Stockton. You just can't get caught out there. You just can't get caught out there.
You think about it, just Texile did not miss a shot. He doesn't miss. He does not miss. 3v4. Shenandoah on the turnaround, looking to bring things back, and you can see their slow approach to hotel and back alley. Just it goes to show that a map like Standoff, you lose that first player, and you really don't have anything to work with. How would you see them pick this one up right now?
For Shenandoah, I think exactly the play that they're making right now. What that play is they try to two-peek Frank to just get a pick back and open up some of the map. But unfortunately now in a 2 versus 4, unless somebody goes absolutely massive for the likes of Shenandoah, I just don't see them winning this round at this point.
Oh, Steve-O with the AR, at least able to find one, but he's going to drop as well. Shenandoah, they had the idea. They tried to execute, and they fell flat on their face. 4-2 for Stockton.
Oh, this was the
look at
kill.
This. What?
I can't even blame Key.
Look at his lower third. Look at his lower third. It says cracked on his calling card, and he in fact is cracked. What a shot!
See that player there, and we have Codcaster. That is ridiculous shots there to open up that round from Texile. No complaints out of me. Key, I take it back. I'm sorry. That is not your fault. You just got beat by an unfortunate angle.
Just got outbrained in that sense. You can tell that Texile has practiced that again and again in that spot. Look at the mini-map. The bomb's going to take the slow approach again for the middle of the map. You have statue control if you're Texile. Stockton playing for this opening pick, looking for a mistake to present itself from Shenandoah. And if somebody overpeaks, one of these ARs are going to take them to the grave.
It's really been how they've been playing all of their offenses as well. It's just been super slow offenses. Hey, let's try to play for a pick. But this time, Shenandoah and Steve-O, they will find that first opening kill. And Zaloxes will be able to get away and play his life here. So at least it's not a 4 versus 2 yet. But Shenandoah probably in their best chance of being able to take a defensive win here.
You know, that's that same thing that happened to Steve-O earlier when he was trying to play off that hay bale, is he peeked a little bit too far, and the bait and switch came out in favor of the opposing team. This time 4v3, you can see the collapse presenting itself. Steve-O's hitting the flank through hotel, is going to double back into that courtyard, but he's going to meet them head on right through the door. Some bad timing. Bomb goes down. He goes in for seconds. It's going to be a wipe for Shenandoah. Stockton's going to take this round, pull themselves one step closer to tying us up in the search and destroy. It's all Steve-O off this one. I think he found maybe 3 in that round. I don't know who closed it off, but this play was it. I mean, he took no damage off that first fight, so he felt comfortable going back in.
Yeah, it was absolutely 3 kills in that round for Steve-O. Possible chance maybe to play some streaks here as this game goes along. I don't want to see him slow down too much though and try to play it a little bit too methodically, because clearly when Steve-O is at his best, he's just being dominant with that submachine gun in some very, very close range quarters. And Verdi, he'll be the first player to run back in toward the bottom hotel there. And StMU gets caught out back gas with the bomb. So not only does he go down there and lose the streaks, but just puts that bomb down in a not so great position as well.
No, he doesn't. Big trade out from Zeloxides to get that bomb down, waste some time. But he does give up his life in the process, evening up the lives 2-on-2. Take a look at the setup right now from Stockton. You have Frank rotating back to make sure that nobody can get in behind his player number 4, who has pushed all the way up to this tank. Looking for the rotation coming out. Key's going to be here. And remember how this fight went last time, Jesse. It's not a fight you want to take if you are Key. Luckily, this is an AR versus AR fight. Frank, oh, he's going to be the one to put Key down. That is bomb lost if you're Shenandoah. Big plays coming out of Stockton to put themselves in a 2v1. It's going to be a big plays of the AR, the rotation from Toxic. 25 seconds to get this bomb down and find 2 players on either side of the map. It's not an easy task, but it's going to be starting with this B site. If he can get some good timing, get onto this bomb site, it'll be perfect, but that stun's going to spoil the fun. 11 seconds left. Textile's just watching for it. Toxic's going to try to make the heroic play and fight the good fight, but Frank's going to be here to stop him on the cross. It's going to take Stockton up to map point.
Frank has been huge so far in this game. I mean, didn't have the best scoreline in map number 1, but we said it in that map. The things he was doing on the map are what makes a great player sometimes, and he was making the big plays to make the big differences to help his team win these rounds out. And so far here in the search and destroy, much of the same, except now he's got the great scoreline to go along with it, 11-3. And I mean, we talk about it all the time, but we even said it on map number 1, the SMGs, they're so big on that map. On this map, it's the ARs that can really be the difference maker. And so far, the ARs on the likes of Stockton are just putting the Shenandoah ARs in the ground.
Evo? Oh, this is going to be tough. Stevo, though, gets caught out. Zeloxi's going to be watching his teammates back. Evo is going to be provided some spots onto this tractor. And he's going to be rushing into there. What a shot on the key again. Just beaming through Shenandoah one at a time. They are rolling through their opposition. And they are taking no prisoners. Verdi looking to make the wrap around. Frank's going to be watching it. 4v1. Up to Toxic to keep Shenandoah alive in the search and destroy. And oh, he's at least going to be putting up a fight. He's going to find that first one. But Evo is going to be watching the cross on back. So it's going to be Stockton to take map number 2. Here in the search and destroy, 6-3. It was another close start from either team, Jesse, but as the rounds went by, you started to see the pacing out of Stockton just got better and better.
Just feels like Shenandoah doesn't have the ice right now. It really does kind of feel like that. Throughout that first game, it was super close through the first set of hard points. Stockton, they just get that little bit of a lead. They hold on to it. Through that second game, it was what? It was a 3-2 score at one point for the likes of Stockton over Shenandoah, and then just a 6-3 finish. So, I mean, when you're really looking at it, Stockton, they just got that ice. They're able to hold on just that little bit better to be able to close out a lot of those rounds. And you can't put any emphasis on any other player in that game number 2, but Frank. Frank took over with the AR in that game. I'm not sure what he finished, but he was 11-3 going into that final round, looking like a very, very good player for the likes of his team. And I mean, you cannot ask for a better performance on standoff.
Frank and Textile both. I mean, the ARs, they stepped up for Stockton. And yeah, Frank has just been consistent from the hard points of the search and destroy. But I have to say, I was really impressed with Textile there in standoff as well. I think both assault rifle players, I mean, in an assault rifle based map like standoff where you can find that first blood and can open up plenty of avenues, I think that was just a perfect showing out of what Stockton can really do in their backline, let alone their front line, because when Evo and Zeloxides really got into those slippery situations, they always came out with a bait and switch that was just providing Stockton with that man advantage plenty of times. But I need to ask about Shenandoah because, I mean, you're falling out 2 maps now here in this first match of the day. I mean, for an important match like this, what do you think is the problem right now with the squad?
It's just it's so hard to put one solid problem on it right now. There's a lot of little things that they're doing right now that just aren't really kind of securing the round wins and the map wins for themselves. And I think a bit of it just comes to just being outplayed by Stockton as well in certain aspects of every game mode. Because clearly the Shenandoah team, they have what it takes. They know how to get these map wins. It just comes down to kind of on the day they're just not getting it done right now. You can see they're setting up. They know what they need to do, in at least in hardpoint. Search and Destroy, kind of another story. We talked about it coming into this one, that is the weaker of the 3 game modes for them. But Stockton, I mean, just the fact they're able to take that hard point is really kind of what it. Once they take that, that's really when you start to be scared if you're a Shenandoah fan. Luckily, though, we're heading into Shenandoah's best game mode in Control right now.
And that's where they need to turn this around. If they're going to take the map win today, or the match win today, it's got to be a reverse sweep. So you're really looking at Shenandoah in the AR battle, I think, to step up at the moment. From my point of view, I think if you're looking at anybody who's really been turning the tides for Stockton, it's been Frank. And Texile in that map number 2, of course, showed up as well. I mean, Evo and Zaloxis, they've been good, but they really haven't been those superstars that we've been seeing. They haven't been the means to an end here in the match that we're seeing ahead of us. So in this Control, I'm looking at, I think it's Steve-O. He's taken out the assault rifle. I saw him repping it. Verdi has been playing that submachine gun role, so switching up into this series. I think it's going to be interesting to see who's going to take out the assault rifle for Shenandoah, because whoever's going to be running it, they need to make a big impact here on Raid. And especially going back to Raid, I think this is the most comfortable map that any team can go to.
Especially for ARs on Control at the least, because you can just sit back and play a lane. You can either play the garage side lane, or you can play the water side lane and just completely hold it down.
Yes, you can. Well, let's see who's going to hold this down. Headed back to the Hollywood Hills on Raid. And right off the bat, it's Toxic, Rewind, and Key, the assault rifle player, showing up. The A site is going to be the name of the game for this attacking team in Shenandoah. With this opening, with this breakup, they actually could put a lot of progression here, because if you're looking at the mini-map, Texile is not moving a muscle over to the back of the map. It is going to be Steve-O in behind to shut down Frank, and that should be the A site gone.
Yeah, that was really, really quick there for the likes of Shenandoah, just able to get back in. And, I mean, they should be able to finish off A. I doubt that you see Stockton put any other players over there, and that's why you can see Shenandoah just kind of leave one on the site. They are pretty outmanned right now with a 3-life lead already going into their favor. But those kills in the back from the likes of Stockton, it gives them a chance to at least clear out their base. They can push forward down, try to get some map control back in their favor.
Cities turns the corner. Bad timing. Key's going to find that one. Now it's going to take some attention to the back line, but you got to look at Evo. His front line is in danger. Wraps around the pillar. It's going to be 2 to Shenandoah. Looking to survey this hill and collapse. First one's going to be down. All kills are going to be read into the feed. Texile still yet to pounce onto the prey. As Verdi comes in behind, takes him out from above. Now on the site, big one-on-one. Evo's going to shut that down. Stockton starting to get some momentum back into this Jesse, but it's getting dangerous right now because 17 lives to 24. If you're Shenandoah, you can really just be trading out these kills and get onto this hill whenever you can. 2 kills go their way, and it's time to hop on with the Flood.
Have a really good chance to close this round out now too, with where these players on Stockton are spawning. Frank gets shot down from the side as well. That was really their only pinch potential. So now everybody on Shenandoah, all they have to do is look towards basketball courts, and they should be able to close this round out.
Texile Evo over the Flood. AR Steve-O finds a nice 2-piece. He's going to double down. A little bit more comfortable for Verdi here, looking for the fly at his Zaloxities, waiting for his teammate to set up. 10 lives left. They need to get into this one, though. Time is ticking. They need to contest it. Verdi, though, he's going to peek out, slay down the rest of Stockton. This could be round 1. Done and dusted as quick as you can ask for a big bounce back out of Shenandoah.
Shenandoah, they play that one super risky towards the end there. I was expecting them to maybe just throw a second player inside the hill to finish that off once they got the second 4 down right at this point of the map. I thought Steve-O was just going to hop in and they'd be able to find it, but no, he just plays back, plays another angle. And I mean, it's a risky play at that situation because they really could have just finished that off a lot quicker. If Stockton wins another gunfight or 2 on their second chance to break there, they have a really good chance to break on in. Nonetheless, though, you ask for a player to step up with an AR on Shenandoah, and of course it's Steve-O that picks one up and ends up doing it.
And Key 6-1. Look at the parallels. Frank 1-6. As he's been standout for the past 2 game modes, in Control falls flat inside Tiki. Steve-O gets overwhelmed, gonna account for Verdi to cut off the rest, but back and forth out of Stockton and Shenandoah. leaving Evo an opening to this side. It's going to be a rush for Stockton to get back here. You're going to have a reinforce from the rest of them. And it's going to be troublesome if Shenandoah cannot shut this down. If you lose B too early, it's going to be troublesome for the rest of this round. But a big one out of that. Verdi flies from the top lines. Is going to take down your opponent, Evo, who is inside that hill. And he's going to double down on a second one. He's having a blast here on raid control. Goes for 3. Finally cleaned up, but it's too little too late.
Textile right now. We're talking about this AR battle, and Textile and Frank are just getting outclassed right now on raid control. 2 and 6 and 2 and 8. I mean, a combined 4 kills through 2 rounds right now from your 2 main ARs. Not at all what you want. They're going to be up 1 life here. Make that 2 now as Zaloxides is able to find that 1 in the back. But this break onto B, it's going to be so tough, and they're going to try to hit it from the top of jungle. At least they don't have a player in top bedroom to really be able to be that annoying player that we see so often on defense.
Off of B, they spawn at A, and they just cap it. Shenandoah don't want anything to do with it. So back up to a minute 45. Lives about even, and Stockton, they find a big opening here with 2. It's going to be Verdi to look to shut this down. Frank, though, collapses inside that forest. They're going to be spawning up at basketball courts, looking to reinforce this site. Bring this one back. Look at Verdi. He spawns at laundry, so he actually might be able to get in behind. He's going to find a 3rd one in the kill feed for Shenandoah. And now Zeloxides is all alone inside kitchen, Jesse. And Shenandoah, it's a big, big recovery off of what happened.
That's a huge hold there. They actually don't even secure the first tick. It got pretty close towards the end of that, but no tick for them. No little bit of progress. And here comes the chance once again for Stockton to be able to break in. Though they at least find 3, but another close spawn up as nobody's inside money or inside of L to block the spawn inside of basketball. And everybody on Shenandoah, they spawn up close once again. They're able to reinforce the hill.
Steve-O gets right back into Tiki. This is his comfort zone, some might say, as a submachine gun player. He's going to peek on out. Taxile's going to win the one-on-one, but you look at the trades from Shenandoah. They're keeping themselves alive here to be able to spawn up inside basketball courts, but
Lights might become an issue here, though.
Yeah, their luck has been running low. Toxic and Key are going to go 2 for 2. Verdi's going to close out for a 3rd. 6 lives to 9. Stockton, they actually have the advantage at that end, so you're right. It might be advantageous. You got no respawns left for Shenandoah. This is going to be the last stand with the last 3 players left alive. Stockton is going to have to fumble the bag if they're going to lose this one. Shenandoah, though, backed into a corner. What can they do? Toxic's going to find 1 key for the second one. Frank's going to go down 2v5, 0v5 as Stockton just played the trade battle. And they put themselves on the board, winning another attacking round here in raid control.
It's very unfortunate for Shenandoah, too, because they had a great chance to be able to win that round out. They had really good positioning throughout that entire round. Never really allowed even a tick of progress onto that B site, even towards the end of it. Just unfortunately for them, they just kind of started losing a couple gunfights, and Stockton said, hey, you know what? If you guys are just going to keep spawning up basketball, we'll keep letting you, and we'll keep shutting you down as soon as you come off spawn. It's pretty much what happened towards the end of that map, or sorry, towards the end of that round. And Stockton was just able to close that round out by themselves. Textile and Frank as well, both starting to heat up here in this match.
Yeah, those basketball court spawns are somewhat of a double-edged sword, you'd say. As it looks like Stockton are looking to collapse back into this with some good timing from Art. Zaloxy is going to take down Toxic Rewind. 2 players inside this A-hill. Have to take some progression almost, but he's going to fall. So it's all up to Verdi now to make this last stand inside of ring for the time being. Has a little bit of reinforcements out of the teammates, but Frank is going to be keeping them a little bit thin. Key pushed the aggressive back. Steve-O's going to be pushed all the way up into their side. A is going to be captured. A life advantage to Stockton, but Shenandoah getting away with that A-hill is going to be big for the rest of this round.
And 4 down, that makes it even bigger. Everybody here, though, should spawn up for Stockton inside of basketball, and they do have a player out towards the right-hand side of the minimap where, if the Stockton players are able to find a few kills, where the Shenandoah players will spawn up, it's really going to give Textile a good chance to be that annoying player in the back shooting all these players.
Ooh, 2 for 2. Either side. Textile, there he is. Very annoying inside of bedroom. And off the spawn. Shenandoah, yeah, they're going to put a heavy emphasis there. Key's going to find him. Zaloxy takes the pushed up player inside Toxic Rewind. So Stockton off of spawn, looking to get a little bit of map control through mid. Player number 8, Evo, works with Frank. They find 2. And lives are going to be even off of this one. Verdi here, he dances around the pillar, but Evo handles business. And if you're looking at the mini-map here, Jesse, you look at player number 7, Frank. He's inside Art. He is going to be spawning Shenandoah in some pretty wacky spots. Ooh.
They do get rid of him, though. But I think that's the big difference right now between the two defenses that we've seen from the likes of Stockton, though, is that every single life right now, it seems like they're sending one player up and just trying to influence and kind of hinder the spawns of Shenandoah, just trying to be annoying off spawn. And it's really made the difference here in this round. They have the 3-man life lead. You really haven't allowed anybody on Shenandoah to get close to this hill yet. And they're doing a great job of solidifying it and holding on to it.
And they've cleared off almost 2 minutes of time, so 43 seconds left for Shenandoah to get to the site. They're going to stop the clock at 43. Verdi's going to hop into his hidey hole in the corner. Look at the blue arrows setting up for the collapse in here. Already find one, so it's going to be a 2-on-3 inside this hill. Look for the trade. Steve-O from Pool Staircase looking to help out his teammate. Verdi goes big for 2. And they're going to hop 3 players into this hill right now. Looking to close out onto B. 2 ticks are gone. It's going to be Zeloxy to make the difference. But Verdi, he's going to close the round again for Shenandoah as they burst out on their attack and take another round.
It's the perfect time for a 4 down there for Shenandoah. They find all 4, they get back into the hill, and this time they 2-stack it as well. It wasn't even a slow tick. You have 2 players inside the hill. It makes that progression go 2 times faster, and it's just it's so hard to break back in once you're in that spot that Stockton are in there. Once all of you are spawning out towards the likes of the laundry, and you can't get anywhere near basketball or near those near L wall. You need to go out through the money window. It just makes it so tough. And Stockton, they just weren't able to do it there. Shenandoah able to come away with the round win, but I don't think Stockton's done yet. It's been all offense here so far, and it just seems like whatever side the offense is on, that's what ARs seem to be popping off right now.
Off the break, 2 go down for Shenandoah. Interesting positioning for Stockton as they're putting a lot of emphasis towards kitchen. Zeloxy's going to clear that one up. Has money room covered, so they clean up Verdi on site. That should be the B site gone. Right now, we see Shenandoah are going to be grouping up for a hit. Looking to collapse and take over right now. This could be troublesome. You don't want to lose this B site and lose lives along with it. Zeloxy's going to fight for it. Snaps with Evo. 3 go down for Shenandoah. Make it 4 if Toxic can find the grave. But no, he's going to turn up. Find 2. Slow things down for Stockton. Nonetheless, B site gets captured. And then off of these kills, I mean, Stockton, they did get the A spawn shortly. But luckily with that, a player was able to clear him off.
Well, Colin, you said you didn't want them to lose their lives or the hill, and I mean, fortunately for the likes of Stockton, they continue to hold on to both in that situation.
Ooh.
But a great defense starting to set up now for the likes of Shenandoah.
Steve-O!
Steve-O gets stuck by his teammate. Oh, the worst type of Kobe you could have. As
Magnets, Jesse. Magnets.
Oh man, that's so unfortunate. They were in such a good spot. He could have pushed up, blocked out the rest of the driveway spawn there, but now everybody on Stockton's able to push up and get close. Steve-O makes up for it with a 2-piece of his own, though.
Oh, it seems like it never happened with what Steve-O just did. Look at the spawns for Stockton. They're going to be spawning up in the top right of your minimap. You can see player number 7 is going to be making the overextension all the way deep through basketball courts. But at the same time, look at the setup that Shenandoah have. They have almost all routes covered. If they find Frank and spoil it, it's going to be a lot of time burned for nothing.
Frank's just going to call that player out. He sees him. Great triggered discipline here. And I think they've recognized that there's a spawn out because you can see that a couple of the Shenandoah players have turned around to go back. It was key. Frank, though, already the damage done. He at least gets 1. This should at least help these Stockton players try to get out of their spawn a little bit better.
Damage, but then again, it was just 1. So really, Stockton, they get foiled. 12 lives to 11, 38 seconds left. You think things are about to get dangerous in this hill. Stockton, like a spring, ready to explode out onto the site, but you have the AR set up. Toxic Rewind clutching up with Key. 4 go down right like that. And Stockton are going to be spawning up back into that garage area. You got Steve-O pushing their spawn, looking to delay the inevitable that's looking like this round. But Stockton, one last chance to get to this hill. Verdi cuts off a player. The Rewind is going to find a second one. 4 down again. No respawns. No time. Shenandoah are going to push us to a map number 4, Jesse, in this series as they take a 3-1 victory here in Raid Control.
It's their best game mode for a reason. They looked very, very well practiced at Control here. Now improving a 5-1 on the year in Control. The issue for Shenandoah, though, as you look throughout the rest of the series, that was a great map. Very, very dominant win in all honesty, the way that they were able to just kind of control a lot of the spawns. But just the issue is going to be that search and destroy that plagues them. They have every chance at a reverse sweep right now. Their hard point, they've been very, very 50-50 all year. They win some, they lose some. So if they lose that first one, they're able to come out and win that last one. I think we're going to see a game 5 here, but that game 5 is where a really big issue could be.
Let's look for that game number 5. We checked off the box that the ARs are here to play for Shenandoah. Coming up after the break, it's going to be map number 4. We're going somewhere different. It's going to be Garrison. You're watching NACE Starleague Call of Duty. We'll see you on the flip side. Well, what do we see here? Map number 4, Shenandoah takes control. They move us on to Garrison Hardpoint, and this could very well be our first chance at a game number 5 on stream. Somebody bleep that out so I don't cast a curse this right now. Jesse, it's been crazy so far between both these squads. Shenandoah really turned up in that raid control. Talk to me a little bit about the hardpoint that's coming up, though.
Oh man, I can't believe you just said that. I said that to you in the green room before we came back in, and you just had to go with it live on air. Right? You just put the caster curse up in the air. Well, we're heading towards Garrison Hardpoint. We're now it's up there. Somebody etch it in stone, clip it. I don't care what you guys do, but it is it's there now. We're heading towards Garrison Hardpoint. We said it before. We'll say it again. Shenandoah has looked like a very good respawn team throughout the year. Their search and destroy is where they've kind of been struggling out. They lose that map number one. Map number one, it was very, very tight through the first couple hills. If they want to answer back here against against the likes of Stockton, you just can't let Stockton build up a lead too big that you're not going to be able to come back from. I think that's going to be their key to success here.
I think it's going to be tough, too, in the fact that we're heading to a map that more so drives to a submachine gun role rather than assault rifle role. I mean, we have seen assault rifle players take over on Garrison in the past weeks, and I mean, knowing what we saw from Frank inside that raid hardpoint, I don't think he can't make a difference here in Garrison. I think it's just going to be a little bit more difficult than on a map like Raid. So I'm really looking to see what the SMGs can do if they really are going to eat up here on the plains of Garrison, but I'm really excited. Let's go check out some tanks on this map because this is going to be a big one for Shenandoah to bounce back. They're going to start off with the initial time, actually 16 off the rip, looking to keep this one going. The challenge, though, is going to be where player number 3, StMU, is over in that green room. Can they keep the rotations on board if they're Shenandoah?
Such a perfect break off for Shenandoah. Yeah, you don't flip the spawns up, but you don't really need to right now. You get the first 15 seconds of the game, the first 30 seconds of the game going your way. Now you're trying to break into this next hill. But I mean, that's just a beautiful break off for them. They don't really need to worry about too much from that point on. Now they can put their full focus on trying to break back into towards this next hill. And I mean, if you're Stockton, at least you don't give up the spawns as well as the first 30.
Ooh, Zaloxides doubles down inside bricks. Is going to lose their life, but the damage, it has been done. Quite that. Shenandoah, they have a little bit of a comfort zone right now with the 34 points that they did get off that first hill. So you can take a slow approach now into this hill number 2. Try to keep Stockton at the disadvantage. StMU overextends, finds Zaloxides off spawn. Now to wrap back through bricks and take the rest off of this one. They push past Evo. He's good for 2. Birdie's going to get into this hill, but everybody losing their demise. Evo finds 3, and that's going to be 4 down again for Shenandoah. And they flip spawns, Jesse.
The spawn flip comes in. I don't know if the players on Stockton have fully realized the spawn flip, but now as soon as the Zaloxides get shot there, you know they'll recognize it. They can try to start playing for this exact spawn flip that just came in. I think the only good thing for Shenandoah is you do have player 2 pushed up on the map a little bit. He can try to find a couple kills here and stagger this push, but it's just not going to be enough. A perfect rotation from hills 2 to hills 3 for the likes of Stockton, and this is a big chance for them to break this game wide open.
I mean, in control, this zone or the side is hard to get out of. In hardpoint, this zone is hard to get into right now. Frank catches his own stun. Verdi's going to get a comfortable gunfight on that. Now the flood comes from Shenandoah all the way through the top right of your mini-map. But now, let's get through the assault rifle players. He slides across. Frank's going to be in the back. He's going to drop 2, go down for Stockton. Can the ARs find anything? The collapses through. They find 3, 4 down in the back line for Stockton. Shenandoah get the break for the remaining 25 seconds.
Oh, that was so needed for Shenandoah. Now here comes the hard part, too, is you want to invest a lot of time and life into trying to hold on to the remainder of this time, but you also need to now find a way to break out of this, because this is the exact break off that you need, like you were kind of hinting at from Garrison control. Once you're stuck in this back situation, it is so tough to get out, get through dark, and find a couple of kills to really find your way. They do get that first kill. It's going to kind of stagger the defense from the likes of Stockton. Oh, man, it's going to be a tough breakout here.
Again, just like that one. Look at that. Toxic Rewind actually gets the spawn through. Frank checks it. 4v2 on the site. Key inside this bridge. Can do some damage here. Frank's going to cut that one off. 91 to 62 here. As the dance is going to be a grim one right now. Verdi going to be leading the charge back into this garbage hill. Actually slipping underneath Frank. Going to find Zaloxides. One in the hill is going to be a Texile. Throws some shots down, but Stockton and Shenandoah keep going back and forth inside this garbage hill. It's a tough one to get control of, but finally Shenandoah, they get the break. 22 seconds left here. Verdi's looking to keep his team heavy inside this one for the last remaining scrap time, as they can claw their way back into this one slowly but surely.
Problem is they keep playing for scrap time, right? They're not really getting a good amount of time. They're not getting those early rotations over to each of these new hills. So it's really just a free 15, 20 seconds going to the way of Stockton before even contests are coming in for the likes of Shenandoah right now. They are keeping it close. They're winning that scrap time out. But, I mean, you got to think at some point they need to start playing for early hills. Otherwise, they're going to just fall behind deep in this game.
And who knows, maybe that one hill that they do find flips things on a total for Shenandoah. They've been doing a good job at keeping this even. They now just need to strike to the heart of Stockton. That's going to be a good start. Now the flood into this one. Don't account for Frank, but Steve was able to turn it and burn for 2 on that. Almost finds a third into that one. Can Verdi win this one-on-one? It's going to come for the long swing. Expects the long cities come through brick, and that's going to be the break for Shenandoah. Can they keep control, though? That's the hard point, and Steve-O working with Verdi. They're doing just that. Nice 3-piece for themselves. This could be their chance, Jesse, to rotate from hill to hill and set things up.
I was just about to say, this is probably their best chance at a reset on the map. They can try now to really get a good setup here for this hill number 1 and try to turn it into a money hill for themselves. But Zaloxides, he finds the route, the sneaky player. He gets through. He's going to be able to at least shoot one in the back. This should stagger and try to annoy these spawns out just for his team himself here. He doesn't want to play too far, though, because he doesn't want to flip the spawns and give them to Shenandoah for the next hill, though.
Oh no, Zaloxi's back into this. Key's gonna find that. Look at the spawns back on either side. The flip for Shenandoah, but Stockton disrupt that initial time. So Key's gonna hop in here, look to collect this remaining 36. Evo slips in. An even game right now, Jesse. Evo is looking to do their best at keeping them the side of Stockton in the lead. Slides around with the Diamante. Excellent cleanup on the last one. Can you hop over for Steve-O? He's got backup. You don't want to jump into that.
That was a little aggressive.
It was.
But nonetheless, I mean, I don't think that play could have worked out really any better for the likes of Shenandoah there, because they get a good amount of contention here on P1. And you guys all saw in our last set of rotations how strong a good setup here at our second hill can be. We'll see if Shenandoah can take their turn and being able to hold on to it this time through.
Well, that radar dish. Key is set up on a power position. Can you find more? Look at Textiles in the back. Steve-O, will he expect this one? He doesn't. That's going to be an open now for Stockton to take control of this flip. And Frank on the opposite side. There's a pinch forming. Shenandoah again with the favorable flip. They're going to collapse back into the hill. Key's looking to stay alive for the Kadesh. Finds one. The second one wrapping around the corner. It's going to be Zaloxides for the cleanup. Stockton, they get the break for the remaining 31. But Shenandoah right on the front door now. What are we going to see from them? Is Steve-O going to hit this? Or if you're Shenandoah, you might as well just set up for the next hill.
Yeah, absolutely. You just kind of play for a contestation here maybe, but mostly you're just playing for next hill. You don't want to give up any more time on these hills towards the likes of Stockton. And I mean, even with how rough this last set of rotations has kind of been for Stockton, I mean, nonetheless, they've kept it close. They still have the lead heading in towards this, and who's to say they can't try to break this back hill? Shenandoah, I think this is absolutely make or break time for you here in this game. You need to answer back with a big 60 of your own.
They're going to be here. Stockton grouping up through tools. Steve-O's going to find one, make it a second. Around that corner is going to lose their life, but he has done a considerable job. So Stockton, they need to keep their pressure forward. Frank, though, he's going to fall out onside that truck. And Shenandoah, they're keeping the advantage the whole time through. Zaloxides, a little bit damage onto Verdi. Still playing this so well. The wall base going to put things through. And Stockton, they have had their lead closed in. Shenandoah tie us up. Flip the lead now. And Verdi is doing a great job on this front line. The remaining 18 seconds, it should be Shenandoah's. We get a lead change, and they are going to keep their front foot forward.
Now Verdi, he's trying to just make the play through those vents just to try to flip these spawns out. We said it in the last set of rotations. You don't want to get trapped back there. We saw Stockton get a very good amount of time here on this garbage hill the last time through. We'll see if they can do it again. But that 3, make that 4 down. It's a perfect start to the hill for Stockton.
Things are so neck and neck. It reminds me of that start that we had to raid earlier today, Jesse. But again, Verdi could be the difference maker. Has some help. Is going to clean up Evo into that corner. The break comes through. Shenandoah continuing their lead. And the setup's Loxies, though, unchecked. He's going to spring for 2. Still leaving this uncontested, though. Somebody's got to get time eventually. It's going to be Stockton to start bringing this back, but I think this is such a considerable job out of both teams by just keeping each other out of this hill. Last chance for Zaloxides to hop in with Evo. Little ditch effort from Steve-O, and still this hill uncontested. A lead change for Stockton, but it's not going to last for very long.
Such a minimal lead change here. Shenandoah, they're putting a lot of focus. They want to get these back 10 seconds, build up a little bit of a lead. They'll mass that 200 points, so only 50 left to go for them now. Stockton, they still need 60 to be able to close this game out for themselves here, but they will be the first team here in early contention of the new hill.
Yeah, remember, this is much bigger for Shenandoah right now than Stockton. I mean, Stockton, you want to close this series out, but I mean, they can feel comfortable in the search and destroy that's to come. If you're Shenandoah, you need to push this map number 5. You have the small lead. Break comes through. Evo slides into the hill for the connection, but not going to last. Jesse. It's a game of chess. Nobody wants to make that first move right now, but somebody has to. And Toxic Rewind finds 2. Key for the 3rd. That should be time now to Shenandoah. With 30 seconds, they can get in striking distance of sending us to a map 5.
I like that Stockton played that a little bit slower, though. They sit back. They now are able to hop back into his hill, and they know that they have Shenandoah spawning on that left-hand side of the map. All that Stockton needs to do now is just hold on to a little bit of time here, wait for the reset, and not let any of the players on Shenandoah sneak through.
Into green. Taxile. He's going to fall. Here's the chance. Evo, the next up to the chopping block. Stevo's taking his dear old time. An even match heading back into the 3rd reset that we have. Oh, who's getting the elimination? I think that's going to be Taxile and Averti. We get to catch that rate in 4K. We got to head back into this one because this is as close as you can ever ask. 225 to 217. Things are getting considerably close to the end. Toxic's going to be in this hill. Dash is going to be coming through. Nade to dish a little bit of damage. The club's going to be in. They clear out the first. The next up's going to be Verdi. He's been troublesome into this hill. He's going to find 2. Stevo around the corner for 3. Fighting back and forth, tooth and nail. This could be where we see this come to an end. Shenandoah, they need to keep their toes into this hill.
Keep your eye on the clock, though. All Shenandoah need is to contest for a few seconds here, and we get the rotation over towards the new hill, and I think they've done enough. I don't think Stockton can win on this hill. It's going to be tight if they get the tick.
There's the contention. We're heading to hill 2. Evo finds 2, though. Things are getting a little bit dicey. You have the rotation. Zaloxity is there. 249 is going to come through, and Stockton are going to close out on that rotation. A little bit too much emphasis at the end from Shenandoah. Really backing yourself into the corner there on the disadvantageous spawns that you had. And, I mean, getting back into that was a tough one, but Shenandoah, hats off to them for what they just tried to do. I mean, the reverse sweep, it looked possible. That whole time through Garrison, it felt like they had it, but Stockton were right on their heels the whole time, and they just closed out in the end when it came to it. That spawn the spawns in hill number 5 can just be so tough to break through on the rotations back to the reset.
Yeah, and I mean, I hate to say it because it did work out very well for Shenandoah towards the second half of that second set of rotations. But once they let that player on Stockton kind of sneak through, he was able to find that one player and just really disrupt the spawns on the second set of rotations right off the rip on hill 1. And you got to really think that just that one play there really was what kind of shut down that big push there and really stopped Shenandoah from having a chance to be able to kind of blow it away and take a big lead in that portion of the game.
I mean, talk to me a little bit because we're kind of highlighting both storylines between Stockton and Shenandoah. Shenandoah have made some changes into their team. They look a lot better, but they need to have a better start to their series. I think they fall flat in the early game. The Assault Rivals were taking a lot of hits towards games 1 and 2, but game 3, they came back. Game 4, they still looked like they had a chance to send us all the way. I mean, they're making the changes, but Stockton are still in the running for a strong finish into the season.
I mean, I think for Shenandoah, it could be a case of 2 different things. It could be one, their search and destroy still just needs a lot of improvement. Clearly, their respawn, even if you're winning 50% of your respawns, and they're very good at control. They've only lost 1 control all year. They have a very good chance of being able to win these series if they can only take a search and destroy. On the flip side, maybe strengthening their map pick pool in terms of their hard points as well, because that looked like 2 different teams in terms of the 2 different hard points that we saw. We saw them get 147 on one game and 241 on the other game, right? So you got to think if they could maybe find a way to balance it out, get a little bit stronger at some of these other hard point maps where they are very much so just a 500 team right now. If they can get stronger at hard point, maybe they don't need to pick up those search and destroy wins, but I would still say search and destroy is their number 1 priority right now to fix.
Another week for Stockton, another step closer to those play-ins. They creep in closer. They stay on pace with Old Dominion. And folks, after this match number 1, I got a little bit of a story to bring to you. Because since 1949, the LLS have invested nearly $1.3 billion in groundbreaking research, pioneering many of today's most innovative approaches. They work tirelessly to find cures and ensure patients can access the life-saving treatment they need. When someone experiences the fear and uncertainty of cancer diagnosis, LLS provides hope, compassion, education, and even support. So just like LLS, we're gonna be so just like LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, the LLS hero of the game represents the player who made the biggest impact in the match played, whether it was a clutch play, a sacrifice, or providing a strong leadership when it mattered the most. Today, we're gonna be handing over the LLS hero of the game to Texile on Stockton. We're gonna be bringing him in for an interview, and we're going to be seeing what he has. So big congratulations to Texile. We'll get him for the interview when he is ready. But I mean, Jesse, talk about it. I mean, we were talking about the assault rifle players inside Stockton, and I can't agree more that it is an assault rifle player getting the hero of the match.
Yeah, I'd say 100% either Texile or Frank for the hero of the match in this game. I mean, Frank was very good all the way through, but Texile, he was on another level in that series.
Oh, he was definitely shining right alongside Frank, but let's bring him into the booth. Texile, congratulations on a victory tonight over Shenandoah. Welcome.
Thank you for having me, guys.
I'm going to start off because you guys are definitely looking for that play-in spot, and you know that you've beaten Akron. You have a few games to go in the series. I mean, how are you guys feeling towards the end? Do you think you have a chance to make it into the playoffs?
Yes, in my opinion, I do think we have a chance to make it into playoffs. We played amazing today against a top team, in our opinion. We did fall short to the ODU and LVC, but our playing today in the past couple games have been amazing, so it's looking good for us.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, I can see the improvements coming over through the weeks, especially considering that win over Akron. Definitely a big standpoint to the improvements that your team has. But, I mean, I just have to think I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing. I mean, you looked great tonight. Your team looks great tonight. And, I mean, Jesse, anything to ask?
Yeah, so I mean, outside of that whole series, you guys look fantastic, especially on your AR roles. You and Frank were killing it today. I mean, just a quick question in terms of that raid control. What do you guys think? What happened to that game? What went wrong for you guys there?
Yeah, that game, we know going into that, that's one of Shenandoah's best maps. So we knew going that it was going to be very difficult. So again, we just tried our best. Unfortunately, couldn't get stuff going. So we just wanted to bring it to Garrison because that's one of our main maps too. But yeah, just couldn't get things going on raid control. But again, we knew in the back of our minds that is their map. So
understandable then.
yeah.
That's great. I mean, after that loss on the control, I mean, it seems like you guys didn't waste any time at bringing it back into the hard point. I mean, were there any adaptations that you guys had to make to adjust to Garrison being your map for?
To be honest, yeah. There's a lot of things. We already know that they are a very strong team, so we had to come into this with a strong mindset, and we had to make sure our rotations were on point during that. So again, we had a couple little bumps around the road, on some of the points, but again, we got through them, and at the end, it felt amazing to win.
That's excellent. And before we let you go and celebrate your win for the night, anything you'd like to say to the stream?
I just want to thank everyone for coming out and watching. We'll keep winning for you guys, and thank you guys for coming out and watching. Good have fun watching the rest of the games today too. You guys are an amazing stream.
Oh, thank you so much. Congratulations, and I hope to see you on the desk again, Texile.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a good day.
You too. Jesse, match number 1. It is over. We go to the map 4, and we almost got a glimpse of that map number 5. But I think you can put that on me because I said at the start, I think it's a little bit my fault that we didn't make it to there. But gotta give it to Stockton. They look good. They're starting to get the puzzle pieces together. And honestly, I think their chances are looking a lot better to make it to that playoff spot.
It just always sucks when your chances hang in the balance of needing other teams to lose. They have a chance. They have to win from this point on. They need Old Dominion to start losing some of these games here. Either Old Dominion or Akron, you got to think. They need one of those two teams. If I'm remembering correctly, yeah, it's one of those two teams. They need them to start losing out because I don't think LVC is going anywhere here in this division.
No, I agree with you. I think they're in that number 1 spot, and I think they're staying in that number 1 spot. But folks, after the break, we have the University of Alabama in Huntsville going up against St. Mary's University. We're looking at that redemption arc for St. Mary's. Is it going to be there? A big match against them. Looking for the upset. We'll see you in a bit. Take care. Welcome back to the NACE Starleague week number 6 for Call of Duty. Once again, my name is Seymour. Alongside me, we got the lovely Cruz and Spaz and Jesse. After that match number 1, we have another big game coming up with University of Alabama and Huntsville up against St. Mary's. Before we get to that, I have a little bit of story time to share with you guys again. We got Medify, another presenting sponsor here for the NACE Starleague. Medify is an online platform that allows players to learn from and play with some of the best players in the world. Medify grants players a private one-on-one coaching session with elite coaches across a variety of games, including, no spoiler, well, spoiler, right now we're watching Call of Duty, so if you're an aspiring Call of Duty player, go check out Medify. I mean, if you want to be the best of the best, this could be a tool to just that. It also features a powerful replay tool, allowing you and your players to submit past matches to review by the best in the game and get annotated feedback frame by frame. And if I was you, I would go check out Medify right now, because if you're looking to take that prize at the end of the season, I think this is a good chance to get a leg up over your competition. Go check out Medify and improve your game off of that one. But Jesse, we got University of Alabama in Huntsville, St. Mary's, a little bit of a redemption story after what we saw in St. Mary's last weekend. Talk to me a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, Medify sounds fantastic. I think maybe I should go to take some lessons there. Maybe I might be able to get a little bit better at Call of Duty myself.
You're
but
already
nonetheless,
cracked, so why would you need it?
hey man, you can never sleep. You always want to get better.
True,
Nonetheless, our
true.
matchup coming up right now: University of Alabama in Huntsville going up against St. Mary's University. Kind of like you broke down. I think there's a big storyline going into this matchup. You're looking at University of Alabama in Huntsville, 4-1 right now, sitting in the top of the standings. One of the top two teams in the standings. I'm sorry, they are sitting right now tied for second in the standings with obviously the likes of St. Edward's University at 5-0, been the top dog here. St. Edward's has taken wins against both of these teams. We saw St. Mary's last week. They looked like they had a bit of a rough week against the likes of Independence Community College, being the other team at 4-1. I think the big thing looking into this matchup, though, is the fact that kind of the University of Alabama and Huntsville has had an easier schedule so far than the likes of St. Mary's. St. Mary's, all three of their losses have come against both of their losses have come against the top two teams of the division. This is their third team that they're playing from the top three. This is their chance for redemption, like you said, to get a win and bring themselves back to the contention for that play-in.
Yeah, we didn't see the best St. Mary's University last week. We've seen both of these teams on stream, if I'm not mistaken. But, I mean, University of St. Mary's, Seeker, the LatAm phenom, looking to lead them to some victories here. I think there's a good chance. I mean, you're talking about the differences between both of these squads. Well, I mean, St. Mary's, they have had a lot tougher of a run to get here rather than University of Alabama Huntsville. I mean, every single game is going to be a hard one when you're looking at these series. But I think that if we're looking at an upset potential, I think St. Mary's, their potential is very high between these two.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if St. Mary's is able to take this one, it will basically it would solidify both teams at 4-2, and that would make a tie for the third place spot. And let's not forget as well how many other teams right now we have sitting at 3-2: Northwest State University, Spring Hill College. All these teams still trying to make a chance for that. And I mean, if a couple wins go their way, we could end up having a three-way tie for that third spot at the end of this week, and that could end up being really, really insane heading towards the later half of the season. I think if you're really looking at St. Mary's though, here in this is a must-win match for them.
Aren't ties fun? I mean, they're always exciting.
I mean, I love mid-season, man. Once we start getting little win implications, everybody needs to start winning so they can make these plans. That's when things get really crazy.
You can never go wrong with a neck-and-neck scoreline for these teams. But you know what else is fun? Call of Duty. Let's cut the chit-chat. Let's look at the game modes and the maps that we do have between these two squads, because it's a totally different story than what we saw in our last series. We got Checkmate Hardpoint to lead the way, Raid Search and Destroy, Garrison Control, Apocalypse Hardpoint, and Standoff Search and Destroy. So very different. We don't get the Black Ops 2 Fiesta that we did get in our last series, but this time around, I think it allows for a lot more diversity.
Yeah, I think we may possibly have a mistake for map number 1. I believe on the notes that I have here that we're going to Garrison for map 1, so we'll have to get that double checked for ourselves here. But nonetheless, I mean, it's a very fast-paced map set that we have nonetheless. Yeah, so it is Garrison for map number 1. So it is going to be that search, that very heavy submachine gun map once again. We saw it in our last series. We get to see it again here. And then, I mean, you got to think that both these maps, or both hardpoint maps, are going to be submachine gun heavy maps. You've got Raid and Standoff for Search and Destroys, and a Garrison Control. I mean, I think this is a fantastic map set.
All 4 of the first maps that we have can be taken over solely by a submachine gun, if you're really kind of marking it down. I think Garrison changes up a lot of thought when I'm talking about diversity inside the gun play that we're going to see. I mean, checkmate, a lot more dominated by assault rifle players. Garrison, a lot more dominated by the submachine gun players. Nonetheless, I'm looking at those AR players to kind of allow for the spacing for the subs to take control in. But when you're looking at this start to it, I mean, I feel like whoever wins this first map is really going to be in a comfortable spot for the rest of the series.
I mean, yes and no. I think that both these teams are fairly even right now. Maybe the University of Alabama and Huntsville has had the better hardpoint record right now at 5-1. So this could really end up being a good implication for what we see for the rest of the series, I think. So you're not wrong in saying that they could be in a comfortable spot for the rest of this, but still, nonetheless, St. Mary's University, they have the better search and destroy, or they have a decent search and destroy. They have a decent control record. So I wouldn't count them out of it by any means. And I mean, all of their losses, all two losses in every single game mode have been to those top two teams. So I really just don't know what we're going to see from St. Mary's here. It's still such a big question mark because last week we kind of saw them get smoked by Independence Community College. Let's be honest. So we need to see them come out and we need to see them play a little bit better than what we saw last week.
Yeah, if we're being honest, it wasn't the prettiest sight to see in that one. But I mean, this is always a time to turn things around. I mean, that was the number 2 team in your standings, and they were letting you know that, like, we're here to stay. When you're going up against University of Alabama Huntsville, I think this is where the stories kind of differ. I mean, no offense to Alabama Huntsville, but ICC, they were just looking like a different beast last week. And I mean, if they won, I mean, prove me wrong right now. Show me that you're the beast that's about to be awoken inside this Garrison hardpoint. But I think St. Mary's, they do have a lot better of a chance going into this series than they did in the last series. So this is going to be definitely interesting. St. Mary's looking for the upset. When you look at the standings, looking to bring things back. Like you said, standings going to be important. The tie is potential for the end of this week in this series, or in this division. Garrison hardpoint is going to be where we lead the way. Let's head over to Germany as we're going to take a look at some tanks, some action, and some blood.
And already a great break off there. You get a 2-for-2 split, but it will be St. Mary's, the first team to be able to hop back into this hill, starting with that LATAM phenom. Like you said, Seeker already off to a great start here at 2-0. They hold on to good side spawns as well as we look towards the rotation, possibly towards the next hill. Will be hill number 2. You can see the battle between players 7 and 4 at the top hand side of your map. They're putting a lot of focus on those spawns.
Jitsu. Oh, it's back in. Contention momentarily. It's Yoingy Zoingy with that AR.
Never gonna get tired of saying that name.
Oh, that's gonna be a fun one. Just hoping to keep a toe in this. Make sure that St. Mary's can't collect too much time here off the start, but back into that one. Nice double kill from Jitsu. He's got 3 in a row off the rip. We're looking at the rotation, the battle for hill number 2. Yoingy Zoingy is going to be the first one here. Power position for the AR. Finds the first one. Second coming up, but Seeker's going to post him up. Only thing is, 3 kills go the way of Alabama and Huntsville, and going to get themselves on this for a little bit of time.
It's going to be a really hard spot for the University of Alabama and Huntsville to try to be able to hold on to this, but they do have all 4 players here. They can try to hold it from this side. It is the tougher side to hold from, but I mean, honestly, once you have 4 players like this, is it really that tough? It kind of becomes like the control zone where you can just kind of hold all the players out, piece them up, and not really allow them to get close on this hill, but nonetheless, the next break will be coming in from the front.
Here comes Gonzo. AR in the form of a sub, but not gonna find that last kill. Still the favoring traits for St. Mary's. A Juki on site, attaching for a little bit extra. Provides enough time for the rotations to come back in, but still looking to get this last player, Xander, in the back line. He's gonna get cleaned up, so UAH pick up the remainder time. Rotations, 3 players here for St. Mary's. Look at number 7. Xander clan spawns so far out. He needs his teammates to go big here. Seeker's going to fall, though, and that provides an opening now for Alabama and Huntsville to take control. You need some big players, some heroics out of St. Mary's, and it's going to be Gonzo in the back line. Some heavy fire, some heat on the back. He's going to fall. Jitsu inside, slides around, finds Yoingy. At the backwards there, but so far, so good for St. Mary's. I mean, this is taking a long time for University of Alabama to break through. By the time they do, there's 33 seconds here.
Yeah, they pretty much get a forced split time now, unless the likes of St. Mary's are able to break back in for themselves as well. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case, though. University of Alabama and Huntsville, they do get the break. Like you said, though, I would have loved to have seen that coming a lot sooner, but I don't think they recognized the spawn out right away for the likes of Xander clan off the start of that hill. But nonetheless, we basically going to be virtually at a tie game here at the end of this hill once again as we look to head back towards this trash hill.
Real. Has an opening now to make a difference here. Finds Gonzo. That's 2. Can he find 3 around the corner? He can! So now UAH looking to break through. Xander's the closest one up for St. Mary's. Can he find 2 in the back? In fact, he almost does. It's going to be up to his teammates to really make a difference inside this hill. Nobody's going to be collecting time and the mean. Gonzo's going to hop in. 62 to 62. J-Man in the bridge. Finds the first one. Around the corner is going to be another one. They dance around this pole. Nobody's going to be spotting each other. And the University of Alabama and Huntsville, they get back into this to collect some time. And St. Mary's, they're going to have to make another rotation around for 32 seconds. Let's see if they can do this. Jitsu not able to find J-Man. Finally, Gonzo's going to take him out. Back and forth the teams go. Really split feed between both teams. But it's mostly Alabama and Huntsville collecting this time. Juki's going to hop right back into this. Seeker's looking to get in behind. St. Mary's are going to fall. And majority time going to Alabama and Huntsville, but a very split hill again.
This is the Garrison hardpoint I have lived to come and see. This is what we have been expecting basically every time we see a Garrison hardpoint, but we just haven't gotten to see very many of these so far here in NACE this season. But nonetheless, this has been a super tight game, very scrappy back and forth. It just feels like whoever wins the team fight out at the end gets 10 seconds, and then it's another team fight starting right back up right away through these first 3 hills at the very least. And not a single team has even touched this hill yet, and we're already 20 seconds in.
I mean, it's either 10 for 10 or like 30 for 30. These teams are absolutely even.
Look at the game clock. We already
one.
got 2 minutes off.
This is absolutely insane. St. Mary's are in a tough position, though. They're going to be spawning back tank, and this is where we saw our last team fall in our match number 1, Shenandoah. When they got the spawn, it was lethal to the combination you can get by splitting Hills 5 and Hills 1 together. St. Mary's, they do get the break for the scrap time. You have Jitsu taking control of green. This is going to be pivotal for the next one. If Jitsu can find a big opening here, that's going to be dangerous. Will he, though? That's a big question. Juki from underneath. Jitsu goes down. So does Seeker. St. Mary's, 2 players left to make a play inside this hill. Gonzo's going to find 1 before dying, but not enough to crack through Alabama and Huntsville.
UAH kind of got blessed with a spawn towards the end of that last hill. J-Man spawns up back left in behind all the St. Mary's players. He's able to find 1 and just really solidify that left-hand side of the map for the likes of University of Alabama and Huntsville. And now what they can do here is they can just kind of control this, get a decent amount of time here on P1, but mainly focus on those P2 hills, because we really haven't seen a money hill turn into a money hill yet here for either of these 2 teams. So, I mean, you got to think at some point it's going to be tough for one of these teams to be able to break, and whoever really gets that first solid hold first is going to have a good advantage towards the later half of this game.
15 seconds still. J-Man looking to hop up, is able to take down Seeker. So scrap time looks like it's going to back to Alabama and Huntsville.
Nobody there yet, though, on the rotation for University of Alabama.
Xander, can you find Yoingy Zoingy here? He's going to get caught mantling over that pillar. With this initial time. Oh no, Real backed out. Real left the party. I think I can still play this. It looks like Juki is still keeping it going for UAH. 3v4. Real's going to come on back. Yoingy Zoingy gets ripped off that heady. Gonzo's going to find 2. Doubles down for the break. 3, possibly. No, it's going to be J-Man to answer back. He's going to maybe find 2 of his own, but I like this call. He's going to back out, looking for the streaks. Not able to find it, though. That kill was crucial.
The spawn up in the back for St. Mary's, very fortunate for themselves there. It basically allows them to 4-on-2 pinch the hill from 2 from top green, 2 from the back. Makes the break that much easier there. It still didn't look that easy in a 4 versus 3, but they get the job done. They finish it off, and now the lead swap comes in. They've got good side rotation as well. They have a very big chance here to break this game wide open.
This is the hardest string of hills to break, I feel, in Cold War sometimes, so... Let's see how UAH handle this. You're going to have a lurking player, Seeker, inside this radar, so he's not going to be able to help his team. It's going to be a sprint for UAH to disrupt this hill number 3. J-Man, though, Seeker coming out of the rotation. He's going to find 1. The clap's not going to be paying off just yet, and Seeker, by the time he goes down, damage has been done. He's going to spawn up into the back with his team. You got Real, the farthest one, pushed up inside that warehouse. Nobody getting past Jitsu just yet. Able to clean up Yoingy, Zoingy, and Juki now all alone on this front line. You got 37 seconds. By the time UAH get back into this, Jesse, there's going to be, like, no scrap time. It doesn't even seem like it's going to be worth it to break at this point.
Yeah, but now it's one of those situations where it's a double-edged sword where you kind of need to break on, and you need to just stop St. Mary's, at least contest, to not allow them to get any more time on this hill. Because if you do, they're going to be masking that 200-point mark very, very shortly here within this game. Those 2 hills where UAH lost that player and really just didn't have that fourth man to be able to contest throughout those spawns. It's really been the difference maker so far here in this game. St. Mary's, they're starting to pull away. They're starting to build that lead up. They finally get a full 60, and that was the first one. We were talking about it earlier. Which team will get that first full 60 to really kind of give themselves a good chance to break into this game? Now UAH, they need to find a way to answer back with a big hold of their own here and not allow a good amount of contestation from St. Mary's.
With that last-ditch effort over to Hill 3, very chaotic and stretched out rotation back to that garage. No setup for UAH, but they still triumph over. All blue in the kill feed. Yoingy's on 5 now. Almost making it 6, but a shutdown again. No streaks going to be coming through for this team. The collapse. 3 players go down for UAH. You got 1 player in the back. It's Gonzo. Jitsu from the front. They fly out, and the break comes through. St. Mary's, just like nothing, back into this hill and looking to take their lead again over that 200-point mark like you were calling out.
At least the likes of the University of Alabama Huntsville are keeping this tight. They're keeping it contested. They're not really letting St. Mary's run away with it. And they definitely won that last hill. It was a 30 to, maybe like 10 split there for St. Mary's. The rest of the time gets contested. Can't really complain about that. Still down 40 points, though, as we look to head in towards hill number 5. They do have those left-hand side spawns as well. So St. Mary's, they have a very good chance to be able to pinch these players out and keep them pinched in the back if you're University of Alabama and Huntsville.
Getting closer. The sprint through the back. Jitsu gets cleaned up. Nobody inside the hill for the time being. UAH, they string together a few kills. The overextension from Seeker. He's able to double down before dropping, so still uncontested. Still number 5. Oh, he's going to hop in. He has the backup. Power positions are there, but Jitsu slips in through, finds 2. Now onto this hill. No contention for UAH, so we're going to get closer and closer to that end goal right now is St. Mary's. J-Man inside break, slides out, able to clear this hill. Back in for the scrap time. You said, Alabama and Huntsville, they are not going out without a fight. Gonzo now, D-Monty, able to overtake this site. Second one, not checking the corner. He's able to find 2 now for the remainder. St. Mary's are making sure that this is going to be tough for UAH to keep in, but, I mean, you have to say the same for both sides.
Hate to bring this up again, but with the amount of time left on the game clock, if University of Alabama and Huntsville are able to start to bring this game back, that clock is going to start to become more and more of a difference maker the longer and longer this game gets contested or nobody is inside the hill. Only a minute left on it.
Seeker.
It could definitely become a difference maker here.
Seeker! Oh no, Zoingy! I don't know what to call him at this point. I'm just going to call him huge because that's the play that he had. He's able to take a few players down, but still the break from St. Mary's. 31 seconds here. Alabama Huntsville do not want to give any time back. The extension, you're going to clean up Jitsu. J-Man able to break on back. As if you're St. Mary's, you're really looking to put a heavy emphasis over to this hill number 2. You have green control. You have the spawns. You don't want to lose that.
And they can pretty much bring this back to a tie game here. They can get to right around 208 points. I think they can make it to at the end of this. And you can see they're putting their full focus on this satellite hill. But Gonzo picks up 2, and Xander Clan finds 1 more. It's going to be able to at least solidify this for the likes of St. Mary's now. And now University of Alabama at Huntsville, you pretty much get 1 shot at trying to break this hill.
Got 1 shot, 1 opportunity to break in through bricks. The force going to be here. The nade going to chip some damage in. The back and forth trades. You get real into this hill, but it's not going to be for long. 10 seconds left. Look at the spawns for Alabama Huntsville. You're going to have to dash back in. Another chance now. J-Man hops in the connection. Going to find a kill as well. Finds 2 in the backline. Over the shoulder. Almost taking 3 down. This is going to be a tough one. Team kill from Gonzo, but he's got the damage done. 10 seconds left. And if you look at that play clock, only 30 seconds left, Jesse. He's going to let the streaks rain down. He's going to look to put this through. 4 seconds left to clear out this hill. Here's the cluster strike as well. St. Mary's going to take Garrison map number 1 and lead the way here in match 2.
Gonzo just went so huge at the end of that game. Are we not going to talk about the fact that he just finished on an 8 spree and pretty much solidified holding on to that final hill by himself for the likes of St. Mary's University? I said it coming into this one. I was not sleeping on this team going up against the University of Alabama at Huntsville. They had a much harder schedule. This team, they look poised. They look a lot better than we saw them last week in Hardpoint.
Oh, they do. And I mean, exactly. Gonzo, 8 streak at the end, like, Ultra Instinct, what the heck? What did you just do out here? But they come out with the win, a big finish, and a very convincing finish, I have to say, for that hill, too. Things were looking very back and forth the whole way through. I was like, okay, how's this going to reflect in the past of the series? I expect this is going to be a close series now after what we saw in Garrison Hardpoint. you got another very well-known map in Raid Search and Destroy coming up over the flip side in this map number 2. I don't know. I mean, Jesse, what are you expecting to see out of these two teams?
I mean, on Raid, I know we kind of talk about it a lot, and we talk about how the SMGs can really kind of be difference makers on Raid, but I think when it comes to Search and Destroy, I really do think that it kind of shifts towards the ARs to be the difference makers on this map mode combo, just a little bit more so. And I think we're going to end up seeing the same battle that we saw in that first game. It's really going to be Gonzo versus Yoingy Zoingy, and we saw it in map 1. I'm never going to get tired of saying that name either. Yoingy, Zoingy, Zoingy, Yoingy, whatever you want to say. I just want to call him Top Fragger because that's what he was for his team in that map number 1 as well, because he was putting on a show. He played very well for a team that was trying to make their way back into a game. They kind of fell deep in behind when they lost that player as well. So you got to think maybe if they don't lose that player, maybe they have a better chance of being able to come back and claw their way into that game. But St. Mary's on that second set of rotations, it was just them putting that little bit and kind of just solidifying those spawns a little bit better is what won them that match. So you got to think, take that AR battle from map 1, bring it into map 2 here. I think whoever wins that AR battle is going to come out on top once again.
I think it's not the worst thing either to talk about Real a little bit for the side of UAH. I think he was a really good submachine gun player on Garrison. I think he was really good at making sure that he had like his toe inside the hill, constantly contesting it, making sure that St. Mary's can't take too many points to their side. And in the contention battle, you were highlighting it a lot in that Garrison hardpoint. I think that if you're going to highlight anybody, I think, yeah, Yoingy Zoingy is going to be a big player going into map number 2 with that assault rifle. But I think that Real in that submachine gun role, we talked about it a lot in the challengers for Cold War that we did see. John, when he was playing inside challengers in a map like Raid, very slippery player, able to kind of slip through the cracks with that submachine gun, get in behind like it was nothing. I don't think we see that very often these days towards the end of Cold War, but if you're looking at a submachine gun player, I think that Real for UAH could be that slippery sub that you're looking for.
Somebody's going to need to be for the likes of UAH. And I mean, this is where it gets tough for them as well, because their best game mode's 5-1 in hardpoint. They looked really good in that hardpoint. They just unfortunately fall short. 4-2 in Search and Destroy. It's by no means a bad game mode for them. It's going to need to be what they answer back with, because by far Control has not been their strongest mode for themselves this year. So you got to answer back with the game win of your own here, because you don't want to go into that Control down 2-0.
Oh, no, you do not want to go down. We saw how that ended in match number 1. You guys like Raid. I like Raid. Let's hop over to Search and Destroy and let's check out this map. It's going to be right off the rip. You see St. Mary's on attacks. The bomb is going to be headed to the ring. First Blood's going to go their way, but oh no, Jitsu. He's going to find this. And talking about the slippery player, Real tries to make the play. You have Xander Clan, though, watching it. And on the opposite end, it's Seeker to slip into Laundry and find the advantage for St. Mary's.
When he clears out back Laundry as well, he should be able to get this bomb down. His teammate's going to pick it up as well, but it's all about Juki here. If Juki finds one, and he does, this can set up a big pinch for the remainder of these players. He's going to see that player cross as well, so him and Real now, they need to be able to make this play together.
Bomb's planted for Laundry. They should know both players are going to be there. Jitsu spams on over. Real gives away his position. He's going to clean up that player onside the van. It's up to Seeker now. Wraps around. Going to take the first gunfight. Getting close to the edge. He's got to take both players on at once, and it's not going to be the case. Alabama Huntsville, they wrap back. They take things into their own advantage. And what a play from the two submachine gun players. I was talking about Real. He was trying to be that sneaky player, but Juki makes the play. Catches some good timing through Art. And a big difference maker into taking that round 1.
Fine, Colin, I take it back, all right? I said I thought the ARs were going to be dominant, but it was the SMGs once again that come out. They show up on top at the end of this first one, but you got to give me my credit where it's due. Gonzo did find that first blood, and as a reward, his teammate shot him in the back. Very unfortunate for himself there. You got to think if he's alive, St. Mary's, they put themselves in a much better chance to be able to close that round 1 out. Unfortunately, they just don't end up getting it towards the end of that round. We'll see what Alabama at Huntsville decide to do off the start of the round here. It looks like it's going to be a 3-man hit over towards this A side, but you got 2 players here on head glitches, locked up and ready to go for St. Mary's.
Down and dirty into the ring. Really got this bomb. He can't go down first, even though he looks like he's trying to lead the way. Yoingy Zoingy drops. The AR battle goes the way of Seeker this time. Instantly does get traded out by J-Man. So we're going to 3v3. The rotations are going to be here, and I mean, Alabama Huntsville, all signs of the minimap look like they want to rotate, but they need to get Real away from this ring if they want a shot at that B side. It doesn't seem like that's the case. With this time, they're going to send player number 7, Juki, to slip in the back line. Jitsu's watching it. He's got to be careful. Real hops onto this bomb. The flank doesn't pay out. Player advantage to St. Mary's. Bomb does go down, but the collapse, it can follow through. Xander Clan's going to find Real off of that bomb plant. J-Man alone in a 1v2. AR has that power position, but time is in his favor. Xander, next one up. 1v1 Jitsu. How is he going to play this? 30 seconds left. Hops over the sides. Should know J-Man is inside this one. Neck and neck, toe and toe. Some bad timing doesn't go J-Man's way, and Jitsu's going to clutch up in a big 1v1. Ties us up in the map.
I just don't fully understand the play from J-Man there. I mean, you get the first. The bomb is planted for you. He has every chance in the world just to be able to back up. I'm not sure if he just didn't have the information on where that second player was, but I feel like in that situation, laying down and just running out in the middle there is not your best play. And we see it again in the kill cam as Jitsu's able to find that final kill, then the bomb defuse. And you just gotta, that could just be very much so led to a bit of a misplay towards the end of that round there. I mean, it was a tough round to win, but he definitely gave himself the best chance and then just threw it all away.
Very questionable, I'd say. I agree. 1-1. St. Mary's crawl back. Big plays out there. It got a little bit dicey after Xander dropped inside laundry, but Jitsu makes the fast rotation through. You go to A. Deep into the ring. Yet to go to B, but a lot more spread out with both squads. You have middle map control if you're University of Alabama Huntsville. You have to pay attention. Seeker makes his way around. Pull steps. Is going to trade out instantly. And now an opening, an avenue at the B site where Seeker can just slip through the cracks, look to take this advantage. Next one up, it's going to be the Real. And that's advantage now to St. Mary's. Look at the bombs, instantly going to rotate over to B, Jesse. But the thing is, Alabama Huntsville, they've rotated too. J-Man's here.
J-Man in a great spot, like you said, just to foil this plan. Jitsu goes to put the bomb down. Oh, shaky shots there, J-Man. But he does get in, he gets away, and he gets the info on the second as well. And just like that, a 3v2 becomes a 2v1 now for Xander Clan.
How's he going to play this? Player to the left, player to the right. Go right down the middle. Why not? Bold, in fact, Xander, but not the play you want to make. I think we're really highlighting and kind of breaking down that round, Jesse. It has to be Seeker. He makes the play through mid. He finds not just one in Juki, but he finds Real as well. He needs to rotate back and clear out the rest of B. I think they stopped themselves by just focusing on mid-map, watching the cross. It's really Seeker who had to push farther through poolside and make sure that J-Man wasn't there to stop the plan.
And yeah, he just didn't. And I mean, J-Man, he almost missed those couple shots. He just, unfortunately, he gets the kill at the very last second.
Yeah, time.
Gonzo is at 5 HP right now. Shot to just about one shot. A lot of pressure from UAH trying to push forward here.
Oh, Real knows, though. He wants Gonzo dead, and he's going to get that. Xander's the next one up inside laundry. He's going to have to play his life. Give up this B site. Play for retake. Seeker, though, he falls 4v2. Xander's going to get back into it. Bomb's going to go down. Player, though, Zoingy in the backline gets to clean this one up. Alabama Huntsville is going to take this round very, very fast.
I mean, there's a chance they could be up 4-0 right here as well. They definitely could have won that one round that they do end up losing. So clearly, Search and Destroy on their minds lately. They've been looking very good in it so far here tonight. And I mean, you got to be looking at Zoingy right now on 4 in a row. He started off 0-2, bringing it back for himself here. And we'll see if he can't find a couple more of these kills. He's got that AR. He's been dominant so far today for the likes of University of Alabama and Huntsville.
Trace would be big.
But I mean, they kind of just hard counter and go A, but everybody on St. Mary's goes B, so this is a great chance for St. Mary's to get this bomb down for free.
It's almost like an express type take that we saw to the B side. And Gonzo's just going to post up back garage. Watch in case somebody's going to rotate on through. Zoingy first blood. It's going to be 5 in a row. Make it 6 in a row. Playing close to these streaks. Jitsu and Gonzo. And they are massively disconnected from this. Going to hop up into the bedroom. Jitsu's going to be stopping any sort of defuse plan. Juki's going to hop up. Jitsu's going to find Zoingy, but are they going to find the diffuser? They are. Juki's going to go down 1v2 now. They know where Jitsu is. They're trying to clean him out of a bedroom. Nobody's going to be on this bomb just yet. was playing very, very close. J-Man, real, they line up, but Jitsu's not able to land the shots.
Get it in
4
time?
rounds, and wait.
Okay.
Yeah, you can
I was
get
just,
it in
I
time.
thought it was close. It was like 8.5. I wasn't too sure. Sometimes, you don't pick up the bomb right away. That definitely got dicey towards the end of it there. I mean, and you can see just how powerful of a position this top bedroom player can be in sometimes. If he finds the one player going towards the bomb there as opposed to dropping immediately to both players shooting at him, that is a round win for St. Mary's. And they were in a 2 versus 4 at one point in that round. It's so tough to break that setup, even with a huge man advantage. And unfortunately, Yoingi Zoingi falls just before Streaks as well. Luckily, though, for them, J-Man on 4 in a row with the 4-1 lead still here for their team.
Gonzo. Inside bedroom. Jitsu dashes through the middle of the map. J-Man's gonna spot him, and there you have it. The disengage from that push. But oh boy, St. Mary's, they are letting you know that they want this round fast. Gonzo's gonna find a second one into this round. J-Man, who was looking good through middle of the map, maintaining that control, is now all alone in a 1v4. Wraps around the pull steps. Jitsu is gonna actually stay alive there. He slips on out, so they know where J-Man is. They have all the players alive. It was only a matter of time before he goes down. St. Mary's, very convincing round to bounce back. Got the momentum that we were seeing out of the UAH.
Yeah, that's a tough spot for him there, too, because J-Man, usually in a situation like that, you just slide off the map. You don't want to feed streaks to your opposing team. And unfortunately, there in a 1v4, he's on 4 in a row trying to play for some streaks of his own there. If he's at least able to get one and then just play his life, maybe he stays alive there. But nonetheless, he will end up falling. It was to Gonzo as well. So Gonzo now on 3 in a row. And you got to think if he can try to maybe play for and build towards some streaks with St. Mary's and they win another round or two. And he finds 2 as they stack for the middle. They've got a great chance of maybe being able to come back in this game now.
Gonzo ball with those shots. Jeez. Jitsu's going to get that bomb down immediately. 4v2. St. Mary's in a great position to find a third.
Gonzo's still holding middle map, too.
Yoingi Zoingi. J-Man back to back. Gonzo playing for the ace. J-Man all alone inside money. He's going to wrap on out. Jitsu's going to close it out. No ace for Gonzo, but a round win for St. Mary's. And that's the important part if you're a St. Mary's fan. 3-4, they close the gap even more.
Who stole that?
It's Jitsu.
It was Jitsu. Jitsu, you naughty boy. I wanted to see Gonzo get that ace there, get the streaks for himself. It would have been some great storylines. He still has a chance to get them, of course, but it would have been something if he took 3 the round before, 4 that round, found streaks and brought St. Mary's right back into this game. But nonetheless, they're clawing their way back in. University of Alabama at Huntsville, they need to try to find something to slow this momentum down. They don't want to start to allow St. Mary's back into this game. Give them an inch. They'll take a mile here. Bomb heading over towards the A site now. But it looks like they're just going to stagger it out. Maybe throw a couple shoulders, then play towards B.
Gonzo again, looking for that first blood. We can see that.
Yoingi's scared.
Like shark in water. Waiting to bite. Seeker finds first blood on J-Man over at the B site. How will UAH react? It seems like they're really closing in on the middle of the map, but Seeker again doubles down this time. Another 4v2 for UAH. Now real last alive because Zoingi finally peeks out to Gonzo. And that's going to be 7 in a row for the assault rifle player at St. Mary's. They got streaks. They got the advantage. And now they have the round win. We go back to a tie 4-4. St. Mary's bring us back, Jesse.
These mid-round adjustments from St. Mary's have been very good. We've seen on their last 2 offenses, they've headed over towards the A side. That time on defense, a very strong defensive standing over towards the B site that time. And I think I'm getting the bomb sites backwards. I believe they were over at A last time. They've been pushing B. So many maps, so many bomb sites. It's hard to remember sometimes, but yeah, so their offensive hits have been going over towards B. It's been very dominant for them as this game has gone along. Gonzo has streaks as well. I'm interested to see if they go towards B again or if they make a slow play. They don't seem to know what they want to do. Player 2 and 3 very stagnant off the start of that round.
Can you get the cruise missile? Gonzo is waiting for somebody. Not sure if he saw Juki there. Doesn't seem like it with the fact that he moved on back. He's actually going to rush right down. There's a cruise missile. Hand it to him on a silver platter.
Oh my
Life
God.
advantage again for St. Mary's, and they're just keeping it going. Gonzo, he is
He has
unkillable.
confidence right now.
Look at this. He's all the way in the back line now. He's going to find 9 now to his name. Real all alone again. 1v3 this time. I mean, props to Gonzo. He has come alive right now in this search and destroy. St. Mary's on the brink of having map point here. Looking to go 2-0 in the series. Jesse, this was 4-1 at one point for UAH.
I mean, I was just about to say, this does not look like a team that was just down 4-1 in a search and destroy. Now about to take a 5-4 lead here as Real is all by himself. I mean, if I'm Real here, I'm jumping off the map. I'm not feeding streaks towards Seeker as well in this situation. This is almost an unwinnable situation. He's going to try to take the fight. Oh, and he wins that. That's a huge one-on-one for him to at least be able to stop those streaks. You still need to deal with the 2 that Gonzo has for himself here. And I mean, at this situation, you play for the round win, but it's going to be tough to get. St. Mary's will close it out, take that 5-4 lead here. And now, I mean, if you're University of Alabama and Huntsville, now you got to start thinking back towards some of those earlier rounds. Do what you were doing. What was working so successful for you guys in those early rounds and try to replicate it here. Just try to find the littlest bit of things because right now, you guys seem to be playing very scared to the ARs of Seeker and Gonzo. You don't want to challenge them right now. And University of Alabama and Huntsville, you need to find a way to win some of these one-on-ones against them.
And it's not like St. Mary's really changed anything up. I think Gonzo's just holding down he's just holding down his analog stick, running down the middle of the map and just turning up, like you said, with this AR. 10-4 on 9 in a row, looking for double digits. Already 10-4 in the map. J-Man's going to make that quick overextension. Here's the artillery strike. Oh, it's going to be the cruise missile. Dropped on down, but look at that. J-Man and Real, they find 3 for UAH. Make the best out of a bad situation. Now they flip the tides. 2v1. Looking to push to around 11 here. Seeker. He's going to be spotted.
He definitely got spotted there.
I know it's our point of view, but it looks like that pylon is stuffing his face. Oh, Seeker actually probably could have catch him here. He's going to wrap through kitchen. Inside wheelbarrow. Yoingi Zoingi. He's going to watch the cross, but if he gets this bomb down, he finds the first. Next one's around the corner.
No nade either for Real.
Oh, Seeker just backs up. $20 seconds left. Real has bomb, but not a whole lot of information for where Seeker has rotated through. Bomb's going to get dropped, and Seeker's letting this happen. So he's going to allow the bomb get planted. Playing for the gamble. Real, inside these pool stabs, takes the initial heat, the jump over the corner, the catch, the hunt, and Seeker's going to send us to a 2-0 lead for St. Mary's, just like that.
That's probably the search and destroy of the year so far here. I got to say, that was a amazing search and destroy. I mean, it had everything. You had a 4-1 lead for University of Alabama and Huntsville. You had streaks. You had a huge comeback. Big 1v2s, big 1v3s. You couldn't ask for a better search and destroy, in my opinion, there. And St. Mary's, once down 4-1 in that game number 2, they just find a way. Gonzo goes on a huge streak. The streaks don't even end up helping them at the end there. He goes on that streak. 3 players die on his team, including himself. They still end up winning the round because of a huge 1v2 at the end from Seeker there, and he played that so well. You find that first kill, you get out with your life, and then you just play a 50-50. You wait for that bomb to go down. He played the 50-50 perfectly. He won the one-on-one at the end. It got dicey. It was a close gunfight. We almost saw round 11, but it was still St. Mary's win. Doesn't matter how it happens as long as you get the win. A win is a win at the end of the day.
But you can see that, I mean, Seeker was living rent-free in their heads. You can see the cogs turning a little bit too much. They were working overtime for Real and Yoingi Zoingi. And by the time they make that rotation over to B, I mean, Seeker had middle map control. He could make the quick rotation anywhere he wanted. If they kept that power position, if they kept that setup over at Laundry that they had, get the bomb down, well, you could cover your teammate. I mean, I think it was just a little bit too risky rotating over to B, and then look at this space that Real would have had to cross over just to get that bomb. It's just a big gamble.
And Real almost wins that one-on-one at the end, too. If he won that one-on-one, that round 11 would have been crazy because of the streaks as well. I really wish we would have gotten that. But nonetheless, like you said, just a crazy, crazy search and destroy. And St. Mary's, I mean, 2 very, very tight games in games 1 and 2, but they've got the lead now. And I mean, arguably heading into one of their better game modes at 3 and 2 in control. University of Alabama and Huntsville. I mean, it's going to be a tough one to come back from now.
I mean, it's the exact same spot Shenandoah are at. They need to make the reverse sweep now if they want to go 5-1 in their standings. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't, I guess, impact University of Alabama and Huntsville as much. They're still going to have a pretty good spot in the standings if they lose to St. Mary's, but we're talking about an upset right now for St. Mary's. I mean, they are the lesser team in the standings right now. Notably, probably had a tougher start to the season than Alabama and Huntsville, but the fact that they have made these adjustments from what we saw from them against Independence College last week to what we see from them this week, it looks like a brand new team. It looks like they've really ironed out. Who knows? Maybe they went over to Medify and they got a pro to help them with their VOD review.
I mean, it's definitely possible, but I mean, you also got to think too, if you're St. Mary's and you're able to, I don't know if it's necessarily the fact that they've come out as a different team, or whether or not maybe they're more prepared for this team in University of Alabama and Huntsville, or if maybe Independence Community College and the likes of SEU are just that much more ahead of the game than the rest of the teams here in this division. It could very well be that much of a situation as well, where University of Alabama and Huntsville, they might just not be up to the par of those two teams at the moment. Because I mean, when they played SEU as well, they got beat pretty bad as well.
They did.
So both teams have struggled against those top tier teams so far. This is just really University of Alabama and Huntsville's first like real chance at playing a mid-tier team, and St. Mary's, they're bringing it to them.
St. Mary's right now, they're looking more than a mid-tier team, let me say. They're looking like a top 3 team right now, if I had to say, for themselves in this. I mean, 2-0 over University of Alabama Huntsville. We're going into Garrison Control, back to a more notable submachine gun map, but in this case, when you're kind of changing the game modes from hardpoint to control, Jesse, this is where these assault rifle players can really make a change for these two teams. Most notably inside Green Room. I think Green Room is going to be huge for the assault rifle players. We don't talk about it often in that. We just talk about the platform and how the submachine gun players can dip in and out of these tanks. But I think that Green Room rotation for the defending team, if you can set up an AR player there, it's going to be a very strong power position.
Yeah, it absolutely is. That's 100%, I think, the battle we're going to continue to see in this. It seems to be whatever ARs are kind of popping off and kind of doing the deed, like you say very often, is where we are going to see come out on top in this series. And I mean, I got to say, man, Gonzo and Seeker, they have been leading the way for their team. And I think we'll see Seeker pull out a submachine gun again here. Probably not pull out an AR like what we saw in that last map. But nonetheless, I think that it's going to be very tough for UAH to take this series at this point in time. I think St. Mary's, they've definitely got them in the chokehold. They can put it away here.
Doing the deed, doing the duty, the call of duty right now. They get called to the action. But I mean, UAH in this, if they want to bring this back, talk to me a little bit. Who do you need to see turn up for the squad right now?
I mean, if you're really, really looking at UAH, I think you got to be looking at Real. Real has been probably their best player here so far, and I need more out of him still. He's been good. He hasn't been to that level that we've seen Real in the past on this UAH team. And if he can bring that submachine gun role and he can start to really, really dominate and get in the face of these St. Mary's players, get in the face of these AR players, make them uncomfortable, that's where you're going to see his AR start to be able to get in more comfortable positions where they can sit on head glitches and start to get into the heads of the St. Mary's players. Because right now, I think those St. Mary's ARs are living rent-free in the UAH players.
No, I can agree with you. I mean, even in that search and destroy, we saw Rio was kind of a little bit iffy on making those overextending plays. It was Juki who were kept on sneaking through and trying to make those plays, trying to force something for the side of Alabama and Huntsville. Whereas, I mean, you put a submachine gun in the hands of Seeker. I mean, you know him from the LATAM scene. I've cast it over him before. You put an SMG in his hand, he is going to fly right down the map. And that's exactly what we saw. We talked about Gonzo flying. I think it's just rightfully known that he's got the AR and he's got wings in that behind him on that crate. It's going to be big to see what we can get inside this control map, but there's only one way to find out what we're going to get. Alabama Huntsville looking to force us into this map number 4. St. Mary's looking to close us out here, Jesse. On attack, Gonzo leading into green, uncontested right away, and J-Man right to the noggin, a Semtex.
And right over to the A site, you do not see this very often, especially on this map. But A will be the force of attack here for the likes of St. Mary. They're already going to get 1 tick of progress in. I can't tell if there's 1 or 2 players still here on the site, but this should be able to secure this second tick of progress. Zoingy will win a big one-on-one. It just might not be enough.
Might be. Finds 2. Jitsu trying to make the play, but
they're on B as well.
Zoingy finds 3 to keep them alive at this A site. B site, though, it's under siege right now. Seeker's going to find 2. Zoingy's hopped up into this green room where we see these ARs looking to make some plays, but he's going to get caught rotating. Seeker's going to drop on the front line. 2 ticks to A, 2 ticks to B. You're looking at St. Mary's to put themselves in a really good position to get through this. They just need to start turning these ticks into caps. Real's going to clean off that B site, look to decap B. And again, I mean, UAH, they're losing these ticks, but they're not giving any extra time to St. Mary's.
I think the one positive right now for St. Mary's is, yes, you get a lot of ticks of progress there, but also you haven't given up a lot of time either because you've been on the hills for so often in this game. And, I mean, just like he did at the start of it, Seeker will be able to hop in. They don't get the hill. The contention comes through at the very last second, so they don't secure the B site a little bit too quick there to hop off if you're St. Mary's.
Gonzo, oh, the nade. Finds a kill, but he receives a stem text. Quite the trade indeed. 3 go down for St. Mary's. 15 to 13, Seeker. You're gonna make the play on a team kill. Again! The B site might be susceptible to cap if Seeker can find the rest of it. He just needs to find this 1 kill around the corner. It's gonna be real. He gets the kill, he gets the cap. More time on the clock, and suddenly things change.
And they have a 4-on-2 right now, too. They just need to push forward. It's exactly what they do. They can get the rotation, snowball this from one hill into the other. They only need 1 tick of progression over here, and it's already started.
Oh, it started. And Alabama Huntsville, they are not close to this. Zoingy! Hello! Welcome to Control, bud. He finds another 3-piece on the B side to keep Alabama and Huntsville alive.
Wow, that's twice we've seen that from Zoingy as well. Just able to make the play from the backside. It's so hard to break into that hill when there's a 4-man setup, but twice Zoingy has been the player to help his team do it.
He gets caught rotating. Real watching the fly. He go 1 for 1, so it is going to stall out St. Mary's for the time being. Minute 6. St. Mary's in life deficit, but only by 1. They're going to group up for the last hit into the site. The last full hit into the site, that is. He's going to find the first. J-Man drops. Lives are even. This could be the start. It forces a little bit of tension from Huntsville into the back line now. You see Xander is just waiting for the call to fly on out. Take this gunfight. Gonzo back into it. Receives a Semtex again to the knock-in. Seeker, Jitsu, Gonzo, Xander. All 4 players drop. 2 left for St. Mary's in Alabama and Huntsville. They might have just withstood such an important round for themselves on defense. Last chance for Seeker and Gonzo, the 2 big players of the team, to make a ditch here. 27 seconds. Seeker didn't see him. Either that or he's going to sneak by with a little bit of trigger discipline. He's lost his teammate. He's all alone. Zoingy might drop. 19 seconds left. Juki around the corner. Takes the fly, but Huntsville are going to take the round. Big bounce back on defense.
I cannot believe that University of Alabama and Huntsville were able to close that round out. I don't know if this was the first break or if this was the second. I'm pretty sure this was the second break from Zoingy because he finishes it with the Diamati. Crazy round there for him to be able to close out the game like that. Exactly what you needed. You needed a player on the likes of UAH to step up. So far, it's Zoingy doing it. Even Juki's having a fantastic game here for himself at 9-5. Great first round from themselves there. And could that just be the momentum shift that they need to bring themselves back into this series?
Jesse, Shrimp, it's so hard to say Zoingy with a straight face, but I mean, he's popping off, so it's serious business for himself. He finds the opening into B. Now they can flood on out. Take a look at your mini-map because you have Jitsu inside green. I don't think he got spotted. He's going to hop out. Finds Real. The cleanup's going to be quick, though, so still some progression at A for UAH. Zoingy, and Juki are going to be looking to collect this time. 2 ticks are going to be gone. This does look like St. Mary's want to stop this before they reach 3, but they have to walk through these ARs, and it's such a tough task. Xander's going to be the last chance, but Zoingy 4 in a row. Alongside Juki's got 5 in a row. This control, it is looking good right now for the blue side.
St. Mary's better be careful here. Otherwise, that A zone is going to be renamed to Zoingy zone because he has been tearing it up over in that zone right now. And the perfect rotation over towards the B side. They get 3 players on it. I don't think anybody's even going to get close for St. Mary's here. They should be able to close this one out.
Jitsu goes down. That might be it. 2 rounds in a row for Huntsville. That is much needed after what just happened in the search and destroy. But if I have anything to learn out of Raid right now, can't count out St. Mary's University. Because
It's a great call.
They've been climbing this one back. And I mean, they were down 4-1 back on Raid Search. They can come on back, but I think right now this is the best we've seen Alabama and Huntsville inside the series.
Yoingi's still on streaks though. Same with J-Man. If they can find streaks, that is absolutely where you put UAH in a chance to really be able to put this away. The only thing I don't want to see here from the likes of UAH is to see them come out and play super slow with those two players. You need to make sure you get up into those power positions because breakoffs are everything on this map mode combo.
Xander gets the info, but again, it's Zoingy. That's 7 in a row, so that should be artillery strike underneath them. Can't find the cruise missile. And St. Mary's are going to be collecting some of this progress here. Reeling behind. Shaky shots. Can't decide who to shoot at. Still progression at B. They get one tick. They find J-Man. They might be working towards this second. It's exactly what they're going to be doing. Well, Zoingy actually did find that cruise missile, so you got to watch out for that when he does find this, but St. Mary's looking for the second tick. Haven't collected it just yet. They need Zoingy to get disrupted. And Seeker's going to find a big two-piece. Now that's to be the B site. Very susceptible to cap.
Yeah, and I mean, Yoingi did, like you said, only finish on 7. So I would imagine that it was just a lot of objective-based kills because every time we've seen him get a kill, he seemed to have been in or at least around the objective that was able to get him that final streak as well. And yeah, University of Alabama at Huntsville, great defensive hold here so far, but Jitsu making things a little bit dicey in the back, giving his team a good chance to be able to come back out of spawn and try to make this dicey in their own rights.
If St. Mary's get 4 down, you're going to draw these streaks out of Zoingy. But it's going to be tough when he's playing that aggressive. Got 3 in the back line. Seeker needs to make a rip around. They lose Jitsu. Gonzo and Seeker to make a play. Out comes Gonzo. And he's going to get shut down by J-Man. That is a great rebuttal from UAH now. Looking to close out this map.
St. Mary's, though. Still a 2-life lead, 1.5 minutes on the clock, so they've got enough time to really be able to do something here. Even with those streaks, that they still have enough time to be able to make a break in and get into this hill, but they need to start finding some kills. It feels like they're trying to make team pushes, but it just turns into individual gunfights that they just keep losing out on right now as University of Alabama are set up on those powerful positions, and St. Mary's just can't get anything going here on defense. That killed there. It's going to force a 4v2 on site. This is their best chance.
Zoingy, another 4 in a row. He's the gatekeeper right now, the B site. Xander's finally going to shut him down. 2 off the site. This could be the streaks now drawn out of Huntsville. Zoingy are the one to pay attention. 4 streaks not yet dropping. Zoingy actually falls again, but real in behind. He's able to shut this down. Finds a second one. Detrimental to the cause. UAH might have just punched their ticket out here. Thinks they're going to be grasping through straws if you're St. Mary's looking to make some last-ditch efforts. Into the Sail Seeker. Doesn't catch the hop up. Now to force it into bricks. Last chance. 37 seconds. J-Man's going to go down in the back. Zoingy inside bricks. Seeker. Second one down. Back and forth, though, as Real finds 2 in the front line. Now they can just pay attention to this bricks flood that we're going to be seeing. Real goes down. Same with Juki. So everything looking good now for St. Mary's. They're going to stop the clock at 25. Can they close out this one and keep it going?
It's so huge. They saved those streaks from earlier on, but you got to imagine they're going to start raining in from the sky now, and it forces so many of the St. Mary's players into bad spots because he can just hover it over, and what was once a 3-life lead now goes back into the favor of University of Alabama Huntsville with only 10 seconds left. Seeker needs to do something here to at least touch the hill. He can't get close, and I think that perfect streak usage and non-usage from the likes of University of Alabama Huntsville is the reason they come out and they're able to win this game number 3.
Xander can't touch down. 3 rounds in a row. Alabama Huntsville close out house here inside this control and garrison. I mean, you are right. Zoingy, the gatekeeper of B. Or of A, sorry. As he shuts things down and really a troublesome looking bounce back there. I mean, we talked about it a little bit. St. Mary's, not their best game mode, so it's probably not going to deter them any bit going into this next hard point, but a few notable things that we can highlight into that one, and definitely it's the fact that the ARs, the submachine guns, they are finally turned up, and it looks like everybody's warmed up for University of Alabama and Huntsville.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Real had much better map there for himself too. He was the reason they didn't need to invest those streaks earlier on in the round. He found a couple of kills through top green. I'm sure that there was a couple callouts that came in there probably from a streak ping or two, but nonetheless, they find them. They're able to shut that down, and it was Real who found the three piece from top green to really be able to shut that first push down. Otherwise, St. Mary's probably wins that round there. So I mean, good job on the likes of them. Both St. Mary's offenses were very close to round wins, but University of Alabama at Huntsville just able to close it out.
Folks, do you like ancient temples? Because I do. And when we come back from this break, we're going to get some Apocalypse hardpoints, and we're going to fill that void with a lot of ancient temple. Stay tuned for some more NACE Starleague. We'll be back shortly. And we are back, everybody. Welcome back to the NACE Starleague Call of Duty week number 6. We've got St. Mary's University against the University of Alabama in Huntsville. Right into this map number 4. Apocalypse Hardpoint is the name of the game, Jesse. This is going to be an important one because for University of Alabama Huntsville, it's the means to a map number 5. What are you going to be seeing out of them to push us to that distance?
Well, I think this is the one map on our whole kind of radar and our whole map set here that the ARs aren't going to be as dominant as they would be on all of the other maps. So this is where we're really going to get a good chance to see our submachine gun players in this game shine. I would expect to see Seeker hopping off of that kind of flex role and just playing more so of a SMG here in this map, maybe pull out an AR if he's in a power position. But, you know, it's always tough to be able to kind of grasp that, figure out what you need. So, I mean, it's probably going to be whatever team comes out hotter. We see it often on APOC. Whatever team is really able to come out, really either hold on to hill number 2 or break into hill number 2, can generally kind of spiral the game out of control as it continues on. We'll see what either of these two teams can do.
Oh, I'm glad you bring it up because Apocalypse is one of those maps, one of the little maps that we do have that actually has the ability to be a 3 sub 1 AR role standing. So definitely expecting to see that at a St. Mary's University. It's Alabama and Huntsville. Can they keep up with that pacing? Because it's only when Garrison was able to take over by Yoingi Zoingi in that assault rifle role really showed their best in this one. But it's going to be a big map. Can they reach search and destroy? Let's head to Apocalypse. Let's see what they can do. St. Mary's going to be in this hill right off the bat, but you can see that the damage is going to be mitigated as Juki and J-Man close 3 in a row.
University of Alabama and Huntsville, they do get the sides that they want as well. So already exactly where they want St. Mary's University to be spawning. They want them spawning as far away from the top right-hand side of the minimap as possible. And I mean, already with a good start to this hill as well, they're getting a decent amount of time. They have a player who has still snuck through. He's top TV. He does end up falling. But nonetheless, it's a great job. They're able to hold on to this right-hand side, and it's exactly what they want to do. It's just damage limitation through this first hill, so you can try to set yourself up for a full 60 in the second hill.
Yeah, actually, Huntsville, they give up Temple. So really, if St. Mary's can cross the void and make it into the Temple, they can flip these spawns very, very easily. You have to be careful if that. And look, player number 2 spawns out. It's going to be a dash to get into the site and quite the bloodbath in the back line. Yoingi Zoingi lines up 2 to shut them down, and you can see that the spawn's going to be there for Jitsu. It's going to be a race, though, for the rest of the team. What are we going to see? I mean, this is absolutely absurd. Can you
just
look at
on
the
top
spawn?
of each other right now? Like, I saw 2 players on Alabama Huntsville spawn up on the left-hand side behind 2 players of St. Mary's. St. Mary's looks like they might finally be in control of the backside spawns, finally. As I say that, 2 of them are going to spawn out top left. So this is just a absolute wild hill right now. I can't even begin to try to break these spawns down to you guys and how this is coming in. I would really need to slow it down here and get a good look at it. But has anybody even gotten time on this hill yet? It's been so back and forth. I think Alabama Huntsville are finally going to get in control of it towards the end of this hill. That got way too shaky, and you're absolutely right. The reason that hill even is so close is because nobody on Alabama Huntsville was sitting in Temple at the start of the hill.
I mean, I can break down some excellent analysis for you on what just happened for the spawns. Analysis is, it just Apocalypse things, guys. Come on. Come on, we know what's happening here.
That's
it's
about
crazy.
as good of an analysis you're going to get from Colin Moore on Apocalypse Hardpoint here.
It's just Apocalypse things, guys. Come on, you know the deal. Jitsu looking to break through trenches. Undetected. He's got the pinch. He's got the backup. Excellent bait and switch. Real, though, trying to keep his team alive and kicking. Jitsu, though, spoiling the fun. The nade deals damage, cleans it up. Excellent pace from University of Alabama Huntsville so far to keep Stilts under control, but Xander Clan is going to disrupt it for the time being. You can see the mini-map. You see the rotations are here for St. Mary's. Got 13 seconds to rotate around. Huntsville falls in their court.
Here's the thing that's been pretty interesting so far here is St. Mary's has been the team set up and pushed to all of these hills first for the most part. But yet, University of Alabama at Huntsville is winning this game because even though the game has been extremely scrappy, the last 15 seconds of each hill so far has gone the way of University of Alabama at Huntsville. And they actually get a very early break here, and they spawn St. Mary's exactly where they want them. But all players on University of Alabama at Huntsville just kind of playing close and in together. They need to fan out a little bit, start watching some different angles. Otherwise, it's just going to be an easy pinch here for the likes of the St. Mary's players.
Well, St. Mary's into it. They got to get through J-Man. Finds the first one. Jitsu playing dangerous game. Third one around the corner. Can't reach out to the secondary, but UAH shut them down. You're going to be holding on to the fourth hill right now. Inside Turtle. Seeker is going to be next up to the chopping block. As Juki is able to come away with that one. A whole 50-point lead right now and climbing. Reels into the back line. They're looking to get through, disrupt this rotation, and clear St. Mary's early out of this last hill. Jitsu in the corner. Reel finds him. And that is as much damage as you need from Real to make sure that things get a little bit tough for St. Mary's. They still have spawns, but they need to get rid of Real up top, and that is a hard game right now if you're St. Mary's.
Real finding just that one kill. It turns all the arrows of the St. Mary's players around. And what that does actually is it allows all the rest of the players on University of Alabama at Huntsville to get up and a lot closer to this game. And because they're so far pushed forward, all the players on St. Mary's, they spawn out. It's a perfect play from University of Alabama at Huntsville. And Real just playing his life there does so much damage to the St. Mary's players.
You can see they want that map 5, and they are taking it. They are prying it out of the hands of St. Mary's right now. Xander through the tunnel. Shots with Jitsu. Going to be good for 1. Things are going to be tough, though, as you see the Rate coming on through. Xander still holding on to the top line. But inside this hill, Xander ducking, diving, weaving around, not able to get away for enough. Real's going to clear him out. Scrap time going to go the way of Huntsville. And you see St. Mary's. This is where things get dicey. Zoingy in the back line looking to keep these spawns for hill number 2. Things are about to get interesting.
He can set up a pinch here on hill number 1. Zoingy will find one in the back, but he can't find the second. You can see all the St. Mary's players, they know they're not going to make the same mistake that University of Alabama and Huntsville made on that first set of rotations. They want to make sure they hold on to this right-hand side of the map. They want a full 60 here on this next hill, and if they get it, it's what can really bring them right back into this game.
Xander, 37 seconds into this hill. You can see you have the lanes locked down right now. Gonzo's going to be watching this cross to hill 2. And Xander and Seeker are going to be locking down the front line for the rotation through the middle of the map. St. Mary's, you call it an impenetrable barrier, but you got to win the gunfights to make sure it's impenetrable. Jitsu up top inside this catwalk. J-Man's going to hunt him down. Major Time's going to go the way of University of Alabama Huntsville. St. Mary's still yet to find triple digits. Zoingy in the back line gets cleaned up by Xander Clan. Clears to the right. J-Man peeks out. Assault rifle better for the gunfight. As they clean up St. Mary's in the back. Real gets into this hill. As now St. Mary's going to be fighting from the front line. Jitsu gets into this time. It's absolutely bodied right there by 2. Zoingy clears out this hill. It's going to be Gonzo to make a big play back here. Can he clean up J-Man? That's the name of the game. J-Man's actually going to slip through. He's able to clear another player out, but while they're doing this, I mean, UAH, they have a lot of time to just give up if they want to patiently break into this hill.
J-Man on 6. He has a good chance for streaks here as well. He's just going to be that player still sitting in Temple's side. He's the very last player pushed forward. But this is just working out in UAH's favor. All the time going their way, all the streaks going their way right now. They can build this up to almost a 100-point lead at the end of this hill.
Real. Making that wrap around. Nobody's going to watch him. He's getting here for free. He's going to take down Jitsu. Before the point even opens, Xander's the next to fall. All players for St. Mary's going to be spawning on the back left of the minimap. And Real is just taking these fights head on. Seeker's finally going to clear him out. 2 kills go the way of St. Mary's, but now you need to get into this hill, and that is the impossible challenge that St. Mary's cannot overcome. They're going to gain some time, but now J-Man to reap the reward, the benefits of getting him behind the team undetected again. UAH looking to cross over that 200 marker, get even closer to putting away this hill, this map 4.
Every chance in the world to be able to close this game out here if you're UAH. The clock continues to tick up and up. Jitsu falls as well. They should be able to hop right back into this. They're sitting at 200. They masked that point. Only 50 points needed. They should be able to get to 220 unless Seeker has anything to say about it here.
Well, he has something to say about it. About 11 seconds of something to say.
It's going
to Chuki from the top line.
So perfect from St. Mary's if they want to come back in the later half of this game. They have a chance. They've got those left
Seeker
as well.
What was that? A Juki lane spread eagle right in front of him. And he just makes the turn and burn play. J-Man now close to counter the dangerous ends of Gonzo. Gives him a little bit of 1-2 punch. Locks down the hill now. This is UAH's game to lose. They're set up for Jitsu. Break into this hill. Finds J-Man. Nobody collecting time now. Inside this corner. Pinch is going to be through. Able to come away with 3 as St. Mary's. Can't find the 4th though. It's Zoingy to spoil the fun inside this tango.
Even if UAH lose these spawns out, if we go back to a hill number 1, there are still so many streaks right now on the side of UAH for them to be able to close this one out. So you're not wrong at all. This really is their game to lose right now. And you can see they know that Seeker knows they need to continue to challenge that hill. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to challenge that. Just play for the next hill. But they just can't afford to give up any more time here. UAH at the end of this hill, never mind, they hop off. I was going to say they'll be 11 seconds off being able to close this game up, but they hop off. They know that the battle and the contestion's more so towards this left-hand side of the map.
Yes, it is. Juki, player around the corner. They're playing their time. Real's going to come on in. You can't even see him. The corner's too dark. Real walks right past him. So they clean him up. 15 seconds left. Jitsu, he's going to drop. Look at how far away St. Mary's are. It's a marathon just to get back to this hill. You got 6 seconds left, and I don't even know if it is possible for them to get in here. Xander's going to try. Very shaky, and Alabama Huntsville, they're going to send us all the way to a 5th map for the first time here on the NACE Starleague stream for Call of Duty.
I mean, absolutely wild scenes there. I mean, Alabama Huntsville looked very rough off the start when they gave up hill number 1 off the very start of that game there. And I mean, that was a very, very contest-heavy first set of rotations, but they just took over in the second set. As soon as it was J-Man, correct? I found the streaks. As soon as J-Man was able to find the streaks in the back there was no answer from the St. Mary's players. They really just couldn't do anything about it. They kept it contested quite often throughout that game as well. But it just felt like every time there was a team fight and somebody came away on top, more often than not, it felt like it was University of Alabama at Huntsville.
It really did, and that's where Apocalypse can really be a steamroll of a map. If you get that early advantage, it just keeps on gaining that advantage, and you can see it's tough to fight back, especially when you give up those streaks early. I mean, St. Mary's now, they started off hot, 2-0 into the series. The comeback is real for University of Alabama Huntsville. 1 map away from getting the reverse sweep here in match number 2 of week 6. I mean, this is where we can really bring those storylines in. This is a big map for both teams, Jesse. I mean, if Alabama Huntsville win out in this series, it's really providing St. Mary's with no chance to get into those plans, or at least a tough chance to make those plans, if anything. This is going to be a crucial search and destroy for St. Mary's to win. If you're really looking in their end, I mean, would you even call it an advantage after, I mean, they win the search and destroy in map number 2, but they were down 1-4. It had to be a comeback, and then you lose both maps the way you just lost. It has to take a toll on your mental.
Well, I'd say it's a comeback in some ways, or an advantage in some ways, because you just need to throw out those last 2 maps from your mind right now. You don't think about them at all. You're thinking solely about that search and destroy that happened in game number 2. The thing with St. Mary's here, they won that second game, but the way that they won it, the way that they had to come back from being down 4-1, that's going to be a big mental thing for the players on UAH and the players on St. Mary. You can just think like, hey, we were down 4-1 before. If they go down 4-1 here, it's no big deal to them. They know that they can come back from down that deficit. If you're UAH here, I think your biggest thing right now is to get a big lead early and just hold that lead. Make sure you're able to close this game out for yourself, because we keep talking about placement differentials and where all these teams can be, but this is a huge match, just as much so for UAH as it is for St. Mary's. If St. Mary's wins this, yes, they bring a tie, they get closer to that 3rd place, but you got to think, if you're University of Alabama at Huntsville and you win this game right now, it are still solidified in that top 3, still in a tie for 2nd place before that final matchup.
It's the redemption arc of St. Mary's right now after what we saw from them last week. A chance to make a wave in their division over in the central side of things. Standoff, search, and destroy. It's going to be the make or break right now for the rest of their season here in NACE Starleague. And they are starting off an attack seeker. What a break right now. He's going to find Real. Causes the players to back up. Yoingy Zoingy's going to drop the bomb in a very unfortunate situation. And now the collapse from UAH. They can just join in for the fun. Yoingy Zoe finds 2 in a row. I don't think they know Xander Clan's back here, Jesse.
I'm not sure as well. They're definitely going to hear that slide, though.
Oh, now they know. Wow.
Doesn't matter. Zoingy will pick up the kill with the Diamati either way. But it's Gonzo. Gonzo was that player in the search and destroy, too, that went off for St. Mary's. So, I mean, you got to think he finds a 1v3 round number 1. Oh, man, what that could do for your mental. And he finds the 2nd as well. So it's going to be 1v1, him versus Yuki's. He gets his health back as well.
I like this play from Juki. He's cutting the distance. He's in a very ratty corner. Gonzo has to deep dive right into that hat to find it. But no, he's not going to check the corner. I like that play from Juki a lot. Just, again, closes the distance, finds a ratty angle in that corner. I think if Gonzo was to expect that corner, I would have been like, what? But he doesn't expect it.
You need to check it at that spot, though, as well. Just because you're in a 1v1, like, that player could be anywhere, and you don't even check that corner. I feel like that's a little bit of a misplay there on the likes of on the likes of Gonzo.
And well, the misplay cost them the first round. Like you said, if he comes away with the 1v3, it's exciting. The fact that he makes it close, I think it's enough to show that St. Mary's have not given up in this series.
Absolutely, they haven't given up in this series. These guys want this just as bad as these UAH players do. They're going to do everything in their power to get it. A huge flank developing right now from Seeker. He's going to have a lot of players to deal with over here, though, from the UAH side.
Swingy, the tight corner. Seeker wins it out. And that is going to draw so much attention away from University of Alabama Huntsville. They have to clear out their backline, but again, they have to focus on the map control that's being gained at either site. If Real goes down, that's going to be Bomb so far disconnected out of the rest of their team. A 2-2 split right now from either side. J-Man, ooh, takes a lot of shots. He's going to dip out. Both teams playing this chess match. Juki, you gotta know that Seeker's got backup. Xander Clan's gonna find him. 2v4, bad timing for Gonzo. That's gonna provide an opening now to wrap around, flip the map, and possibly get into Delhi, plant the bomb at B. It's gonna be tough ass though. Jitsu already here. J-Man takes that first fight. Nade to slow things down, and this round again and again, she's getting farther and farther out of Real's hands. He's in 1v3. He's got the bomb, but 16 seconds, it just seems nearly impossible to take things down. So he's going to hop up. He's going to do his best to make it close. But Jitsu snaps on back, 1-1. This is the game 5 that I was hoping for.
I think one thing that we talked about, too, in map number 2 is just the fact that Real was a little lackluster in that game mode. He just didn't seem to really have what we fully expect to see from him, at least what we saw from him in those last 2 games in the Garrison and the Apocalypse. And he's already started off 0-2 here. I mean, I know it's just 2 rounds, but you got to think he needs to pick it up. He needs to be playing to the same level he was playing in games 3 and 4 if they want to come away with this game 5 victory.
Well, here you go. He's going to make a quick dart through courtyard. And nobody actually has the eyes to see the Seeker. Beside that, the nade doesn't land. J-Man, in fact, he's now backed against the wall. Seeker's going to cross out. There's a big flip, though, for St. Mary's. First and second blood. Zoe now next up. Seeker keeping the forward push for St. Mary's. Well alive. 1v4 for Juki. As he's inside Hotel. Xander Clan's going to be the first gunfight. First gunfight done. Minimal damage as well, so he can heal up quickly and group up for the next, but Seeker's got an AR now. He's locked up, and he is locking down this round, deals the damage, allows the teammates to clear it off. 2 in a row for St. Mary's. They take a lead.
And I mean, you gotta think, if he checks that corner round number 1, this could be a 3-0 already to the likes of St. Mary's, continuing the trend from where they finished off when they won 5 rounds in a row to finish off the last Search and Destroy. I mean, man, they look so good at this map mode combo. You would never know that University of Alabama at Huntsville is a 4-2 Search and Destroy team when you watch them play up against the St. Mary's team, because St. Mary's have just looked so dominant in their S&Ds. They find those first bloods. The way they're able to signal out and just keep one player by themselves while they make these big pushes has been so dominant, but Seeker is going to be in a terrible spot here. He at least gets 1. That's so important to at least find 1 there, but he's going to call it to his teammates. All 3 players are there. You guys need to push this now. That bomb is going down. And 2 players on St. Mary's are so far from being able to help this bomb.
Team, yeah, they're here. You guys need to get over here. Gonzo was a little bit too quick to the call. 2v3. Jitsu. And Xander. For the retake. 28 seconds left. And they're both going to have to do this at the same exact time. But you look at the setup. It's not Juki. It's Zoingy to take this first contact. Jitsu's going to cross this bomb. They know it's there. Juki ready for it. 1v3. Xander Clan to make this change. To make the heroics. He's able to find 1 at the end, but not able to find the round. A little bit out of his hands. 2-2. UAH. They draw things back. I like the call to overwhelm Seeker at the start.
It looked like a University of Alabama Huntsville kind of taking a page out of St. Mary's book at the start of that round. Almost the exact same push we saw from St. Mary's at the start of the last round. There were 2 players there for the likes of for Alabama at Huntsville the last time there. This time it was only Seeker on the bomb site over at A, and he just got overwhelmed completely by the University of Alabama at Huntsville. Now, see what they decide to do here on offense. Last time it was a very quick hit towards A. Looks like we're going to see 2 players go over there, just kind of contest, make some noise with the bomb. It's heading towards this B alley.
First blood again. Gonzo this time. 4 on 3. Seeker's making the play behind. Juki's going to spot him, and now he's left in a very tough situation. Juki! What was that play? He's got the moves. He's got the grooves. And they know Seeker's going to be in this deli. Can he find the bomb now? Side by side, Juki backs himself right into Seeker's lap. So, I mean, the movement is good, but a little bit too much finesse there. Real left in a 1v3.
I was going to say, might you even say Juki's has the jukes? But then he just runs in front of the other players, so the jukes wear off.
I see what you did there.
I'm surprised you didn't.
Well, Real... he's not going to see these players around him for too long.
Yeah, that was just a tough spot. I mean, there was almost no point of even calling that one real in a 1 versus 3 at the end of that round. Maybe if he finds one, he can make that a little bit more possible. But there was only 30 seconds. 1v3, bomb down, tough spot for them to be able to close that round out for themselves there.
Dude, I mean, Juki went from 0 to hero to the front page of Barstool with
and then back
with
to
the play
0 so quick.
with the play that he just made. I mean, he sat on Seeker's lap, and I'm sure he's sitting there like, okay, I'll take that. But 3-2 for St. Mary's. This time it's not going to be an aggressive play towards A. It is going to be a slow play to Alley. And I like St. Mary's approach to this. They're going to be doubling up with their defense. And I think they're catching on to what's happening because Seeker's going to make the rotation into Hotel. Can't come away with 1, but J-Man, wow. What a play. He's able to burn Seeker off for first blood.
It's 2 rounds in a row where UAH is on offense and Seeker gets a little bit too aggressive onto a bomb site. And, I mean, 1 versus 3 pretty much in that room. He's in a bad spot, gets overwhelmed again, falls. Yes, he's the top fragger right now for St. Mary's, but he's got to make sure he's not being that player to fall early on in these rounds because you are no help to your team dead late in the round.
Rio has to be careful for the approach to B because, yeah, you might find first blood, but you still have the early rotations from St. Mary's that's going to make this tough to reach the B site.
They got players all around the
drops
site.
The bomb. Jitsu watching his back 3 go down just like that. The snap of my fingers. And Juki's last alive. And I know Juki is nuts, but he is not that nuts right now. St. Mary's close out round number 6. Go up 4-2 right now. You gotta look at this play. I mean, it was so quick to that. I mean, this is what I was talking about. I was saying, you found that first blood on Seeker, but Seeker kind of gave it to you. When you look at the rest of the map, St. Mary's, they made the quick rotation to really trap the rest of UAH inside that hotel.
That's a great way to put it, too, because you have Gonzo pretty much up and on one side of the map, all the way past A, playing on the tank, and you have the rest of the St. Mary's players playing towards back deli, playing towards top grandmas, just in that area where you can't let that bomb go down because there's no way that UAH is getting that bomb down for free. And once St. Mary's is playing all those different angles, there's just too many angles for them to have to spot out there. And this bomb should actually go down pretty free here for the likes of UAH as well.
Well, we've seen this from UAH on raid. They're looking a little bit scared here. I mean, you do see J-Man. He does get the trade, but the bomb's down now. Oh, wow, that was a big one. But J-Man's going to get traded out. Gonzo has the overview, the overwatch for the site. He walks away with 2, and St. Mary's, like I said, they are closing out the search and destroy with the absolute just chef's kiss finessing. Look at Gonzo here. Zongi, he thought he had the gunny here. I mean, yeah, you showed up in control, but Gonzo does not miss inside search and destroy. I mean, you might as well chalk this as it's the kill Gonzo challenge impossible.
Gonzo has been insane in search and destroy today. He was double positive, got streaks in the first one. He is 10-3 here, playing for streaks for himself. UAH, they're going to try to get this bomb down, but Gonzo, he's going to be the first line of defense all by himself. This could be a very dangerous spot and really make or break whether or not he gets streaks.
Like I said, kill Gonzo challenge. Impossible. Well, doesn't seem too impossible as he is going to get traded out, but now they know the bomb's going to be here again. Seeker in behind. He slipped through the fences. He's looking to shut this down. Real on the bomb. Zoingy behind. He's flying out there. 2v1 for St. Mary's to take this game. Yoingy Zoingy, he runs out of bullets, and Xander's going to punch the ticket for St. Mary's to win the match number 2 for this night. Over in the Central Division, St. Mary's, they make things interesting now as they go up in the standings and send University of Alabama Huntsville a little bit farther down like this. And that could have been so much. He almost found Real in that trade. They almost lined up exactly for him. It got a little bit scary after maps 3 and 4, but you head over to that search and destroy, and you're right. I mean, the changes that we're seeing out of St. Mary's in their 2s and 5s are astronomical compared to what we saw last week.
Yeah, completely different than what we saw last week. I mean, I was completely expecting Alabama and Huntsville to have a very good chance of coming out and taking this series, just in terms of how strong their hard points looked, how strong their search and destroys looked. And yet it was a control that was the first game mode for them to really claw their way back in. They win the second hard point, but losing both search and destroys while being 4-2 in the early parts of this season, not something I would have expected. But St. Mary's, and you really got to put it on Gonzo. Gonzo absolutely wins them this series by his search and destroy play in this game.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you talked about this could have been over a lot faster if they dropped that search and destroy. I mean, Gonzo turned things around in that raid S&D to bring things back for the likes of St. Mary's. And I mean, same thing with that standoff search and destroy as well in game 5. I mean, I said it, I'll say it again. It's the kill
Gonzo challenge.
Kill Gonzo challenge. Impossible. It is absolutely insane what I saw with him on the AR. I forgot his name for a quick second, but I'll never forget the plays.
I mean, I think he maybe died 6 or 7 times combined in 2 search and destroy maps. So unreal stuff from him in that game. I mean, I don't think you could have asked for a bigger pop off for St. Mary's there. And I mean, just kind of looking over at all the stats and what has gone on today. Of course, the Hilltoppers, they win another game today. SEU in this division, and SAU Esports also won their matchup today as well. So, I mean, it's getting interesting over here with Alabama losing that match, St. Mary's winning it. And I mean, I'm not sure. I think ICC has a bye this week, so ICC will improve to 5-1 as well with how the bye works in this league. So that is now a 2-way tie for the 3rd place division, with St. Mary's having the win over University of Alabama and Huntsville. So I'm not 100% how tiebreakers work, but you got to think that they have the advantage now.
I mean, you might want to think that. We're going to see how it is, but we do have Seeker here for the interview. Bringing him on in to the caster booth. Jesse, Seeker, congratulations on your Map 5 win. You're a little bit closer now to those play-ins, and you're making some changes here for St. Mary's, I see.
Thank you. It was a wonderful series, to be honest. My hands are shaking a little bit, not going to lie. But the boys came out clutch with that S&D. We just had a massive regain. Just came out straight, gunning, and we did amazing.
Well, you guys did great. I don't blame you for your hand shaking. I mean, even when I used to play my regular pub matches, my hands would be shaking when I get games like that. But I have to ask, last week we saw you guys fall a little bit. You obviously made some changes in this week. What were some of the changes that you guys really highlighted going into this week number 6?
Well, technically, we know this was the biggest match because we beat SAU already. So we know that we were going to be fighting the 3rd spot with this team. So we've been preparing since like week 4. I don't know if you can see the whiteboard in the back. That's the strats for map 1, map 2, and map 3. We were planning on closing it out on a 3-0. We came back on the S&D. That gives a huge boost. And map 3 was bad. It's not the one that we wanted, right? And then Apocalypse vibes were down, and you know what? Let's just go. We were not ready for the S&D. We thought we were gonna lose the S&D. Even pre-game, we were like, we can't go to standoff. That map is bad for us. And I think we just came up clutch. The teamwork was there, the chemistry was there, and we just prepared ourselves for last 2 weeks. We've been screaming. We've been going over bot, and one of my players is pretty new, Sander. So I sat with him yesterday. We went over bot, and I was like, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to be a little bit smart. And it worked out pretty great. He was getting picks in the S&D, and that was amazing.
I like to see the approach to the map and the amount of changes you're going in. It seems like you are hungry for this spot and you really want the changes to pay off. And I really like that at a St. Mary's University. Jesse, you got anything?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the AR play in this series was kind of the difference maker for you guys, at least in the search and destroys. Gonzo and you and yourself were really just kind of being those dominant players with the ARs, especially towards the second half of most of those search and destroys. But now that you guys have come up clutch with this win, you guys are tied for third, obviously now in the division. What's the mindset going towards the back half now that you guys have already played the top three? Is it just try to win out as many of these games as possible to close it out? Or
I promised my coach and the esports director here that we were gonna end the season 7-2. This was the hardest match, and we knew we were gonna drop to ICC and SEU. They're teams with top AM players. My team's just barely new. I'm still like showing them how to play and a lot of stuff. So it's gonna be a 7-2. This was the hardest team, the one that's gonna fight the third place. I don't know. I don't think the other teams are like at that level at the moment. Hopefully, well, they give us a challenge, right? But we're gonna go and look for the 7-2 and finish third place.
Love to hear it.
And I can't wait to see what happens when you guys reach the end. When you do get through with your teammates and you're able to make those changes to make those plans and try to triumph over those top two teams that you do have in your division. And I mean, before we let you go and celebrate with your team and maybe get those strats of the way, you don't want to give away your strat, Seeker. I mean, all these people can know. All these people can see it, but
I'm erasing that. Don't worry about it.
they don't even know. They don't know what's coming up next for St. Mary's. But before we let you go, anything you want to say to the stream?
No, just big shout out to everybody that supports us. Big shout out to my coach and my teammates. They all came up clutch. Vibes are all-time high right now here. And GG's to my opponents, bro. They played amazing and it sucks to lose, but they'll get it next time, right?
Exactly that. Well, can't wait to see you on the desk next time, Seeker. Go celebrate that victory. You guys earned it with that map 5 victory.
Thank you. Have a good night, guys.
You too.
Jesse talked about it at the start as a potential upset for St. Mary's over University of Alabama Huntsville. I am loving the preparation that we see out of St. Mary's going into this. I mean, Seeker, he had that covered from top to bottom. They knew what they wanted at a University of Alabama Huntsville.
Yeah, they really wanted that 3-0 too. It sounded like they unfortunately just weren't able to get it done in the control. And it kind of just spiraled in towards that Apocalypse. We all know you need to be having some next vibes in Apocalypse Hardpoint if you want to be able to come out on top, especially with how crazy that map can get. And I'm sure comms were probably off a little bit going into that map after losing the map before. But I'm just glad to see that they were able to kind of just hit the big regain, be able to come back, take that search and destroy and stand off and be able to close that series out, because that just made this whole division a whole lot more interesting.
Oh, it did. And I mean, you have to give some props to UAH, even Seeker himself. They played their minds out, he said. And we were talking about how they have had, I guess, a lighter showing to the season going into this matchup. I mean, Seeker was telling us it's probably the hardest matchup they're going to have for the fight for third place. Well, University of Alabama Huntsville, I mean, they showed a lot of strengths and a lot of relentless plays to get themselves to that map number 5 at the end. So, even themselves, a few changes, a little bit of VOD review. You might want to look at Metafy and get a little bit of strats going. They could be a tough team to beat for the rest of the rosters.
I mean, a big match next week going on in this division as well with University of Alabama and Huntsville. They'll be going up against ICC. And we saw how Independence Community College was able to beat St. Mary's last week. And that match is now going to pretty much be a must win for UAH after this loss this week to St. Mary's. Because if they don't win that match, that's going to pretty much solidify St. Mary's as the number 3 seed, and that could very well be the end of the road for the likes of the University of Alabama and Huntsville. So many storylines, man. I'm here for it.
So many indeed. Shrine versus Ferris State, our match number 3 coming up over the break. Everybody, go get some water and hydrate. We got a lot more Call of Duty to come. Gonna cut to a quick break. When we come back, match number 3. So see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody, to the NACE Starleague week number 6 for Call of Duty. We got match number 3, Trine versus Ferris State, as this match is going to be a pillar to their standings because they're both conjoined at 3 and 2. We're looking at one to rise, one to fall, but in the end, both are going to separate. Before that, I got a little bit to talk about from Metafy, because if you want to get a little bit more, you can choose from the top game coaches and book your first session in less than 3 minutes. And by game, I mean if you want to look from the top Call of Duty coaches, look no farther than Metafy. And with Metafy, you can book your sessions and instantly chat with coaches in real time or upload past games, play and get expert level analysis from the top players. So you look at that, you can get so much and more. Metafy also provides customer support for collegiate programs. So if you're an esport organizer at the collegiate level, reach out and learn how they can help your team with one-on-one coaching, team coaching, and competitive analysis. So it's plenty to learn from, not just as a player standpoint, but even as a coach, as an organizer, as a collegiate overseer. You can really be a change for not just your program, but for the players in front of you. Go check out Metafy, everybody. It's just looking, every single time I read more about them and I learn more about them, they just seem better and better.
Man, it's fantastic, right? It's a great way and a great chance to kind of help develop your team. And I think a lot of teams in collegiate Call of Duty especially could kind of pay a lot of factor from doing something like this as well. Just being able to go get a get some help on in terms of what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong on the maps, because you can't always see it from yourself. Maybe your coach might not be able to pick it up. Maybe you don't have a coach. Metafy might be able to help you out with that.
They could. I mean, sometimes it's hard to find a good coach like that, but it seems like all of your problems can be solved on Metafy. Go check that out, everybody. Ferris State versus Trine University. We're looking at these two teams to go head-to-head in our match number 3. We go to the Midwest, and we see exactly what we need to see out of these two, because the talk of this series, the talk of the season for the two of us, has been standings. And how are they going to be affected? Well, look at these two. Back to an even 3 and 2. Somebody's got to separate. What are we looking at?
Well, I mean, it's kind of crazy today. Today has really been the battle of these mid teams that are still trying to make a fight for the playoffs, and that's why we're seeing such hard-fought battles today. We've seen a 3-1 victory and a 3-2 victory so far today, and I expect to see another close match here between the likes of these Trine Esports and these Ferris Esports players. And I mean, Trine University, we saw them play a couple weeks ago. Their Search and Destroy looked fantastic. They're sitting at 4-1 in Search and Destroy right now. Obviously, the big thing with both these two teams is that both of them have lost to Illinois State and Minnesota State University, the two of the 3 top teams in this division. And I think a big thing to talk about, since we're talking about standings right now, is that the 2 5-0 teams did play today, and it was a dominant 3-0 victory for the likes of Illinois State over Northwood. So that's going to shake up the standings quite a bit going into next week.
That has to be scary, because those are two teams that when we get the coaches polls for the top 10, Jesse, they are like neck and neck the whole time. So when you were kind of comparing them, two of them, and you see that big of a difference between these two teams, I mean, that has to be frightening. I mean, just jaw-dropping.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it just kind of solidifies that you've got a dominant number 1. You've got a dominant number 2. Minnesota State, they're going to be very hard to get out of that number 3 spot. But it's going to be Trine University coming in at the 4 seed right now that are trying to make that statement and trying to continue to play their way up. I actually can't remember. I didn't get a good enough look at Minnesota State's kind of look at who they've played yet. Because if they haven't played the likes of Northwood yet or Illinois State yet, if they can end up finding a way to lose a couple of those matches, you never know. Trine can still find their way in towards that top 3.
Might be their opening right into our hearts of the Midwest. Well, let's take a look at the game modes and the maps that we do have to move forward into this best of 5. Because look, we're headed to checkmate for that first map. Miami, map number 2. We don't really see that really often, but we get to head to the nightlife a little bit. Garrison control for map 3. Go distance, apocalypse, and standoff. Again, a mimic for the later end like we saw in the last match. I think the really interesting part is we haven't seen a whole lot of checkmate or Miami this season.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I feel like we've seen more Apocalypse and Standoff in the NACE Starleague than I've seen all season long. But I mean, nonetheless, excited to see Checkmate back in for a hard point to start us off. Obviously, that map is going to be very plane heavy, dominant. You're to see which team is going to be able to come out on top. A very AR heavy map, and sticking with the theme of very AR heavy maps, Miami Search and Destroy, my favorite Search and Destroy map out of all the maps by far. There's so many different angles and peaks that you can play on this map to really give your team the advantage. Strategy 100% over gun skill when it comes to that map. I mean, sometimes you get a good player here or there. I mean, Garrison Control, we've seen it twice so far today, or we've seen it once today, but we've seen it a lot this season. I actually don't recall, have we seen a single Checkmate Control yet in NACE Starleague on stream yet? I don't remember, but I feel like if we have, it's been forever since we've seen one in Garrison Control. You know, these teams are comfortable playing it.
I think we saw one. I actually do think we saw one back towards the start of it. But you like Miami more than Express?
Yeah, Miami's definitely my favorite Search and Destroy.
You like
map.
Miami more than Raid?
Yeah, absolutely. For Search and Destroy, it's such a good Search and Destroy map, which is great because it doesn't work for any of the other competitive game modes, obviously. But I mean, Miami, man, it's such a different map. And I think that's why I like it so much. It makes it so tough for teams to really be able to... it's my favorite map. I've told you that before. I don't know why you're acting so surprised right now. He's doing it for the cameras, guys. Don't let him fool you. He likes it too. I know you do. Don't play.
I need a new co-caster, everybody. I like it, but I don't like it more than Express or Raid. Like, come on. Like, this is absolutely crazy. I mean, what else? I mean, what's better than... Like, it's a great duo. Call of Duty and Hot Takes out here, Jesse. I mean, I think that's the hottest I've heard from you in a while. But since last time I heard that Miami was your favorite, since last time I heard that Miami was your favorite. But let's talk about this map number 1, Checkmate. I mean, we already highlighted it's an AR heavy map. We've seen Shrine before, and we haven't seen Ferris State yet. I think that's the unknown factor for myself. We've already been into the 6 weeks now. This is week number 6. So I feel like these teams should be ironing out the kinks that we're gonna see, but. I mean, this is a good opportunity for trying to really kind of level up because last time we saw them, I mean, they were good, but I don't know if they were the top 3 good in my own eyes. But this is a good chance to show the improvements that they've made throughout the weeks.
I mean, this is their chance, right? Like, and kind of like we said, Ferris State, they've looked really good too so far to start this year off. They started off with a 3-0 in the standings, but they've lost back-to-back weeks. This is their redemption week as well.
Well, let's go to Air Force One and find out exactly who's going to start off in the victory slot for this one. It's going to be very back and forth looking at those hill number 2 rotations. In case of the minimap, it's the right side where the red team is spawning at that you really want to take control of. But this plane, it is going to be a ballroom blitz. Benetric. First one in. First blood as well. Sweeter Chip alongside them. Stick from the Semtex, but it's Bentrick to clean them out. A good 3 down for Trine. Right off the rip. As this is the break-off that you would want if you are the team spawning on the better side.
Yeah, I mean, a perfect break-off there for the likes of Ferris State, to be honest. I mean, they did start off well, but Ferris, they come back with a fantastic answer for their own to really break their way throughout this hill. And now, I mean, with that kill top right as well, they actually put themselves in a great spot here to try to win the rotation over to hill 2. I mean, Marissa's going to have to go huge here in the back to just try to find a couple of kills and maybe try to flip these spawns back out, but it's going to be tough to flip them.
Well, Marissa, she finds 2. But Llama with an RPG.
What a name.
What a thought. I mean, the image just pops into my head when I saw it. I haven't read that name just yet, but not good enough. You need a bigger RPG if you're going to take down Marissa. Karaka is going to trade that out instantly, but 55 seconds into hill number 2. You have the rotation for Trine. The Burster sneaks in behind, but not able to sneak past Marissa. Eyes are locked as Shrine are looking to take their lead on back and look to make things extra even, but they've been struggling to collect time here. Karaka is next up here to try to disrupt this time. Marissa is going to cut that one down. And Calamity on the front line goes for the shot punch. A little bit too far away. You don't have Commando Pro here in Cold War.
I remember Marissa from week 1 when we watched, and she is just dominant with that AR. Already started off 7-2 here. Could she end up being the difference maker in this map? It's absolutely possible. I think she just found another one through the middle as well. So on 5 in a row now, they should be able to lock down these spawns as well.
They flip them out.
Next hill, they did a perfect flip there. Oh, Marissa, if she was behind that barrel, she puts herself in a dominant position. She just doesn't get to it in time. and she doesn't find those streaks. But nonetheless, I mean, you can't say anything wrong about an 8-3 start for her.
Although Ferris State, on the lesser favorite side, they were able to keep things even. So not allowing Trine to get the full 60 is big for that hill number 2. Now let's see if they can make it messy in hill number 3. Marissa's able to find 2 on MMB. They would lock down a nice double kill there. Should allow some time back to Trine to take their lead to the next level. See Kamika or Karaka. Looking to break on in. Llama with an RPG over the top ropes. Going to get down by Calamity with a big 2-piece. 3 go down for Ferris State. As they keep their lead here. And yeah, they're looking at Calamity. He's got 7 in a row. Can he find 8 to make it a cruise missile? He cannot. He's still got the artillery strike.
Marissa back on 5 after falling 1 time in the map after going on her last streak. Back to 5 in a row now. I mean, this is just dominance right now from Trine. These ARs on the likes of Trine are just taking over the map right now. They cannot be stopped. They've got at least 1 set of streaks in Calamity. Sorry, 1 streak. They don't have the full set, obviously, but and Marissa falls as well. So, I mean, a break that was absolutely needed from the likes of Ferris State there to at least stop the streaks on the side of Trine, but they can't even get inside this hill once again as this lead just continues to build stronger and stronger for the likes of Trine.
Bentrick on 4. Players around the back. Calamity's going to drop a Bentrick. He's keeping the streak going. Llama with an RPG. Not even going to get in. Contentions here. The swing from Bentrick. 6 in a row. He's looking for streaks as well. Take a look at the minimap. You can see Ferris State spawning on the right side. They're going to have to make quite the trek through the plane just to get this. If Llama with an RPG can find Bentrick here, it would be huge. But Marissa's actually going to steal that away. No streaks for Bentrick. Back and forth for the trades. Ferris State keeping things interesting. As Karaka now can play spoiler to a few players rotating over to the back hill here inside cardboard or wood. But Karaka's going to go down. Calamity's going to hop in here right out into the open. Llama with an RPG. Locks that down. This is where things are tough, especially when Trine's ARs are turning up the way they are. I mean, it's going to be hard for Ferris State to step foot in this hill.
It absolutely will be. They have these angles locked down to a T right now if you're trying. And I mean, this game is going to be a 100-point lead now for the likes of Trine. It is just, it's so tough to be able to break on into these hills. I honestly haven't even seen very many players on Trine that are running a submachine gun right now. It's Bentrick who seems to be the only one that I've seen, because everybody else is just running an AR and playing very dominant with them.
Oh, it's like what we were talking about with Apocalypse, Jesse. I mean, Apocalypse is a map where you can go a 1-3 split for 3 SMGs, 1 AR. Well, Jackmate's a map where you can take 3 ARs out and have that 1 SMG player. So it seems like it's really playing into the favor of Trine here.
It really does. I mean, maybe this hill, the only hill that a 2 submachine gun setup will really work for you in your favor here. And I mean, to be fair, and that's where we've seen Ferris State at their best. We saw them get a great break off on the first hill. They got a good amount of time, probably most of the time from their first set of rotations was on this first hill, and it's where we see the submachine guns mostly come out. But as soon as we head in towards those AR heavy maps, it's where we see Trine start to shine.
Yeah, it's really Bentrick. Needs to step up here. Llama with an RPG is going to find that kill. Yeah, 33 seconds. Let's climb back into this if you're Ferris State. A lot of time, but it's something. It's a good start, and honestly, if you can limit Trine on that hill number 2 again, maybe even flip the spawns, that's even better. But first, you got to get through the plane. Bentrick leading back into it. 14 and 13, doing the dirty work here. Minute 19 in the OBJ. You can see the Ferris State, the blue arrows, looking to just forget about plane. Let's rush to the second site. Weeder Chip's going to be holding this one down. A is going to drop to Karaka, but that's going to call for the rest to rotate on out, look to shut things down. NMB trying to make a difference, but look at this spread from Trine players. They keep them down, but yeah, you call the spawns, they flip. So Ferris State, they actually do what they needed to do. If they take Calamity down, that's even better.
This could be a good chance for them to be able to bring some time back into this game. Unfortunately, their player that was on the hill does end up falling. Quickly, they'll be able to hop one back in here. But Bentrick on the flank from behind, he'll find 2. One player does spawn up, but Bentrick, can he get the 3rd here?
Oh, he's got the Diamante.
I think
he knows
he's going to
he's
wait for a
got a
teammate to clean him up. Yeah, it does not matter. Trine, Doesn't matter if it's Bentrick, doesn't matter who cleans up the final kill. Beautiful break-in from the back, and that's just going to continue to grow their lead here on what could have been a great chance for Ferris State to bring themselves back into this game.
And you know, Jesse, in that point, I mean, you see the setup that Ferris State have. I mean, they have submachine gun players. I don't know why, when they flip the spawns like they did, they're trying to take these gunfights against the ARs, because you're feeding the kills to Trine in that sense. You allowed that break to happen, and now look at the damage. 211 to 78. Rotating into this hill 3, which was actually one of the most punishable hills that Trine had with their setup. Ferris gonna be the first one here. Marissa stands out, 27 and 13. Talk about a standout player. Well, she is shining right now. She's gleaming right now.
Marissa does not miss.
Oh, no. Do it again.
Yeah, she does not miss. Marissa going off for the likes of Trine Esports. I mean, 28 and 14, double positive here in map number 1. Just putting on a clinic for her team. Everybody else on her team, outside of her and Calamity, basically sitting at positive. I'm sorry, I guess Sweeter Chip as well going off, but I mean, it does not matter. Bentrix can literally just sit in the hill and do whatever they want right now, because everybody on Trine is just doing what they need to do in terms of their ARs. They aren't even putting any focus towards this next hill because they know how dominant their AR setup was here on hill number 4 the last time through, and it looks like they're setting up for it again. They don't even care about plane control. This is absolute scenes here for Trine.
Sweeter Chip has a streak. Calamity has a streak. They have a lot to put this game away. Bentrick from the top ropes. He's going to find NMB. You look at the rotation. Last chance now for Ferris State. Karaka in the back line. They know he's there. Still no call going to come. The turn won't be there. Calamity's able to clean him out 3 in a row now for the likes of Trine, as they're 7 points away from taking map number 1. Dashing here from NMB, sticking close to the box. Calamity. Wow. He's going to slide on 3. Wow. That is going to be quite the map from Trine. They're going to take the checkmate hard point right away. 250 to 107. Rocking that triple AR setup. As boy, did they look dominant, Jesse. I mean, I think there was only a few times where I actually saw a chance for Ferris State to come back into this, and when those times were presented, they were quickly shut down.
I just can't believe Marissa in that first map. I mean, like, we saw her week 1, and she looked good week 1. Don't get me wrong. Or sorry, it was week 2, I guess, technically, our first week on broadcast. But I mean, that she looked like a different player today. I mean, the AR in her hand, she's looking like formal out here, just absolutely gunning everything in front of her. Fantastic play on her end, at least in that first game. And I mean, I could count on my hand how many times she went on a streak in that game and just didn't end up finding streaks at the end of it. But 5 streaks, 6 streaks, it was all there on the table for her. And I mean, just a great show of skill in that game number 1, and just a dominant map takeover.
Even though she didn't have streaks, I mean, Calamity found streaks, Sweeter Chip found streaks.
Shit, they didn't need them.
They didn't need them at all. And talk about a triple AR setup into a map like a checkmate. We're going to Miami for map number 2, Jesse. I mean, this is where
triple AR.
You could have a triple AR setup. I don't think they're going to. Meaning being because like there is the B site that you have to keep aware of inside that garage, but there's a chance to kind of expand off of this strategy. I like that play call. I think it's very showing that you know what to bring to a map like checkmate, and you're really playing to your strengths here on AR like maps.
I mean, I know if you're going on offense, if you know that you're going on offense over towards that A site as well, I mean, why not throw it out?
Why not
throw it, especially after how dominant you looked in this map number 1. I mean, like, the scoreline was a 250 to 107. They got a couple minutes or a couple bit of time in the clock, but there was never a question in either of our minds that Trine was winning that map after how they started there, I don't think. And as soon as they broke, like you said, there was a few chances where Ferris had a good chance to, you know, bring their way back into the game there. But it was as soon as they got any bit of momentum going, Trine was right there to snap it, bring it right back into their favor. And I mean, when you're really looking at the stand or at this Miami Search and Destroy, and you're trying University, you want to stick to as many guns as you've got from that game 1. You don't want to slow down this momentum at all. You want to carry it in towards the rest of the series. And I think if you're Ferris State here, to kind of reel it back in, give them their best chance of winning this, I think you pull out as many subs as you can, and you try to dominate that A side of the map on your offenses.
I definitely could see that. I think that Ferris State have the ability now on Miami to really, I guess, bend it to their own will if they want over on that B site. I think that garage is going to be an open season for them if Trine is going to go for the triple AR setup on defense. I don't see that being the case. But if it does, there is an opening for them to kind of take advantage of it. I think this is a good chance for Fair State to really slow things down. On a couple of the site holes, I did see some of their players taking unfavorable gunfights, especially when they did break into that hill number 2. They just kept on peeking out into like the AR territory, and you want to hold those ratty angles with those SMGs because that crate can be really punishing if you're just going to go head to head with it. I know the 74U can sometimes beam cross map, but you have to think that the headshot multiplier on the crate is just so punishing in those situations. We saw it on Checkmate, and I think there's a chance for that to get a little bit out of hand for Ferris. They really need to think about what approach they're going to take to this Trine team on Miami.
Well, I think the big positive for Ferris State going into this is you looked very good on hill number 1, both sets of rotations through. That was your best map, or it was your best hill in that map, number 1. It was close, it was tight quarters, so if you can find a way to play that garage, play that piano room, top piano, bottom piano, whatever you want to play on that side of the map, if you can find a way to use that and exploit your talented submachine gun players on your team, that's where you might be able to come out with a search and destroy win here on Miami.
I mean, talk to me a little bit off the rip. What are some early strategies you could see out of Ferris State to kind of stop Trine University in their tracks? Hypothetically, let's say Ferris State, they start on attack. What do you want to see?
If they start on attack, I mean, I instantly want to see a hit towards garage. I want to see them just try to push 4-man hit and just try to overwhelm any of the Trine players that are on that side, just to kind of get some momentum back in your favor. You want to win out that round. Obviously, yes, you want to make sure nobody's going to be hitting the flank. You might send one player to sit back, maybe towards the driveway, just to kind of watch middle of the maps or the flank. But either way, I feel like you just want to try to overwhelm Trine. I feel like that might be their best chance. I know you said that you want to see them slow down the pace. I kind of want to see them pick up the pace here in the search and destroy, at least on that side of the map. And then on defense, defense, I think, is where you could really see them slow it down. But just don't give up too much map control if you're going to slow it down. You got to make sure you stay in your powerful positions. Don't over peak the peaks that you need to. Just take the right challenges at the right times. You could find success here.
No, I definitely would like to kind of see them expand off of that for sure. Like, I mean, you don't want to take those challenging gunfights at range because you think that Trine are feeling good after that map number 1, but you still want to get those submachine gun players into those ratty angles on defense. You want to make sure that you're not giving up the map control like you're saying, and you have a little bit of presence to watch the cross, but it seems like these players are ready to go for this map number 2. Ferris State, we haven't seen a team yet on our week number 6 to close out this map 2 and go even 1-1. It's always been 2-0s yet between our match 1 and 2. So going into Miami, let's see if they can change things up. We're going to the nightlife. We get to see a new map for the day. I know we're far into Cold War, so you guys are pretty used to Miami, but I'm excited to see something different here tonight, Jesse. I'm really excited to see Miami come through.
I mean, speaking of nightlife, I mean, just look at your backdrop, right? You got the Toronto nightlife going on behind you, but nonetheless, like you said, heading towards the Miami nightlife. And I mean, a very quick hit from Ferris State already off the rip. And it's just going to be a full 4-man hit versus 4-man hit towards the middle of the map. And everybody has fists out. And I mean, I don't know what I'm looking at right here, right now.
It seems like we have a good little fisticuffs here. Oh, first one going to go down. A team kill out of Marissa, but fists are flying 2v2 in the sense. And a good old right-left hook from Karaka. He's going to give the work out here for round number 1. Curious at why we got that as a round number 1, but not disappointed.
I have no words. And Karaka, I think, got the ace in that round. I'm not going to lie to you either.
No, there's a team kill. No way.
Was there? Okay.
In all my life, though, here. Inside. No way. Okay, I was going to say.
We breaking GAs?
Dude, give me a little bit tingly out here, Burst. You can't do that to me. But it seems like that is going to be our first round. I don't know what to say. That was that. Let's go to round 2, Jesse.
I mean, Ferris State, they'll get the 1-0 lead, obviously, right off the rip here. And I mean, not really what I was expecting to see on offense from Trine. They're going to bring this bomb over towards the B site. They do have a 4v3 on the site right now, but player 2 could sneak in from behind.
Oh, Karaka tried, but no success. 2 players down right off the rip. Trine. Chance to get this bomb down. Lord Shortle to be hauled in this heady, but on the escape, Marissa's going to catch him. NMB 1v3. Bomb's going to get planted by Bentrick. And once this bomb goes down, you have to be thinking that NMB is in an unwinnable situation. Bentrick, stay alive. And he does. So NB, we gotta dig deep into this round.
It looks
Oh,
like
he
he's
is.
going to try to reposition, go back alley, but he won't find a single thing back here because none of the
Ooh.
players on the likes of Trine are playing an angle where they're going to be peeked out. Maybe he might be able to find Bentrick up top, but I mean, either way, Marissa will slide out, take your life away anyways, and try and they'll tie it up at 1-1 once we start using the guns.
Yeah, talk about I was even interested in that they were going to be right off the bat, but it seemed like they had a good read on the situation. I mean, Bentrick watching the cross, expecting the aggressive play through mid. You find that first blood, you clear out the player inside bar, and I think that Lord Shortle had a chance to bring that back, but with the amount of overwhelming presence that Trine had flooding through bar, as soon as Lord Shortle took a few hits, he had to run away, get straight 1-for-1, and then that puts NB in a very unwinnable 3v1, especially when the bomb goes down at B. I mean, it's hard enough with the 3v1, but when you have that presence, that post-plant setup, it's even harder.
Karaka takes a dip off the start of this round as this bomb heads over towards the A site. A lot of work for Sweeter Chip all by themselves over on this site right now. And I mean, this is going to be a tough one to be able to shut down this whole bomb push over. But I mean, they basically held him off
Calamity.
long enough for the rest of trying to be able to get over.
Oh,
And Calamity finds the first blood, and they basically pretty much just got them pinched back here now.
hello, room service in the form of Calamity. He's able to find that first one, and ever since then, it's just been straight bloodshed. Karaka, again, 1v3 for Ferris State. In these gun rounds, it just hasn't been their wave. Trine's gonna win another one, take the lead 2-1 here under the nightlife. And that's just Calamity getting so much free space. Free will, he just ran through the middle of the map undetected. Like, that is insane. Somebody needs to check that.
I still can't even get over round number 1, though. You call it.
Yeah.
I just thought about it in the back of my head again. And just like the fact that we saw a 4 versus 4-man hit through the middle of the map. I was getting all excited. I was like, oh, we're going to see a bloodbath. And then it was just fisticuffs. But, you know, nonetheless, they'll be back on offense here, heading back over towards the B site. Less players here for Ferris State this time. Same amount of players for Trine, though. It's going to be a 4-on-2.
Somebody needs to like clip that and post in like the Benny Hill music. If I think it is. It's crazy.
We'll get right on that.
We'll get to that later. Looks like another B hit for sure. Burster's gonna be holding down Shortle. Instead of being deep in the alley, he's gonna be holding this tight angle with an AR. You normally see a submachine gun player here.
See, here's
in
my
this
question right
situation.
now is you've seen nobody if you're Ferris State over towards the A site. How are we not rotating off the site? Like, yes, player 2 finally is, but like you have seen literally nobody on that side of the map. How are we not
no.
rotating out yet?
And Karaka should be saying that I'm seeing nobody in hotel. They have to be at the B site at this. I mean, it's just
And NMB is still at A.
yeah. So Marissa, a little bit too much feet shown. Is gonna drop Calamity inside bar, inside piano room. Is gonna fall as well. Burster doubles down for Ferris State and might not get the rotations, but things are looking quite hectic. NMB inside casino. Karaka on that flank. Karaka's gonna shrink, and so is NMB. Excellent play style from Ferris State. The patient plays off, and I was questioning why NMB was there as well, but I mean, you gotta kind of play devil's advocate here. I think that
They win the round.
I think that if you're looking at Trine, they sat there for so long.
They absolutely did. And I mean, I think the reason I wanted NMB to rotate over so much earlier there is just because the positioning where those Trine players were. If you get the right spots, you had literally every single angle covered from those Trine players, and nobody was making it out of there alive. Once again, though, back on offense, we're going to see NMB again. They just must be the island player on the likes of Ferris State. They'll be by themselves watching down middle of the map right now. Might be able to catch player 8 off guard as they're pushing down middle.
Kraka and Bar. Pushing into Bar. That stat doesn't land, so no information on player number 7 who's sitting up top there. Sweeter Chip still on the solo hold towards A. It's the same position that Trine had, the same setup that Trine had, but Calamity this time, NMB inside this balcony is going to spot that, provide a little bit of an overview for the team. Nobody's going to clean up those shots, but they're still pushing themselves to this B site. Karaka, oh, you got to be careful. You got to be careful with that one.
Where's Calamity playing right now? Oh, in a corner. Oh, this could be
He doesn't see him.
detrimental.
Oh, NMB needed to check that one.
And now they're in a situation where as soon as they get that down, Sweeterchip knows that player's no longer there. They make the rotation over, and they just trap the players on the likes of Ferris State inside and trying. They come out with a round victory there. Very slow rounds here on offense so far.
It's the same thing as before. I mean, NMB was inside that balcony, put the shots down on Calamity, Jesse, and then you have to hold in the back of your mind. I mean, you saw Calamity push into Piano Room, so inside your head, the thought process should be there. Let's check, make sure that these angles are dropped down. Maybe Calamity was in like a really deep corner there, and you just didn't see. You thought you checked it, but NMB just couldn't see that deep.
He didn't check it at all, though.
No, yeah, but he didn't, no, at all. So Calamity really gets away with that one. As soon as you lose one, you lose two. The collapse comes through, and it's just a dangerous situation if you're that. Shrine takes back their lead.
Oh, that's the hit I've been waiting to see.
Onto defense, and yeah, this is your A hit you've been looking for.
See if they can do anything with this hit. They do have a player in a great spot here, Karaka, though. They do find the first two. Or Karaka finds one, but the rest of them really on his team going to fall here. And NMB actually rotates off the site a little bit faster this time. And so, I mean, it's pretty much just giving up the bomb site to try in here. They can push up, get this bomb down, but obviously they don't know that.
It's my favorite deal right there, 2-for-1. Calamity, oh, Lord Shardle. You should know that Calamity's here. He's going to be holding the back angle, but Calamity is not backing up whatsoever. Bomb gets planted. Calamity's up there. Shardle does not see him. That's the problem with these dark maps. It's a tough one. Calamity, though. Oh, no. Oh, no, Shortle. Don't let him do this to you, Calamity. Oh, he gives him the work. His bomb goes down. NMB in a 1v2 for this retake. Marissa has relocated back towards the patio. And as soon as NMB pokes out, 1v1 finds that kill. Calamity is going to drop this nade. 19 seconds left. Has the sights on this bomb. So NMB, if you're going to win this round, you have to take this gunfight at this point. He knows it, so he's just going to rush along. This round is long gone. Try and move it to 4. Ferris State lose another round here in Miami Search and Destroy. And that was wonderful to see. You have to think, Lord Shortle, if he finds that, that's a different sight. But he gets worked, Jesse.
It absolutely does. And, I mean, when you're really looking back at that round, it is exactly what we saw from the first game. They went towards the A site. It was a 3 AR hit for the likes of Trine University, and they really came out on top there. It just felt like their ARs are just so much more dominant on this map. And I'd be very surprised to see Ferris State try to hit up towards that A site, and it doesn't look like that's what we're going to get here. Another 3-man hit going towards B, and it actually looks like they are going to send NMB back over towards middle of the map as once again, just to at least get a little bit of an eye inside there. Marissa has the perfect angle on this top piano.
When Calamity peeks out, Burster's going to get the info. Player number 6, Sweeterchips, has yet to react to this rotation, but seeing that player deep in the hotel has to keep the idea inside Shrine that there's a possible rotation out to the far depths of A. And also considering that Calamity and Bentrick really haven't seen anything but Karaka to Shrike inside the closet. Calamity drops that bomb. Bentrick swings. Nice 2-4. As Shrine really taking their advantage here, playing off each other inside this closet. Another swing here, trying to wrap around this last player. It's Lord Shortle with the AR. He gets collapsed on. It's just a perfect round from Shrine. They do business, and they walk away shining.
They're really starting to pull away with the Search and Destroy right now. It just feels like everything that they can do right, they're doing right now. They just win any round out. I got a little worried in that round. I thought they were going to get a little too aggressive there, but they play the right corners, make the right peaks at the right time, and they're just able to close that round out. And I mean, we need to talk about Calamity right now. 10-3 on a 7 spree at the moment. They have the artillery strike, every chance in the world to be able to close this game out. I'd be so surprised if we don't see them go A with that streak as well. Oh, and they're going to use the ping for early information as well. So they know there's 2 players over towards A.
It has been a 2-2 split for Ferris State. Shouldn't be too wild for them to understand. Lord Shortle is going to be so deep. If that artillery strike gets dropped, he really doesn't have an exit. So here it comes. He's going to rain it down right inside Visitor Center as well. It's going to slip right through the cracks, looking for each player, but he's going to find 2 right through the middle of Visitor Center. He's going to find NMB and Lord Shortle. Now Shrine are going to be in a 4-on-2, looking to close out the search and destroy with haste. Player in the back. Karaka's going to hear the climb. Calamity going to follow. Brings it back to 1 player deficit. And you got to think that if Burster can find Marissa back here, it's going to be a different story, but he has to be fast. Marissa's going to peek out. AR's going to have that gunfight. 1v3. It's all up to Karaka here. Inside Visitor Center. 23 seconds left. 5 HP. Oh, you have to be thinking Shrine's about to go up here. 1v3. Karaka's going to peek. Again, drop to 10 HP. Can't get you a break here, Jesse. Time's going to be too far gone. Shrine's going to win map number 2. 5-6-2. I mean, they had that control. You got to think that one round out of this, that Ferris won, was a fist round where they're just punching each other. Like, out of that whole thing. So, I mean, Shrine, they look amazing tonight. Backing their ARs.
Well, now improving to 5-1 on Search and Destroy as well for Trine University. So not really too surprised to see them come out and take that Search and Destroy in that fashion. They have been a very good Search and Destroy team all year long. And like you said, I mean, this is 2-3 and 2 teams going up against each other, still trying to vie for that shot at that final play-in spot. And it's Trine that does come out on top once again here. We'll get to see some highlights.
Oh,
Baraka
yes.
in the round 1 highlights when he got 3 to close it out here. But I
Maybe
mean,
just play some like
you know what I love
Rocky theme?
so much about Search and Destroy and about Call of Duty in general is like I feel like I'm always learning new things. I had no idea that there was a window in the top of Visitor Center that you could drop a missile through. I've never seen that happen in this game.
You ever watch Bill Nye, the science guy? Of course you have. I mean, like,
I mean, we're from Canada, right? So I feel like
Yeah.
that's just a staple in science class.
it's just a given. I mean, if you didn't know, now you know. Science class right here. Look at that. 1, 2, 3. Drops right through the middle. NMB and Shortle, they're just standing there just like, what? you can do that? Maybe they were just as confused as you were, Jesse, but...
I can't believe you just quoted a Bill Nye segment. If you didn't know, now you
Now
know.
you
Is
know.
it bad that like I knew as soon as you said it that I was like, damn,
Yeah.
that's a Bill Nye segment. That is terrible, Colin.
Yeah, it's fantastic out here. I can't believe what we just got for a Search and Destroy, Jesse. I mean, the fist battle. I thought we were seeing, like, I don't know if you're a fan of CSGO, but in their rounds to decide who gets what round off the start, they have knife rounds at the beginning. I thought we were getting like a knife round to see who wanted to start on attack or defense, but it's not what we got. We got quite an interesting start to the Search and Destroy. I'm a little tearing up after what I saw there, but you got Control coming up next, and if you're Ferris State, you really need to dive deep just to get into this control map. And I think if you're trying University, you're feeling good.
Well, I think the positive for Fair State going into this is they are still 3-2 on Control. It's not their best mode. It's not their worst mode. But also Trine University is also 3-2. I think the big thing going into this right now on Garrison Control, if you are Ferris State, you cannot allow the Trine University players, the ARs on their team, to get into powerful positions. I don't care how good your submachine guns are. If you get gunned off the start of this round while you're on offense, and you let the Trine players push up and get into those dominant positions, they are going to run through you on this map. We've seen it happen before, and that is the one thing that is really worrying me for Ferris State. I think a big break-off if they start on offense is going to be so important for them.
Well, I even think I can highlight back a couple weeks ago, we saw a Garrison Control in a map number 3, and like you say, that after that break off, I mean, if Hardpoint, we saw Hardpoint today for Control earlier, and it was just that hill number 3. It's not just hard to get into, but it's hard to get out of. So you have to think about these defender spawn or these attacker spawns. If you get trapped there off the break off, like you're saying, Chris, I mean, it's game over. I mean, if they find those power positions, I don't think Fair State have that oomph yet that I've seen from them, that ice to clutch it up, to get through this. I think they really need to change my mind here to show me what they have, because Trine University, they look good. They've made the improvements, and they look even better than the last time I saw them.
You got to feel for Ferris State too. They started the season off 3-0. They're on a high. Now possibly facing their 3rd loss in a row. It could end up being a 3-3 record by the end of this week. And I feel like once you get that 3rd loss, it almost throws you out of contention for being able to take that final slot. Obviously, I haven't got a chance to look over their full schedule and see who they have coming up next. But I mean, I can't imagine it's easy matchups nonetheless. I mean, looking at, they play Adrian College next. Actually, that looking at the overall standings is just where Adrian has been. That's another team at 2-3, right underneath them. Looking at what their next match, Northwood right after that, that's not going to be an
Ooh.
easy match. That's the #2 team in the conference, and then they play CSC COD, which I feel like should be a win for them as well. It's going to be tough, and you can't lose to Trine University here. Otherwise, it just pretty much puts you in a spot where a loss to Trine and then a possible loss to Northwood, because let's be honest, that's going to be a tough match. You might be out of contention at that point.
This is it. Reverse sweep, or this is going to be a tough season for you for the rest of it if you're Ferris State. I don't want to just kind of keep harping on that this is not a series that you wanted to lose if you were Ferris State, but even highlighting their schedule, definitely not that case. But if we're looking at Garrison for this map number 3, I mean, we know what we want to see out of Trine. Off the break off for Ferris State, in a map like Control, what's crucial for them to just control? Like, I know you already talked about power positions, but where do you want to see them focus their breakoffs?
I mean, that's a really interesting question too, because there's so many different things that you can do on a breakoff on this map. You can send 4 down mid. You can send 2 players towards each site just to try to throw teams off. And we saw it in that last series that we casted too, on the Garrison Control. I can't remember who it was that had the break off. I believe it was St. Mary's on the very first offense, broke off, and they sent all 4 players towards the A site, and it really threw off the University of Alabama and Huntsville. So I mean, maybe if Ferris State can do some different strats, throw something different at this Trine University roster that they haven't seen yet, maybe that's how they come away with a game victory here.
It's gonna be interesting to see that as well. I mean, personally, if I was gonna look at Ferris State, I would be looking at those AR dominated positions, Jesse, like green room. We've talked about it earlier. Like, green room in hardpoint, it's important off the break because you get that rotation from hills 1 to 2. But if you get that green room in a map like in a game mode like Control, something where you can actually start the spawn trap and you can punish the spawn trap, you can just provide so much pressure to the exits of Ferris State University. So, I mean, you just have to take all these into consideration. But at that, I think Ferris State, the first thing you have to knock down are those ARs, and that is the tough battle.
It absolutely will be the tough battle here. We've seen it all series long. Marissa has been dominating this Ferris State team, and if it isn't Marissa, I can't remember the other AR's name off the top of my head right now. But I mean, they have just been, I believe it was Calamity, correct? But they have just been all over them throughout the series here. It's going to be tough. But Ferris State, I mean, if it's going to be any time, it's right now to bring this back, start the reverse sweep, try to bring yourself back into this game. Because, I mean, at the very least, they've got Apocalypse next. If you win this, you have Apocalypse. It's an SMG map. You have a chance to kind of solidify a good chance to be able to come back against these ARs.
I mean, there's so much to be. Even when we went to the SMGs, I mean, Calamity and Bentrick, the way they were playing those SMGs towards Closet and outside decks.
I'm grasping for straws here, Colin. Come on, man.
What are we looking at here? I mean, Trine University are looking good. Let's see them in Garrison Control now. Can they keep this going? Are we going to see the complete turnaround for Trine University here into this season, into the season of NACE Collegiate Call of Duty? Week number 6 is full of surprises, and Trine, it seems to be my favorite so far. Let's go over to Garrison Control. Let's see this map number 3. Let's get exactly what we hope to see. Ferris State on attack in the B side. Have one take down. Calamity on the SMG roll here. You see the overextension from player number 7. Gonna hop up top, look for the collapse. That's Bentrick, only able to find 2, but 2 is enough to allow Calamity back into the mix. 2 takes get lost, but try and bite back.
So I don't think you could ask for a better break off there from Ferris State. You get 2 ticks into B. You've at least staggered the defense from Trine. You just can't let Calamity go on a streak now inside of your base, because this is where the rounds can get very dangerous and very scary if you're on offense. Oh my god, Calamity is so sneaky. They find one, get away with their life, and just look how annoying Calamity is playing that spot on the map right now.
And then just look how far pressure. I mean, you talk about line of scrimmage. Well, Bentrick is inside tools. NMB sneaks past. Nobody's calling that one out. So Bentrick has a little bit of pressure behind him. The sneak through might actually capture the B site, but MD gets cleaned up. It's Marissa off the spawn. Nikki West, as I think we do have a substitute in for Ferris State here. So Nikki West is going to be looking to make that difference for Ferris State, but you got 26 seconds left. As we think this is kind of working towards your last chance at that. 20 seconds. Time's going to be stopped. Karaka drops the trophy system, pops up, finds Marissa. 3 kills. Go back and forth on either side, but it's a 2 for 2. At the end of it, Bentrick in the backline. Oh, he doesn't find Karaka. B-side's going to be close. Calamity is going to be keeping them off the site. Trophy system on either half of it, so not a lot of pressure from these nades. Oh, Calamity died to the trophy system.
That's an interesting one. Usually trophies, they're there to provide you protection. This time, the trophy going to take Calamity's life by itself that time. I believe it's probably a nade got thrown close to it, and just the nade blowing up was what ends up taking them out off that site. But nonetheless, it opens up a chance for Fair State to be able to rotate from the B hill towards this A hill. And Nikki West is going to have to go huge here inside A.
Calamity, though, still inside green. Turns around. Diamante. Oh, it got a little bit shaky. Can he find a second one? NMD gets worked by Calamity. Look at this one. Almost finding a third one there, but finally gets shut down. Karaka to end the streak. 46 seconds. No respawns. 3 players left. Make it 2. 2v9 in that one. You don't even have green control at this. Ferris State. They give this one up. Trine finds this defending ground. This will be the start. I mean, Ferris State had a great start to this so far in this round. It's just kind of got lost in the end of it. So Bentrick's going to find the trade onto Karaka. And Trine's going to win the rounds.
I did not even realize they were down to their last life there. I was watching that like we were in, like we were in a serious chance of them being able to close that round out. But the 8v1 at the end just wasn't enough. And you got to think it's probably all these life losses at the earliest portions of this round that ends up coming back to bite them when Calamity goes on the 5. Bentrick goes on a 4 here. It makes it so tough getting out of your spawn once you get those submachine guns up so close and personal into your face. And it was exactly what we didn't want to see from the likes of Ferris State. We didn't want to see them get pushed back into that situation, but unfortunately, it's just tough to get out of it.
On to attack, Trine. See their break off. Seems like they're going to be pretty spread out, still focusing on lower platform. B-side, Calamity opens up. Second one, Bentrick. And he lines up for 3 in a row for Trine's break off to be absolutely stellar over towards the B site. And why not clean up that 4th one as well? 4 go down immediately. No reciprocation. As Trine is... Oh, they are...
The perfect peak.
What do you even do at this point? Marissa's locking down the back end.
What can you do?
B-side might as well be done.
This is the opposite side of the coin. You can get put into a spawn flip and a spawn trap, I should say, when you're on defense. Now, this is where you can put your team into a spawn trap on offense. Just putting in the work right now. Marissa's already over on A. She finds 1. The slide out the challenge. They find the 2nd. This should be an easy round win here for Trine. And they are just showing off their talent right now.
I'm sweating in here. The amount of heat just absolutely forming off of Trine right now. 28-12 in the lives combo. Bentrick on 8, Marissa on 3, Sweeter Chips on 3. There were streaks across the board. There were just kills left, right, and center. And they lost 2 lives in that round. I mean, look at this. Calamity, look at this. Finds Karaka, sneaks back, and why not? Why not just take another one here? Coming off spawn. Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe I was wrong. Oh, no, he does. Burster, just go for it again. Just because Calamity is pivoting side to side and just denying so much out of either half.
I feel like if that round 1 didn't take the gas out of Ferris State, I feel like that round 2 absolutely just did there. I mean, that was a defense. Defense is easier to win on this map mode. And they just got put into the ground by Trine. See what they can do. They're by no means out of this, but the mental that these players must be going up against right now must be so tough. And already a 1st and 2nd blood go the way of to Trine. Make that all 4 now.
4 down. Let's see what they take off that. Calamity looking for some spawn kills, but only gonna tease them a little bit before backing up. Up in the platform. It's out of it. Karaka with the Krieg in hand. Back up is Bentrick. The collapse from Calamity takes down 2 of them. Through dark they go. Ferris State trying to fight on out, but another 4 go down. Sweeter Chip on 8 in a row. They have streaks in Bentrick's hand and streaks in Sweeter Chip's hand. So, I mean, Trine is fully prepared for the zombie apocalypse right now.
It's where we saw Calamity be so annoying and so detrimental to the likes of Fair State in round number 1. They just keep finding these dominant positions to play in where they're just constantly shooting players in the back, making the plays where they're coming off spawn and just getting shot and dropped. It's so tough to be able to deal with. But Calamity's just putting on a show here in map number 3.
I mean, this isn't fun. If you're Ferris State, this isn't fun at all.
This is not fun at all.
If you're just in your spawn like this, but try and seem unstoppable. Marissa finally goes down before she gets shrieks, but here comes the cruise missile. Doesn't find anything. Artillery strike. That's okay. You have another one. Just drop it. Why not? So Trine's pulling out all stops right now. Ben Drake with the submachine gun with the shrieks. Gonna find a few more kills. 1.7 seconds. A last ditch effort to the A site. Here's Karaka. Get that shit above him. Ben Drake. Ben Drake was watching him. Oh my. Oh my. Trine. 3-0 inside the control. Dominant whatsoever. I have to just say, I mean, I don't even think I can call an MVP for the side of Trine. They all played so well throughout this whole series, Jesse.
I mean, it wasn't something I was expecting. I was not expecting a 3-0 for Trine coming into this. Both teams 3-2. Both teams have, I mean, decent map records overall. Yes, Trine is 11-6 versus the 9-9 on Ferris State coming into this week, but I by no means thought that Ferris State was going to come in and get rolled the way that they did by Trine University. I mean, map 1 was not very close, barring the score line of 250 to 107. Map 2, the 6-2, is realistically a 6-1 outside of a fist round, and then a 3-0 on the control. You can't ask for a better series here from the likes of Trine.
Well, let's take a look. Let's bask in the glory of the team montage provided by Sir Impulse himself in the back end. You just see, it was highlight reel after highlight reel after highlight reel. Like, Ice just Trine were on top and they did not stop. The replays just show it, the dominance, the skill. You said they were showing off at one point the skill that they were kind of just forming into this map. They had fun with it. Trine, Ferris State, not so much into that one. But if you're Ferris State, this is a lot of opportunity and a lot of VODs that you can look back and you can improve off of. So if you're really kind of looking to kind of bring things into the next weeks, I think this is a good series to kind of look back at and look at ways you can maybe either mimic Trine setups and try to use them in your own sense, or look at what your setups were and improve off of that as well. Because if you're Ferris State, you need to fix a lot after that series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's definitely a lot of little things that they can go back and do better. I feel like they probably chalked it by that control. They just, once they lost round 1 of that control, it just felt like they weren't really playing the way that they were after. But I mean, round 1, they gave it their all. They were able to cap the A site. They moved over to B. We thought they had a decent chance at getting the B site. They just don't end up doing it. Trine comes out on top. I hate to kind of beat at the bush, but I feel like Ferris State, they just weren't there today. They just didn't seem to have the same level that Trine University had, at least in the AR play. The submachine guns were holding their own. It just, it's so hard once you're going up against ARs to the likes of Trine University. And I mean, like, we even see that in the pro play. I mean, do you remember the checkmate hardpoint that we saw earlier this year, that it was Chicago just absolutely ran through Seattle on the, and it was that, those are pro level players, and that is Octane, who is a fantastic player, going up against Formal and Dashy, who just ran through them. Right? It can happen to anybody. Trine University, they just came out, they were the better team today.
It is that. I mean, 3-0 for that. I mean, how's that going to affect them now going into the standings, Jesse? I mean, like, you move up now 4-2, Ferris State 3-3. I mean, what's next for Trine University? What are you looking at?
They got a big matchup next week. They go up against Northwood next week. And I mean, that could be a very make or break matchup for the rest of their season here. Minnesota, like we said, they do have to play Northwood again later on. But Minnesota has already gotten that one extra win over the likes of Trine by beating them. So next week's match, it almost is a must win for Trine if they want to be top 3 and make it out into the play-in.
It is. It's going to be a big one. But you still have that potential to be in the map 3. We're going to have Marissa join us in the interview booth when we're kind of get through that. Just a few little tech difficulties to kind of work out, but when she's ready, we bring this one in. Jesse, I mean, we got so much Call of Duty today. Can we just
I think it's
take
more
us-
COD than we've had on stream in 2 series than what we had last week, actually, as well. So, I mean, cannot complain.
Can we just take a second to appreciate that we got a full-on fist brawl in a search and destroy on my end?
You know what? Even better than the fist brawl, I will say it again. I cannot believe that you quoted Bill Nye.
What can I say?
That was might be my favorite quote that I've ever heard you make.
What can I say? Science rules. It's
Okay,
just it's
well,
just that.
And now he killed it, guys. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
Twitch
did.
chat, I'm sorry. Look away. Close your ears. It's tough out here.
It is tough out here. It is tough out here for real. We have another match coming up very shortly as well. Match number 4, Coastal Bend versus Texas A&M San Antonio. Not to be mistaken for Texas A&M International. We can talk a little bit about that because
It's an interesting match.
Yeah, Trine University, they got kind of they handled business here in match.
It's hard to
number
give
3.
anything more on this series. Let's
we
be
said
honest.
it. That was that. But like, let's talk about this match number 4 that's coming in, because both these teams, they haven't had a good start. What are you looking forward to into this match number 4?
Well, I mean, you're looking at 2 teams that have had a very rough start to their year, like you said. I mean, you've got Coastal Blend at 2-3 right now. You've got Texas A&M San Antonio at 1-4. And I mean, you got to think at this point both teams are probably out of playing contention, but it doesn't matter. I mean, both these teams still just playing to try to get better, get some practice underneath. And I mean, I believe we were supposed to have Coastal Bend as our final match last week on stream, so nice to see them come back. We'll get to see them on stream this week because we did end up getting a match cancellation in our final match last week, so it should be exciting to actually see them get to play this week.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that as well. I've been looking for Texas A&M to really make a turnaround. I mean, you look at their sister team in International, and they have been shining out here. So I'm really going to keep my eyes out for Texas A&M in this match number 4 to make that turnaround, to kind of bring things into their own ends. And I'm just super excited to see that. I mean, considering last week I think we got 3 or 2 matches to see. This is a big change in this one. All 4 matches to come through, and I have been just ecstatic about each of them. Even with this one, it might have been Trine blowing out Ferris State University, but I'm just a big fan at what I'm seeing. The improvements out of Trine were shining tonight.
I mean, they absolutely were. I mean, from week 2 to now, it's been what, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and it has just been crazy improvements from Trine University from what we've seen in the earlier matches. And I mean, just fantastic work from them to really be able to bring themselves back into this series, give themselves a good chance to really, give themselves a chance in the standings still. Because like we said, next week they go up against Northwood. If they can take that match against Northwood, you got to think that gives them a good chance to kind of win out and make a good chance towards the rest of the season. It's going to be a tough one though.
It is going to be tough for Trine University, but you know what? We're going to see that in the next one. Like we said, match number 4 going to be coming up after this break. We couldn't get the interview coming in for this match number 3, but excited to see what we have over the flip side. Stay tuned for our last match of the night. Watching NACE Starleague. My name's Seymour. He's Jesse. We'll see you in a bit. with the last map of the day. The match of the day to end us here. It is going to be Coastal Bend against Texas A&M San Antonio. Finish this off. Both teams looking for a spark to ignite them towards the middle of the pack for their division. It's going to be an exciting one. Can't wait to see it. Jesse, let's break into these two teams because you're looking at Texas A&M San Antonio 1-4. Not the record you want to start off here in the NACE Starleague. And Coastal Bend College 2-3. I can say the same thing, but they still have a chance to salvage something.
They do. I mean, it would be a very, very tough feat for them to be able to come back into it and be able to make the play-in with 3 losses already. I feel like Texas A&M San Antonio probably very likely out right now with 4 losses. I don't think you're going to get 4 losses between our top 3 teams. So that's where it really gets tough when you're really looking at this division, because you've got 2 teams in Texas A&M International and Arizona State University, both at 4-0, both only losing 1 map combined between the 2 of them, and you got Boise State University as well at 3-1. So it's going to be really, really tough for any of these teams to be able to make their way back throughout the standings and really get in and shut down and kind of make an upset throughout the rest. But let's take a look. We'll dive a little bit deeper between these 2 teams. Obviously, you've got Coastal Bend coming off of a 3-0 loss last week. We were supposed to have that match on stream, did not end up happening towards the end of it. But I mean, it was a close match with Irvine Valley College, so you know this team's coming out. They want to be able to bounce back at a good win here. And Texas A&M San Antonio, I know the record says 1-4. It was their bye week with how the standings work here, so we haven't seen a legitimate win from Texas A&M San Antonio yet either. So, I mean, really just playing for a win right now. They just get something under their belt, you know?
Just get that feeling of victory. To introduce the teams, though, for Coastal Bend College, you got Grim Reaper, Let Me Know Waffles, Brazilian Bacon, and Zero the AJ. Over on Texas A&M San Antonio, you got Isaiah, Trickiest, Page, and Sandwich. Let's take a look at our maps and modes to get through this best of 5 and see exactly where we are gonna tango. We're heading to Apocalypse for map 1, Jesse. Moscow map 2, Raid Control, Garrison, Hardpoint for map 4. If we go the distance for 4 and 5, we will end off on Standoff again. Standoff just
what
seems
is
like
with Apocalypse
here,
and
yeah.
Standoff, man? These players in college love these maps. I think it's probably because they're the lesser played maps, to be completely honest with you. I feel like that is a reason why we're seeing them a lot here within the NACE Star League. I feel like Apocalypse, you don't see it too often here. Apocalypse scares me, though, so much for map number 1 for universities, for Texas A&M San Antonio. Could be a map where they could just get absolutely rolled if it doesn't go their way right off the rip, and that's where it really scares me. I feel like a map where you can kind of influence spawns a little bit heavier, maybe win a couple gunfights, would work a little bit more into their favor against this Coastal Bend College team who has had some decent matches. That's where I think it's really going to get scary. Moscow Search and Destroy, obviously, I feel like that one's up in the air. It's anybody's game. Another really good Search and Destroy map, one of those maps where it just kind of brings in whatever you throw at your opponent. This map usually tends to be whatever team comes out on top on that day will be the team that wins it. And then Raid Control, I mean, we saw it earlier. We know attack and defense, but very, very strong on that map mode combo. And I mean, depending what we end up getting, we might end up seeing that Garrison and that Standoff.
We might just see Garrison and Standoff with how close these 2 teams are in their scoreline, but we're going to have to see the best Texas A&M San Antonio that we have seen just yet. But talk to me a little bit about Apocalypse, because you said it's weird. We see it all the time here in the NACE Star League. I'm not used to it, to seeing Apocalypse so much, but something about the end of the year, people like these wacky things, and I'm not gonna complain. I like Apocalypse. I like to cast it. I like to watch it. So
that's a hot take.
I'm not gonna complain one bit. I mean, it's definitely not my favorite map to watch and cast. If you're trying to compare me to your Miami Search and Destroy take, Jesse, but I do enjoy it nonetheless. So I'm okay with seeing it so often. But what about Apocalypse do you think makes this just such a pickable map for these teams?
First off, we got to see Fisticuff fight on Miami, all right? So I don't want to hear it from you anymore,
you're right.
Okay? And you made a Bill Nye Science quote, so you can't say anything. Miami was a fantastic map to watch. Second off, I think Apocalypse Hardpoint, I think the reason that we see it so often here in college, kind of like what I was hinting to before, just because it's such a weird map. It's like one of those maps where you don't tend to have, like, you know how you said it's not your favorite map? It's not my favorite map. whose favorite map is Apocalypse? I don't know anybody really that Apocalypse. You go out there and they say, "Hey, you know what? This is my favorite map. I want to go out and I want to play some Apocalypse Hardpoint today." And that's why I think we're seeing it so often today, because teams think that they can get an advantage using it against these other teams because it's not your favorite. It's just a map that you're kind of forced to play because it's in the rotation. I mean, and I don't mean that by any way that it's a bad map either, because it's definitely not. It's just not a map that is favored to a lot of these teams because of how gyrated it can be and how often you can make this map be so one-sided very often.
And, you know, maybe if while we're here discussing it, if the cons are kind of turning in my head, it could be like it's the end of the year. You got brand new teams forming inside these schools, and why not to just kind of head to a lesser known map, a lesser practice map than Apocalypse for a lot of these teams. Might not be the kind of the worst way to approach your series is here. Is to kind of it's like throwing a screwball in baseball. I mean, it's just you don't expect it a lot of the time. Like that could be just a crazy map to go through. So we're gonna get these teams ready for Apocalypse for this map number 1. We're gonna head to a quick break while we do so, and when we come back, we'll get right into the action on Apocalypse, everyone. Oh, it's about time. Let's go. We got match number 4 of the night. Our last best of 5 for the evening. Coastal Bend College against Texas A&M University of San Antonio. We're into Apocalypse, Jesse. It's been a long time coming. Let's see these two teams duke it out. Now it's Sandwich coming over the end. A little bit of a flanky doodle from Zero. This is Coastal Bend going to hold on to this first hill, but you know our eyes are set on hill number 2.
Colin, I was about to go to the Twitch chat and start the casters, start the match chat. Luckily, we didn't have to, so you know what? We're right back in it. Texas A&M, San Antonio. I mean, off to a great start here so far. I mean, they are down a few points, but they do hold on to the spawns here for P2. Looking at Coastal Bend, though, they're trying to interrupt these spawns. They do get a couple spawn outs. If they can find these kills, this should be a good amount of time that Coastal Bend can find here, and they absolutely do find the kills from the start.
You're looking at the wrap. A&M, they got quite the run to make. Powerlifting Goat caught off on the rotation. Now with 45 seconds, the flood for Texas A&M looking to flood on in through ruins. The front of it. Page is going to find a big one. 2 kills go down the way. The red side, Trickiest breaks on in. Powerlifting Goat leading the way. Brazilian Bacon's going to fall in. It's all Powerlifting Goat here. Texas A&M actually a big break here into hill number 2. You see the blue arrows are going to be rolling out into the left side of the minimap, and they know they need to take control of spawns. Page is going to be here to shut this down. Big win onto Grim. Second one around the corner. Diamati's going to clean that through, and Texas A&M actually a good chance to connect 2 hills.
Yeah, they might just be able to do it. Grim could play spoiler at the very end of this hill, though. But him hopping on the hill, you would think that would make Page turn around, but not in time. She just kind of gets caught off guard. They will find that final kill. And once they find the player on the hill, it makes it that much easier now for Coastal Blend to be able to hop in, start to gather a little bit more time here. And Texas A&M San Antonio, they're spawning in a terrible spot right now to try to be able to break on into this hill.
Yeah, still it's hard, especially when Grim's going to be in Voodoo. But Page, nice snap over there. 3 kills in a row for A&M. They're going to break into the Stilts Hill and even clear off that last player. Waffle Cone's going to drop. So now we can see Texas A&M start to climb back up, diminish this lead. They are going to be spawning on the right side of Stilts, though, so that's where the problem lies, is that they're going to have to move all the way over to the top of the minimap through ruins just to set up for this Turtle Hill. And all while still collecting this last little bit of time. Waffle Cone, though, not going to let that happen. He's going to sneak right back into Stilts, find a few more seconds before dropping, and that's going to deny any presence over to hill number 3. Over to hill number 4 we go, and things not looking bright over here for Texas A&M. It's Page really looking to change this.
Waffle Cone looks like he has a TV from the early 2000s as his sight on his gun. I have never seen that sight in this game before, but you know what? To each their own. If he likes it, he likes it. And I mean, this is a very interesting start to this game. A lot closer than I honestly, as bad as it sounds, thought it was going to be. San Antonio, though, they've come out. They're playing much better than what we've seen from them in past hard points here so far. And I mean, off to an okay start here. Not terrible. They hold on to the spawns for the next hill as well. So, I mean, if they can continue to rack up enough time here on this last little bit of this Turtle Hill, which unfortunately they do get broken now. But as long as they don't lose these spawns on the back side here and Sandwich is able to hold his own in the back, they definitely have a chance to get a full 60 here on the next hill.
Sandwich slips in for 2. That's a good sandwich. Like a ham sandwich. I like those. But
Brazilian bacon sandwich?
maybe a waffle cone bread, whatever you get to see here. Very hungry. You tell? Sandwich around the tree. Oh, he has no idea. Zero blind. You need to check your trees. Brazilian Bacon inside, though, is going to find one. Drops on down for the Kadeshin. The break as well. Still looking for more, though. Has the backup sandwich again to spoil the fun. 44 seconds here, and honestly, so far, so good for Texas A&M San Antonio. Wafco, though, with the Diamante, not the weapon of choice when you're crossing the line. Grim in behind, finds two, breaks into the seal like it's nothing. Last player for Texas A&M is going to be above. Still have the spawns in behind, but Trickiest is going to drop, so no presence into this last little hill. Gonna have one last dish effort. Kadeshin's going to be out. He walks on through this. He's going to take the gunfight at Sandwich to drop. You see the rest of Texas A&M. They make the full wrap around back to hold on to Temple.
It's going to sound very critical, but I cannot believe some of the setups that we're seeing right now inside these hills. Like, I feel like I'm watching... Like they're just like some very unconventional setups I'm just not used to seeing in terms of just high tier competitive Call of Duty gameplay. There, a lot of these players are just kind of setting up and sitting and just holding corners inside of these hills, and it's just not something you're expecting to see a lot of times. Usually players are trying to push things out, trying to break into the right spots at the right times. It's just not happening at the moment. You can see two players on the side of Texas A&M San Antonio. They're actually going to push around the right side, flip these spawns out as well. Coastal Blend was able to break these very early on in the last set of rotations. We'll see if they're going to be able to break them back again, as player 2 in Grim is going to be the last player back here.
They're putting the turtle into Turtle Hill in that one. But the break to hill number 1, Texas A&M cross triple digits, maybe 0, looking to stop that one back into the hill. And actually goes quite the sight there. As the break comes through, big 1-on-1 off screen. Player number 2, Grim, shuts down the rotation to hill 2. Nobody going to be spawning in Temple for Texas A&M. It's going to be sprint across that Turtle Hill, back into Ruins. They got to cross through this chokehold. That's going to be set up. Trickiest leads the way. He's able to find 2, but the lineup from 0, almost locking all of them down. It's going to be Waffle Cone from behind with Diamante looking to shut this site out. Powerlifting Goat, last one standing, and last one to drop. Coastal Bend back into this one, looking to cross over that 200 marker now, Jesse. As they are set up in this hill too, and they're running away with it. Big 2-piece from Grim. 3 go down. Can he make it 4? Go around the corner. Very tagged up. Jumps over the top ropes, and it's Grim. 4 in a row.
A couple of small things, but I mean a great kill cam hold there from Waffle Cone as well. One of their players spawn out on the likes of Coastal Bend, waits for his teammates that were inside the hill to find the final 2 kills, then he spawns back up with the rest of his team. It's the little things that can really make or break you on maps, and just great to see something small like that, because he is able to respawn back up with his teammates, hold a different angle, which then allowed Grim to push out and find those 3 kills there. Looking towards this rotation now, back over towards Stilts. It will be Page, the first player here, and Brazilian Bacon. He doesn't check that corner, still able to win the gunfight though and come out on top, and it's going to be Coastal Bend once again early in control of this hill.
Grim tucks down, finds nice 2-piece, big transition, only 16 seconds left to walk away with Apocalypse, and spawn for Texas A&M. It's going to be coming all the way top left of the mini-map. They have a chance to dance across. Page is going to find a trade. Waffle going in behind. Oh, Sandwich catches his number, but still 2 seconds left. Last player, Page, wasn't able to contest long enough. Coastal Bend, they walk away with Apocalypse 250 to 102. It was close to the start. Texas A&M were impressing me, but as soon as Coastal Bend got set up in their comfortable spots, I mean, they ran away with Apocalypse.
Yeah, it was a very close to the first 4 hills. I think it was a 10-point game. And then you got towards Hill 5, and that really was where Coastal Bend started to really take away with that game there. And I mean, when you're really looking at Texas A&M in towards the back half of that game, I feel like it was just a lot of really individual challenges. I really didn't see too many team pushes coming out from them in towards the later half of that game there. And I think they had a really good chance to re-break once again into hill number 2 in the second set of rotations. And if they were able to get that, it really could have brought themselves back into that game. But I mean, unfortunately for them, Grim really kind of just went off towards the second half of that game, kind of put them in the dirt.
Coastal Bend, it's late, everybody. It's late. Things are Gonna sound a little bit crazy here, but I mean, Coastal Blend doesn't sound too bad. It sounds like a really good coffee mix. If I was to say it from like the West Coast or the East Coast or whichever coast you prefer to get it from. But it's crazy, Jesse. I couldn't believe that the only way to start this match, I just had to press this button on my desk that said start game. Like it's crazy. I didn't expect that was
the match, right?
I didn't expect that was the way that we were gonna get back into Apocalypse, but we got to see it. Coastal Bend, they look good. We, like you said, we didn't get to see them in that last match last week, so we do get to see them here and now. Texas A&M San Antonio were pressing me, like I said at the start, but they slowed down. I think you're right. They're pushing into those individual challenges, and if something's going to change into the Search and Destroy, it needs to start with that. They can't be going for those 1v1s or 1v2s or however individual you want to play this as Texas A&M. You need to change that in the Search and Destroy. No respawns, no second chances. It's just you need to see that team play.
I mean, and like we said about Texas A&M, or off the top of the show, if you guys don't recall, we did say earlier on, this is Texas A&M still going for their first game victory here because they did get that bye week earlier on, which counts as a victory inside the league, and not in turn with going for their first victory, going for their first map win still as well. And I mean, that was a good shot at it. They definitely played it a lot tighter than what I was kind of expecting them to off the rip there. It was by no means did they come out and not impress me. I feel like there was a lot of mistakes on both sides, though. I feel like Coastal Bend, I feel like there's a few things that they can do to kind of improve their Apocalypse hardpoint there as well, just in terms of just maybe playing the right situations at the right time. I feel like kind of what was the very first rotation, they had nobody inside a temple, gave it up completely for free, and that allowed Texas A&M to really push their way through and break into that first hill. So maybe just the small little things that they can work on, but I feel like the fundamentals is definitely there. Just, you know, little things to work on going in towards the Vanguard season for sure.
And now we have Moscow for our map number 2. We're going from a wild and crazy map 1 to a more, I guess, considered plateaued map number 2. I don't want to say plateaued. It's probably the wrong word to use, but it's
a much slower pace than Apocalypse, for
much,
sure.
Yeah, exactly. Much slower paced. Unless you have the opportunity to maybe make a quick dash from A to B through that escalators, take control of checkers, but that's just like that's a side route that you can take to kind of lighten things up. But towards the A site, use what we're mostly going to see out of these squads. Usually see it through S keys. The bomb's going to go there. I think it's those B hits that are going to come through the later end of the game that are going to lighten the mood. Like I said, I think when we do see those transitions to the B site, that's when we're going to see the strategies out of these teams really kind of reach their depths, and we get to see how far these teams really practice on in Moscow.
Yeah, and I mean, you're not wrong at all when you say that Moscow is going to be a lot slower pace than what we saw on Apocalypse Hardpoint. Apocalypse, it's crazy. You're going to have teams just constantly throwing themselves at the hill over and over again. I think the only time that we can see really the pace pick up a lot on Moscow is towards that A site, like you were hinting at earlier on. I think that when you're really looking at these two teams, I feel like for Texas A&M San Antonio to find some strength and some consistency to be able to win a map on this map mode combo, I feel like they're going to need to just throw some different looks at Coastal Bend. You don't want to just throw those average A hits constantly. Bring it in, bring the fight to them.
Send to the Motherlands, Moscow, map number 2. Let's get it going already. Coastal Bend in a 1v4.
What just happened off the start of this?
What did we get into? What did we miss? I mean, I guess we didn't miss too much. It's just a
Texas
what it was?
was?
A&M San Antonio.
There was another fist fight, wasn't there?
Oh, no way we just missed the fist fight. I don't think so. As I'm looking at this kill cam, it seems like they just lined up.
Absolutely does look like they were all kind of just sitting back. It was nonetheless a very good first round there for Texas A&M San Antonio, able to come away with the round victory. Looks like Paige already off to a 2-0 start as well. Actually, and everybody on the likes of Coastal Bend does end up falling without a kill in that round. So a perfect round there from Texas A&M San Antonio. And now back on defense for themselves here. Are back on defense for the first time for themselves here. We'll see what they can do. It looks like we're going to see a 2-man setup through the middle of the map. So Paige all by themselves over by A.
Oh, all by themselves and thriving. Three in a row, making an ace. Oh, I spoiled the fun. Paige is going to get a drop, but it's going to be clean up for Texas A&M San Antonio into the second round. They line up for Paige and not let go of this one. Let's see it again. Right there. 1, 2. Oh, Grim crossed that stream. You just need to see a little bit of aim assist, can follow that. Then Wolfgang peeks out. That's just an easy read from Paige. Wanted to get out. Didn't expect that fourth player to be so close, but I mean, Paige just stepped up to the plate when you needed to. Can we talk about it a little bit, Jesse? I mean, Yoingy Zoingy Llama with an RPG, Brazilian Bacon,
We've got some
Powerlifting
names
Goat,
here.
Powerlifting Goat,
Waffle cone. I love a good waffle cone. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I like
Put some Rocky Road in that.
369 waffle cones. Oh, first blood. Coastal Bend this time. 0 the AJ. Easy trade out, but Brazilian the Bacon on the pillar is going to take that to a 1v3. Trickiest last alive. The SMG still around this pillar. Should know that Brazilian Bacon's here. The shot punch isn't going to come through, but the trade is going to. So 2 rounds shut down by the one of Coastal Bend.
A big round win there for Coastal Bend. We're going to see Brazilian Bacon once again in the final kill cam here. And I mean, those are just 2 easy kills for him to find out. He catches both players on the cross, able to get those kills, makes his life that much easier with it. We'll see what they can continue to do throughout this game here. Their last offense, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, it was an 8-hit on their last offense, and they just got completely shut down by Paige, who was the solo player over there. You just can't let that happen. This time through, it looks like they're going to be a hit in through gold. It's going to be Powerlifting Goat, who's going to be the one player here to deal with all this pressure.
Oh, Diamante.
Oh, this could be a sneaky play.
Sneaky,
They're not jumping out. They know. They
don't know. See, look, Powerlifting Goat finds first blood. Waffle cone. Second one's gonna be there. Big setup for Sandwich. Grim steps up to the plate and
can't get over that sight.
I can't either. It's I want to say it's not wonderful. I was gonna say it's wonderful, but it's not. I can't even lie. It's like a welding mask. It's like you're looking through a welding, or the old blast shields that you used to have in Call of Duty. You remember that?
I do not actually remember that. But nonetheless, Coastal Bend, they're just in a terrible spot right now. Back gold. They need to find a way to get this bomb over towards one of these 2 bomb sites. Sandwich will get backed up, and that should have given enough time for the 2 players to cross. But 0 the AJ not going to cross yet. They will get this bomb up towards the A site. And this should just be an easy pinch onto the site. But 0 the agent, because he's so late onto it, it actually gave them a chance to find the kills in the back there, but it's just not going to be the case at Texas A&M San Antonio. They're going to take a 3-1 victory here. Possible first map victory here for San Antonio, up 3-1, off to a great start.
Yeah, I mean,
I hope I didn't cast or curse them. I'm going to feel so bad.
You might have just cast or cursed them, Jesse. They so far so good for them. I think Powerlifting Goat off that first blood, working with Sandwich towards that B-side courtyard, was a great backup that you did have. You can see that Texas A&M
it's a fast hit.
Have the strategies this time. Let's see if they're going to expect this time. Waffle Cone's going to open up. Big trades, though. As you see, Texas A&M, they draw back 2. Can they make it 3? They can. Trickiest. Looking for 4 around the corner. They know he's there. 0 the AJ with the Krieg. Players at all sites. Looking to stay alive, though, is Paige to swing through that courtyard to put it through. 4 rounds to 1. Texas A&M are surprising me. They look pretty decent here.
Search and destroy. It looks like the mode for Texas A&M San Antonio right now. I mean, they completely just read that play. They had all their players down the middle of the map. I mean, I would never expect to see a 4-man hit on the defense, but Coastal Bend, they throw it at them. It just was not enough. Texas A&M San Antonio come away with the win. And I mean, I think we're starting to see a little bit of a difference in play from the top seeded teams towards these teams that are still just kind of playing, trying to make a name for themselves, get some good practice in before the Vanguard season. There's a lot of little things that I'm seeing right now out of Coastal Bend that I think they can do a lot better on a lot of these rounds here. Just some throwaway rounds, but Grim will open up that first blood. Page will fall, but I mean, look at this flank from Powerlifting Goat coming in. He might be able to just catch one of these players off guard.
Oh, they have no idea. Bye-bye. Drop back, Trickiest inside that escalator to go the opposite end. Suddenly, the advantage has swapped. 3v2 favoring San Antonio. Oh, Trickiest made the wrap. Both players are trapped. You have a player in Garden. Players all over. Garbage going to be there standing. Sandwich puts it through. Neil in the coffin. Give him 5. Texas A&M San Antonio are running away right now with the search and destroy. Moscow just seems to be their place of business.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to kind of break it down when you're seeing a couple of these rounds. I feel like Texas A&M San Antonio, there's things that they're doing very, very right on the map, but if they're doing them against some other teams, it would be a lot harder for them to be able to get this stuff done. I still just can't believe that we're seeing one player on defense from Texas A&M going over towards the A site every single round. But you know what? It's working for them right now. San Antonio, though, it will be a very, very hard offense going over towards this A site. Trade's just going down back and forth. It's actually going to be 2-2 and a bomb down in a terrible spot now.
Grim doesn't. Grim needs to pick this one up. Around the corner.
It's Texas A&M University on offense, so Grim can't pick that bomb up. But nonetheless, Grim will push out and find the final kill there on defense for Coastal Bend to take their their second round of the match.
Oh.
Nonetheless,
I'm like, it's right next to you, Grim. Why don't you just go pick it up?
he tried.
He tried. He really did.
I mean, could you imagine if you could steal the bomb on defense?
Go plant it yourself. Oh, look, I'm the attacker now.
Turn search and destroy into demolition from a couple of games ago. You remember that?
Oh, do I? Just go for 100 bombs on that one. Fun time. Here we go. Down and dirty. Powerlifting coat up over the shoulder is going to find first blood. And he dips right on back down to the comfortable Garden of Eden. Very safe and secure down there. Oh, does he want more? He might.
Looks like he's hunting.
He might. But Brazilian Bacon is playing this very, very slow. Powerlifting coat's going to see it. Bacon's not going to expect it. Oh, expect it indeed. Late to the party, but Powerlifting coat's going to go down for an even.
Oh, tricky is.
He's like,
he
wait.
didn't even expect to hit that wall bang. He stopped shooting at it after a while. But come on, have a little confidence in yourself there, Trickiest. You hit some nasty shots through the wall. Fortunately, not able to find the player. Oh, Coastal Bend, though. Looks like this bomb will be making a wrap going over towards this A site. Grim does find the trade as well. So every chance in the world to get this bomb down and take this round victory. But they've only got 20 seconds. They need to get this bomb pushed over and get it down sooner rather than later.
Oh, the gatekeeper of A, it's Paige. Last time got 3. Nade's gonna do it. 10 seconds left. Are they gonna line up? Nope. They're not gonna line up this time around. Very, very...
You always gotta bring that up, eh? That lineup.
You usually bring it up, but I thought I would. The lineup not gonna be there. Sandwich is gonna take down 0. So that's gonna be a trade now. We go 1-1 in the series. Texas A&M 6-2 in the search and destroy. Ties the series, so we're going to be guaranteed a map 4.
And a map victory. First one on the year for the Starleague for Texas A&M San Antonio. So good on them. They're able to come out. They're able to take a search and destroy, which honestly I would call the hardest mode to win in as well. So
I mean, good.
They honestly did look very good at that search and destroy. You got to put the player of the game in that one. You just got to go to Paige, right? I mean, like Paige. This 1v3 by itself was worthy of player of the game, but you called it yourself. The gatekeeper of A. Nobody could get past them over at that A site.
I mean, Brazilian Bacon tried to do their best impression of Paige in that round. Did a good job, but I mean, you just can't get past the gunplay. That is there. That 3-piece was just so nasty. And this nade kill, getting that bomb down on Grim, basically no time to plant at all. So Texas A&M San Antonio 6-2 in search and destroy. First map win of NACE Starleague, and they looked good getting it.
I mean, looking at the rest of the series now, Colin, we're guaranteed a map 4, which is a Garrison hardpoint.
Yep.
I have no idea what to expect for the rest of the series. I think that's why we're just kind of having some fun with this one as well, because this one, it's really, there's besides our first 3 matches of the day, this match really doesn't have a whole lot of implications on it. It's more so just both these teams, they're kind of out of it right now. They're just kind of jarring for position within the bottom 3 at the moment, just trying to see what they can do, obviously, right? We're heading towards raid control next. And after watching map 1 and map 2, and just knowing that raid is like the perfect little birth child between hardpoint and search and destroy, what the heck are we about to see on this control? Because I can't tell you.
I'm going to call it's going to be attacking win after attack win after attack win after attack. I just can't. I'm going to see. You remember we had a couple.
You're thinking we're going to have a 5-round attack win, you think?
5-round attack win map. Just back and forth, these teams going. It's going to be fun. I think it's going to be very exciting.
I'm here for the Texas A&M. I'm on the train now. I'm on the train. I'm Texas A&M. I'm here for them to come out and take this series. They looked really, really good in that search and destroy. The hard point was rough. I knew that hard point was going to be rough on Apocalypse, though. I just didn't think that they would have it. But heading in towards Raid, it's just where it could be a little bit of a tougher map again.
It's
They
just
need-
that, like, Apocalypse is unorthodox, sort of get you off, but
No,
it's
it
one of
is.
those things. So I'm with you on that. I was expecting it to be kind of one-sided, whether it's Texas A&M is one-sided or it's Coastal Bend. It was going to be one or the other.
I wasn't expecting that Moscow to be that one-sided either, to be completely honest with you. I looking at this raid, the one thing that I'm very interested to see, because it's kind of no secret that we have kind of top tier teams in college, and we have teams that are kind of just making their way right now. These two teams have not played that much. I mean, both of them, I believe, are newer this year to collegiate Call of Duty, kind of making their way through. I'm interested to see how they try to manipulate spawns on control, because obviously both of these teams are practiced. They know to a point what they're doing on these maps. Raid Control is a map where you can really, really influence the spawns and really kind of play to your favor on defense or on offense. So I mean, that's something I'm going to be really interested to see is who comes out. I feel like the team that can influence spawns the best and kind of manipulate the other team is probably going to be the team that comes out on top here.
You and I both. I'm excited to see it. I mean, you're talking about earlier in the day how assault rifle players, you know, in game modes like Hardpoint and Search and Destroy, they might not have the biggest impact compared to some machine gun players on Raid. But when you move over to a game mode like Control, it's where like assault rifle players are basically the be all end all sometimes of these sites. So it's going to be exciting to see what happens. I think one notable presence on defense that I'm going to be looking at is how our team's going to handle around Tiki. Are we going to have the down and dirty nitty gritty inside Tiki? Are we going to have a little bit of passive player on the outside? Like, what are we going to see out of these two teams? I feel like they want to get into the down and dirty, but are they going to at the end of it? Is that what we're going to see? I would rather see them play in their comfort zones than trying to just push and go all wild.
Yeah, I agree. I would really like to see a lot of comfort zone play here, but maybe not too much. It wouldn't be too bad to see either of these two teams kind of break out of their comfort zone either. You break out, you throw something different at these other teams. I mean, Texas A&M, they were throwing some different looks in that Search and Destroy, and I feel like that's why they came out on top. Coastal Bend, it was a very one-dimensional offense. A lot of times it kind of felt like very similar hits. It was either, hey, let's 4-hit towards A or let's 4-hit towards B, and either way, it wasn't really working out for them here. So maybe if you're Coastal Bend College and you're going in towards this game, keep it up. Keep throwing some different looks. Try to do something that's going to be a little bit unconventional. Maybe throw 3 players towards one site, have one player go over towards the other, make a lot of noise just to kind of throw the other team off guard, possibly get a 3-man look and stack a site, get a site. You never really know what's going to happen with these two teams.
Who knows? I'm excited to see what happens. I was talking about how we're going to see attacking round after attacking round. What do you think we're going to see here on Raid? I know you said you don't know what you're going to see, but take a wild guess.
Feel like we're going to see a round 5. I really do. I feel like we're going to end up seeing a round 5. I'm right there with you. My prediction, I'm going to keep with you. I think we're going to see offense, and we're going to see a defensive round win for the last round.
Ooh, spicy to get that one going. We're going to head to a break while we get ready for this next control map. When we come back, we'll get right down into business. Stay tuned for some more NACE Starleague. Welcome back, everybody, to the NACE Starleague. We're heading back into raid control here for our map number 3. 1-1 we go. Coastal Bend on the defense here. You already see Powerlifting Goat at the B site. Grim inside money, but 2 go down swiftly. Looking at Waffle Cone to make that break. He's going to take down Page, slides into the side. Easy trade from Powerlifting Goat, and that's going to give quite the advantage here at B to TAMU.
I was gonna say, I thought the one little advantage that they had there was only one player on the site for the time being there for Texas A&M San Antonio. But I mean, they have a great setup here. Every little angle that you see Coastal Bend try to break in is just getting shut down completely. And I mean, that's already a 5-life lead. They're rotating this from the B side over towards A now. And if they can find a couple of kills and get set up the way that they just had to set up over at B, I mean, this should be an easy round win for the likes of Texas A&M San Antonio.
I mean, Texas A&M, after that map in 2, it seems like they are coming alive inside the map. 26 lives to 19. Waffle Cone inside Laundry, but soon to be flanked. As you take a look at the mini-map, you are getting a few of those blue arrows to, I guess, suppress outside of the map, but as soon as they get in, it's 3 down immediately. You look at Sandwich alongside Page, covering those outside angles. Coastal Band looking to pierce the spear right through the middle of the map, right through pillars. They rush on in one by one. They're going to fall. Sandwich, not even going to get the chance to take down that last player. It's going to be the first round done. An attacking round to lead the way.
That was a super clean round, though, for Texas A&M San Antonio. And Colin, we called it. That's 1 round win on attack. We did call it. So we'll see if it continues on, and we'll see whose prediction ends up coming out right. But I mean, I really do have a feeling we're going to end up seeing 5 rounds here. And hopefully by the end of it, one of these two teams will pick up a defense so I can say I was right and you were wrong. But we'll see how the rest of this one ends up going. But, I mean, I don't think you could have asked for a better offense there from Texas A&M San Antonio. Heading in towards the defense for them. I'm interested to see how they choose to set up here because Coastal Bend, they got beat pretty quickly over towards B, and it just allowed San Antonio to get a very quick, very early offensive win over towards that site. And there's really only one player here right now for San Antonio, but they will find the kill.
Ooh.
With Zero the AJ, he will find 2. That should open up the site completely for the rest of Coastal Bend to be able to hop on A.
Spawn's going to be coming through jungle. Trickiest. Bull snaps. Going to have to collapse in turn. This is going to be the submachine gun. Powerlifting Goat to lead the way. 2 go down. 1 in the hill. Collapses through. The pinch is set. Brazilian Bacon lets him known. Shot shaky onto Sandwich. You see he's going to pay in blood. The spawns, though, they're going to be going from B right to A. And as 3 players hop on this, the A site is going to be diminishing very, very quickly. Jesse, it actually might be done if Paige doesn't get on here in time. So the break from Grim is going to find that trade. Sandwich goes down as well. If Powerlifting Go drops, this might be the A-site gone at a minute on, but very, very patient. A-site goes. Powerlifting Go lets it get capped, and he's going to fall as well. So that's not how you want to hold that A-site, but you're going to get another minute, another chance for Coastal Bend. Back to the B-site.
I mean, in classic raid fashion, we get to see we get to basically see zone tag come on into a full effect there as Coastal Bend, they get completely wiped at B and just respawn on the A site. But with the position of player 6 right now, Grim sneaks all the way through. It's going to force the spawn out from San Antonio up towards the back laundry spawns. And this is a fantastic chance for the rest of Coastal Bend to be able to hop in, finish off this B side. There's only one player who's close enough, and it's Sandwich, but he finds 2. This could completely shut that push down. Grim is all by himself. And he's just going to have to go into basketball and play his life.
Oh, trying to play his life. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Team kill from Waffle Cone. Grim's still alive back there, but he's losing his team. Powerlifting Goes still keeping Grim inside that basketball
court.
Grim's
on 7, very quietly on 7 in a row. I did not even see that. Just played his life.
He's about to be on 8. Look at that. He's on 8. Get back into the hill. You earned it, King. Can he stay there, though? Paige, through the window, goes down 9 in a row for Grim. He's back to basketball court. He got that second tick. He got what he wanted. He can go back to basketball court. Like
Grim
I said,
is LeBron James. He's just living in basketball court.
He earned it. 10 in a row there, double digits. This should be the B-site gone. As everybody for Texas A&M San Antonio spawning up inside Laundry. 1-1. Attacking rounds go back-to-back.
You called him King. He was sitting inside the basketball court. I just had to put 2 and 2 together. Call him LeBron James. But, I mean, a fantastic round there from Coastal Bend. I mean, like I said, they got shut down over at B, make the complete off-spawn rotate over towards A. It was really easy call to make once you spawn on the hill, literally. They make the play, they get it done, and then, honestly, you got to put that whole round on just Grim and Grim alone to be able to close that out. And now with streaks, you got to think defense should be a little bit easier for them to be able to win this time through.
Should be. I was surprised we didn't see streaks on their defending round.
I don't think they got them.
Or on that round. No. So Grim has the streaks here. To the side. Stick. Paige.
No, Grim is on one.
Grim is on one right now. 12 in a row. Go back to Grim. I want to see him. 12 in a row. He's got the streaks. He's got the setup. You see the break from Texas A&M going into the B side, but he's going to make this quick flank around. He knows he can shut this down. So he's going to wrap around right back in there. Looking for 13 in a row. Well, there it is. Sandwich going to go down. Paige up next.
Oh.
15 in a row before Powerlifting Goat is going to shut that down. Grim just tore up this map.
I was going to say petition to stay on Grim until he falls.
Oh.
Unfortunately, he fell. We just need him to go on another huge streak now. But nonetheless, Texas A&M San Antonio, very staggered round right now. They can't really get anything going. And Grim is already back on the hunt with his submachine gun out. Unfortunately, they will both end up falling, but this is the perfect opening now for Texas A&M San Antonio. They can push now in towards this hill. You got Paige watching money window, power lifting goat watching towards this backside, and I mean they've got a perfect cross angle set up right now.
Oh, Grim gets dropped too by Paige. So over at A, they're going to get all this progression without those streaks coming through. If I was Grim, I would rain those streaks down immediately, but I don't actually mind the call to not use it. You give up the A site, you still got B to bank off of.
Exactly. It's a good call. They don't want to invest too much into that, especially you might need those streaks later on, right? So at that point, you know there's 4 there. You have nobody to follow up the streak either. So, I mean, I don't hate that non-streak usage there. And it's a perfect rotation now from San Antonio. This is where you might need to start to invest some streaks.
Might look for it. Sandwich in behind. Grim's in basketball court, so he's not going to be able to use his gun instead. Goes 1 for 1, enough to stop the attack from Texas A&M. Paige going to find this. Might be able to hop right back into this hill. 14 lives to 11 in favor of Texas A&M. Make it 10. As Coastal Bend, if not in the objective role, the lives are what might matter for this team later on. And Trickiest actually has that artillery strike as well. So you might want to push this even farther with that streak. But no, they're working on that last tick. Here comes the cruise missile. No, the artillery strike. A team kill from the artillery strike. Grim, that's not how you want to use it. Gets back into the site. Brazilian Bacon, big one-on-one, and says Paige off the spawn to cut this off. Grim next up to the chopping block. 2 in a row. Time for Texas A&M to collapse. No respawns for Coastal Bend. And this is all turning up Millhouse here in this third round of control. Texas A&M San Antonio are going to put away another attacking round in a very shiny fashion.
Even with streaks, offense reigns supreme right now here on Raid, and Colin, the more and more I'm watching this, the more and more I'm feeling like one of our 2 predictions is about to come true here. If we get another offensive win, it's going to be one of us. You want to put $5 on it?
No. You know how unlucky I am at the casino? I'm not.
I mean, hey,
$5 at that.
To be fair, a couple of weeks ago, we played a game while casting, and we played over under, and I was wrong every single time. To be fair.
You know what? You were right. You're right.
Nonetheless, I don't think either of us have some great luck, especially when it comes to making the right call right now. But nonetheless, Coastal Bend, they will be a full 4-man hit up towards this B side. They actually open up with the first blood through the middle of the map as well. So if they can get this up and they can get onto this B side with a good stack, they can absolutely just diminish this tick.
Grim. Oh, the Paige! Naded themselves. Right in that window.
So unfortunate.
0 caught swimming. Inside the pool, powerlifting go. Behind that, it's going to be Waffle going to Brazilian Bacon to break open this B site. 3 go down for Texas A&M. Paige looking to stop this one. Knows where they're standing, but the kill's going to come through the way of the blue team. Coastal Bend, 3 on point. Looking to put the B site away instantaneously. Are we going to see streaks here? You know Trickiest has that artillery strike. It doesn't seem like we're going to. Working on the last tick. It seems like it's done. It's over. You might as well just give up the B site.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point of dropping them, especially now at this point here. They secure that B site, but I would not be surprised at all right now if we see Grim use that streak to try to break and find their way onto A if they have a hard time in these next 2 minutes. But you've got 2 minutes, basically even lives, and a cruise missile. I feel like they should at least be able to find an opening here to get onto the site.
Yes, it is. Trickiest catches Grim reloading. Paige finds the second one. Texas A&M starting to connect some kills. 4 go down, just like that. Paige on a 3 spree. Looking for more. Not gonna find it though. Gonna backtrack. Back towards the A site. Paige actually drops to Grim through Art. Lives are even. Minute 22. Katesh is gonna come out. Waffle Cone, no. Looking to make a difference inside the ring. 3 players go down around him. Last stand with his AR player. And it's gonna hold the Diamati. Paige is gonna shut that down, and still Texas A&M holding on strong to this defense.
They can put away the map here. They've got double the lives now of Coastal Bend. And I mean, I think even if Coastal Bend is able to close this round out.
Woo!
Oh, the 3 kills with it for Grim. This is their chance to now be able to hop on into this hill. This is a perfect opportunity because they can just stack it as well. All the players are here for the likes of Coastal Bend, but Trickiest has streaks of his own.
Oh, here comes the artillery strike on the opposite side, and why don't you go 3 for 3 for those streaks? 54 seconds left. An 8v3. Grim really needs to stay alive here. If you want to make this difference, you're losing out on teammates. 2v7. Stay alive inside this control. Can they do it? Wolfgang trades on out. Grim's alone. 1v5. It's going to be an ace.
Do it.
It's going to be an ace and beyond. Grim.
Can he do it? This would be insane.
Oh, this would be nutty. Around the outside. Finds the first. Receives a Krieg for his troubles. In behind, expecting the flank, but Texas A&M find the shots, the nades, whatever they need to take down Grim, and they're going to be walking away with this control 3-1. Looks like we never got to get a chance to put our bet through, but that's okay, because Texas A&M, they decided to end this a little bit early. 3-1 here is going to mean that they go up 2-1 in the series and are one step closer to winning their first official map in NACE Starleague, which would be a great accomplishment, I'd say. They are putting 2 and 2 together and making the improvements. You can see the puzzle pieces starting to align for the squad.
You're not wrong at all, Colin. And unfortunately, you talked about your bad luck. I talked about my bad luck.
We both got it.
We both got it wrong. Like,
that's why we don't.
We're the worst. This is why we don't bet. Exactly. I'm not a betting man, if I do say so myself. But yeah, I mean, honestly, like you said, a lot of improvements from the last time we saw Texas A&M San Antonio play. I mean, the last time through, it was against their sister team that we saw them on stream. They struggled very heavily, and I mean, their sister team ended up becoming one of the top teams in this division, so rightfully so to struggle. But I mean, it's great to see some improvements coming in from the squad here. They look a lot better today than what we've seen them in games past. Looking towards the rest of the series, because we went to a break after map 2, we're not going to go to a break after this map. And Garrison Hardpoint up next. You got to think that that map, with the way that they lost map number 1 and just the way that the Hardpoint played out, you got to think that there's a very good chance that we see a game 5 here.
There is a very good chance indeed. I think that Coastal Bend, they looked the best 100% inside that first hardpoint that we did get. But now it's Texas A&M on the flip side. They string together the search and destroy as well as the control. And now that they get a little bit of success, it just seems like they're running away with these rounds. I mean, even Graham, he goes on, what, a 14-15 spree, and it wasn't enough to stop Texas A&M. I think that they're finally starting to find their groove against this Coastal Bend College, and if they can shut down Grim, they're going to open up an alleyway to take this hardpoint.
Yeah, and I think a big thing, too, could be just confidence as well. They are building confidence with every single map win. Like we said, that Search and Destroy was their first map win. They come out, they take that control as well. You got to think it's adding to the confidence, adding fuel to the fire. This team, they want to come out, they want to win this 3-1. I would love to see them take a hard point here as well.
It would be great. It would complete the trifecta of game modes for the day as well. I mean, you might miss that first one, but you get a chance again for hard points. So let's head over to Garrison. Let's check out this map number 4. Who's going to take it? Beginning of game 5, or is this where we're going to end on the week 6 stream for Call of Duty NACE Starleague?
Well, I mean, it's a great start off here and a great break off for Texas A&M San Antonio. Wafflecombe really the only player right now that can try to make anything happen. I feel like if there's going to be one player on Coastal Bend as well that's going to have anything to say about a possible 3-1 victory for Texas A&M San Antonio, it's going to be Grim. Grim was insane in that last map, even though they lost it. So, I mean, let's not forget, in the round that they won, he went on a 13 spree. So we'll see what he can do here.
Can you go on another 13 spree? I would be very impressed, Grim, if we do get that. 3 go down, though, for Texas A&M. They break into this hill, too. You can see the spawns coming out on the far left of your mini-map, so quite the wrap. Going to burn a lot off the clock here for this hill, too.
Very good spawns coming in, too.
Around the outside, gotta get too tricky. Goes 2 for 1 in favor of Texas A&M. And every single angle right now is locked down. Grim gets the pinch. He's able to get in behind. So there's these weird spawns that you're talking about. Grim, a chance now to linger around and make sure that Texas A&M, they can't rotate out easily.
I think part of what it is Tricky is pushed a little bit too far up into bricks, and it kind of allowed that spawn pocket to get blocked and just gave nowhere for Coastal Bend to spawn up but on the right-hand side there. But with those a couple of kills happening right there, and player number 8 winning that big one-on-one towards the back right, and it's actually going to give the spawns right back to Texas A&M San Antonio at the perfect time here as they can try to string hills 2 to 3 together.
Wouldn't that be something? 66-23. Grim stuck inside Tool. Peeks to the left. They line up. It's a team kill. And a kill for Grim. And he's going to find a third just for that. Page is going to drop in. Somehow, Grim has really turned this around. The spawn's going to come through. The reinforcements for Coastal Bend. Powerlifting Goat questioning how these teammates got here, how these players are here. But in retaliation, it's a 3-for-1. Zero's the last one inside the site. And Powerlifting Goat, oh no!
Oh no!
What?
What did I just watch? He was looking at him at first like he thought he was his teammate. Must have just gotten that a little bit of a mistake there on his end. He doesn't realize the red name above the player. And then, unfortunately, only has 3 bullets left in the clip and gets turned on. Not a conventional turn on by any means, but still a turn on nonetheless. But Texas A&M, San Antonio, they will get right back into this hill. They're building this lead up little by little, hill by hill. And with those kills, it's a perfect transition from hills 3 to 4 as well. And they can start to try to put this nail into the coffin.
Yes, they can. Players looking to flood out of this defensive attacking spawn that we get in control. Grim's going to open up for one. Big trade out from Page. Now they can lock these spawns down. Back and forth they go. Red and blue in the kill feed. But it is going to be Texas A&M looking to split the difference. Back to the spawns in the back right corner. It's Coastal Bend looking to flood back into this hill. Wolf going to lead the way. He is able to find one before dropping, but not enough to break into this hill. You can see Texas A&M, they are locking down these positions. They have to set up. Sandwich has streaks. He's going to look for the second one. Cruise missile locked down. Texas A&M, they are pitching themselves a tent to set up for this series win.
Those streaks are going to be so big towards the later half of this game as well. You got to think, like, if they end up losing out of rotation to hills 2 or hills 3, those 2 hills, we saw it in this last rotation, they can be hills that you can absolutely lock down a lot of time on. And with Sandwich having those streaks, it just makes trying to lock that little bit of time down that much easier. And this is a completely different Texas A&M San Antonio team than what we saw a couple of weeks ago. They are absolutely dominating Coastal Bend right now on this Garrison hardpoint.
6 bullets left in the Craig. What can we get from Sandwich in this situation? I think he's trying to like look for some bullets, but I just want to see what he got. Page lines up too. Seems like streaks are going to drop out of Sandwich, looking to keep them back in that back tank. But you do have a team spawning up there, so this is going to be interesting. Spawns out of the side of Coastal Bend to get back into this. Flood through bricks. Sandwich, Diamante in hand. 11 in a row before dropping. 139 to 38. Coastal Bend finally getting some time under their belt here in this hill number 5. What? Will they be able to diminish the score, though, any longer? 2 for 2 in the trades. Zero looking to play. Spoiler to anything. That's coming from Texas A&M. And spawn flip, actually, back on the other side. It's going to be San Antonio fighting out of this back tank position, Jesse.
They will get 2 at least, though. So, makes it a little bit harder now for Coastal Bend to be able to get in and try to get that dominant setup that we see happen so often from the defending team. It's just not going to be the case. Nobody really going to get in. But player number 2 will spawn up behind. He actually doesn't even have to do anything in Grim. I thought he was going to be able to make a perfect pinch play in towards that site. Just does not matter. The hill, it's back into convention of Coastal Bend. And I mean, this is their chance to bring themselves right back into this game.
Oh, Grim loses the one-on-one. 3 go down for Coastal Bend. You see, split spawn. As you, player number 2, Grim, he is going to be spawning in that hill number 3. He's actually going to be able to punish a few players on this rotation, but time's ticking. You got 27 seconds left, and your teammates are not really making an impact on this hill. 163 now to 67, a whole 100-point lead for Texas A&M San Antonio. As they're looking to just blow this one forward. Zero inside dark. It's lit on by Sandwich. Rotations for San Antonio are going to be the first ones there to hill number 2 as well, Jesse. So they're going to be in a really good position now to start stringing together some more time. Trickiest inside green. Can you take care of Walko? And he can. And he will.
Sandwich has streaks. You got to think Page has a streak at 28 and 10. I'm pretty sure they do. And so you got to imagine looking towards the second half of this game right now with the lead that Texas A&M San Antonio has and the streaks that they have on their side. If they end up losing this game, it would have to be a collateral collapse on their side here. Coastal Bend, they will be able to break back into this hill. There's still 40 seconds left on this hill. You might see a streak get invested here.
Yes, you do. Sandwich here. Let's see. What do you get out of it? All the players going to be backed up inside green. Nothing going to drop to the utility strike. Whoa! Powerlifting Goat. A little bit of friendly fire there. That's not going to be tolerated whatsoever. Still Sandwich, though, getting in and beyond what he can take out of this Coastal Bend team. They flip the spawns. They're going to be set up now for a Muddy Hill in hill number 3. And we saw how that went last time around. San Antonio, they got a majority of this time. Zero's going to walk out. Tricky's going to find that one. Look at the blue arrows. They are so far away from this rotation.
Yeah, this is, I mean, a great job by them to hold on to the back 40 of that hill. Really helps bring themselves back into this game, but it could just be one of those situations where you're just too far back to really be able to make a break, because you need to play for that scrap time, but you also need to play for the early time now at this stage of the game. It's just one of those things. It's a double-edged sword. It's so hard to be able to balance both of them and be able to make a comeback. That's why you don't want to fall down early inside a hard point, and especially give up streaks so early on here. Should be a contestant in from the right. Grim, of course, he wins a big one-on-one with a submachine gun. I feel like I've said that so many times throughout this series, as he's by far been the best player here for Coastal Bend.
100-point lead. Coastal Bend, can they do it? Can they make the comeback? Well, not like that. Almost finding 0 as well. Sandwich finds 3. Page clears the hill. Oh, almost finds Grim, though. Caught reloading. The wallbang's going to come through, and we are going to be moving on to the dumpster hill now. Take a look at the red arrows. Are going to be setting up to keep Coastal Bend on that spawn trap that we saw before, but Grim pushes the numbers, takes the advantage, and tries to escape, but not going to be the case. Another 3 go down, and Coastal Bend are going to be sent packing once more.
They can take the victory here. Texas A&M San Antonio going for their first match victory here in NACE Starleague. I mean, they have a fantastic chance. Still a 100-point lead here. Coastal Bend, they will be able to get into this hill, but there's still a player from behind it. Sandwich, once again, he gets shut down as well. So, I mean, Texas A&M San Antonio, they just need one break. You get one break here, you get inside this hill, and you hold the remainder of time, and those 3 kills should be able to help do it. The streaks are going to get invested as well. I don't know how he found one with that, but he absolutely does. But they can no longer win on this hill. We're going to see a 5th hard point at the very least.
Yes, we are. Page now on 5 spree. Powerlifting Goat hops up to their death. You gotta trek across the map now to get to this one if you want to put this away. What are we gonna see here? 245 to 141 into this last hill. Grim finds 1. Can he find 2? Brazilian Bacon's gonna drop. Sandwich pushing around. Here's Goat into the window. He's going to find a big one, open up the site, hops into the corner, looking to put this away. 6 seconds, make it 4 left to take this match. Texas A&M San Antonio locked down their first victory in the NACE Starleague. 3-1 over Coastal Bend College. And they do it in a dominant fashion across the last 3 maps. Quite the turnaround since Apocalypse. They sure did earn this win.
Absolutely did. I mean, a big win for themselves. That's a big win for your confidence as well. You lose map 1. You don't even lose map 1 by a small bit. You pretty much get 100-point club map number 1. And to be able to regain from that comeback, 6-2 win in the Search and Destroy, 3-1 win in the Control, and then a very, very strong 250 to 148 win there in that final match. And I mean, even though they allowed 148 points, just a victory in itself in the NACE Starleague is absolutely everything. Their confidence should be at an all-time high right now. They looked fantastic tonight. And I mean, if you're Coastal Bend, you know what? Yes, you lose this match. But I feel like there's still a lot of positives you can take away from it. A lot of little things that you can definitely work on, get better at, and come out stronger here for the next one. And I mean, Grim. I mean, Grim looks like a very special player on this team. If he can find the right group of guys and get a good amount of practice on this Coastal Bend College team, I think that we can absolutely see some improvements here.
I'm definitely glad we're seeing improvements from either side, especially Texas A&M San Antonio, notably not having a great start to the year, not having a great beginning as a team. I know when they went up against Texas A&M International on stream, it wasn't the prettiest sight. So now that they get a victory under their belt, they get a little bit of success, it's a feel-good moment. It's definitely something that you can take away and have a happy night tonight. A big congratulations to them for finding that first one. I think it's a big step into the building blocks of their future, and if you keep working off this, I mean, I'm seeing improvements now. Who knows what we're going to see down the line in weeks number 8 and 9.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we absolutely see improvements coming in from Texas A&M San Antonio, especially like we said from the first time we watched them play. And if we can see those kind of improvements for them, who says that we can't see it from CBC as well? No, I absolutely think that playing in a league like this is the best thing that these guys can do going into a Vanguard season, because it's just good practice. You can get a good amount of time to play with these teams and then get right into it for the Vanguard season.
Yes, you can. But let's get into this interview now. We got Isaiah on the mic here joining us into the caster booth. Congratulations on your victory tonight. How you feeling?
Appreciate that, Seymour. We feel really good. Last time we were on stream against International, we had a really bad showing. Then starting in first map 1, we had a straight vibe kill, not being able to get into that lobby. I had to play on a different account. I didn't have my settings right. As you can see, we got bodied. It looked like a bad performance. You could tell the difference between that map 1 and map 4. So we feel good. Happy to get a win.
Yeah. I have to say, I'm liking how spooky it looks behind you too. You got everything all dressed up for Halloween.
For Halloween, yeah.
It's great. It's great. I need to say, I mean, after that map 1 performance at Apocalypse, it looked a little bit shaky, but was it the new account? Was it the troubles getting in there and having to switch things up, or were there actually some difficulties that you were having in Apocalypse?
Nah, honestly, for me, myself personally, I had all my settings mixed up. I had no thresholds on. My dead zone was wrong. I had to fix graphic settings, like trying to get into the lobby, so I was already messed up there. So I kind of let my teammates down with the bad map. But we also didn't play as a team. We were solo pushing a lot of stuff. We called it out right after going into that Moscow search and destroy. Calmed everyone down, told them, all right, guys, settle down. Let's play together, push as a team. And you saw that 6-2 victory in Moscow, us playing together.
Yeah, you guys looked great on that Moscow. It was a big turnaround, definitely a big momentum change. Jesse, you got anything?
Yeah,
else?
I mean, I from like you said, from the first time we saw you guys on stream to now, you guys have very much so improved team so far here. What are the next steps for you guys to continue improving and elevating to get better as we look to head towards the later half of this season and towards the Vanguard season?
Honestly, man, a lot of our games have been close. We just need to learn how to finish out our maps. We honestly throw maps away a lot. We'll be up 5-4 or 5-3 in searches, and we'll lose 6-5. We'll be up 2-1 in control, and we'll lose 3-2. So we're throwing maps away just by getting nervous. So getting the composure and gaining our teamwork and trusting each other will really put us in a better spot.
Yeah, and it's good that you're kind of ironing that out now. I mean, I guess the more reps you get, the more comfortable you will be as a team. So I'm already seeing that from the last time we saw you guys to now. Definitely the improvements are going to be there. But yeah, I have to see that. But I mean, was there anything from Coastal Bend that you weren't expecting that they kind of brought out tonight?
No, honestly, we hopped in that first map and we're already frustrated. So losing that, and we were still kind of winning gunfights that I felt like I shouldn't have won. I knew that. I told the guys, calm down. We play together. We're gonna be the better team, and they showed in the last 3 maps.
It's great leadership there. It's great leadership to kind of bring you back there. But before we let you go, allow to celebrate the win for tonight with your team. Anything you want to say to the stream? Anything you want to say to the folks back home?
No, I just want to shout out all my teammates who are on the other side of this camera. They got the eye black on, the headbands on too. We brought the vibes today, and we came out with the W.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Well, congratulations on your victory tonight. Hope to see you back on the desk soon.
Thank you. Y'all have a good night.
You too. Jesse, last match done. Texas A&M win under the belt for the night. Feel good vibes all around. I like the background we saw too. The spider webs. I was kind of afraid when he first came up. I was definitely kind of afraid. I'm like, ooh.
It's better than my background, that's for sure.
What do you mean? The Montreal Canadian Cup's not enough?
I mean, I don't have no Halloween stuff going on back here though. So maybe I need to get spooky for the next couple weeks. Maybe we'll see. Maybe we might make something happen.
Gonna hit up Dollarama, get some nice spooky decorations going in the back line. But yeah, I mean, match number 4, it's definitely not something I was expecting to see Texas A&M come out the way they did. But after talking to Isaiah, it seems like they're really kind of making the forward progression to really improve as a team.
Yeah, absolutely love it. I mean, it's 100% things you want to see from these players, and that I think that's kind of what I was hinting to earlier. A great thing that this kind of end of the college, end of the Cold War game, start of the college season for this year can really do, because going into towards any Vanguard Collegiate League, you're going to have that practice and that chemistry that you're building with your team. You can absolutely take it and kind of rise and use it to your best ability to get better and better and better.
Oh, of course we do. We still got some more weeks, though, for NACE Starleague to get through for the Cold War season. Let's take a look at our schedule for the rest of NACE Starleague, because Call of Duty, it's not the only thing we have to look at. You can see Mondays, we have Rocket League Overwatch. Tuesdays, League of Legends. Wednesdays, as always, you see us here for Call of Duty. Big nights as well. Friday for CSGO. Always looking forward to that one at the end of the week. So we can't wait to see you guys on Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 p.m. PST. Jesse, before we leave, any closing thoughts, anything you want to add for the teams that we saw today?
I mean, not really for the teams that we saw today generally. I think just couple big things to be looking for in terms of the Western Division that we saw while we were kind of watching out for the rest of it. Obviously, we do have those two teams that are at the top right now in Texas A&M International University and the likes of Arizona State University. Their matchup coming up week 9. That match is probably going to be to decide who ends up taking first place in this division. So I mean, that will be an insane one. Hopefully, we can get that one on stream.
It's definitely going to be a big one to look out for. Can't wait till we get all that far. Can't wait to see you all next week. For tonight, have a great night, everybody. Like I said, until next time, my name is Seymour. Jesse, we'll see you on the flip side.